Hello and welcome to the Wild Rift Summoner series brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm your host for the day, Charmer, and I'm joined on the desk by the magnificent John Allen and the wonderful AlkBattery. Let's start with Mr. Magnificent himself. John, how are you doing today?
I was wondering what title you'd give me this time around, and I'm, you know what, I'm happy with Magnificent. I will stick by that. It's great games coming up today. We've got a lot of games to be getting through as well, so a lot of action for the NA fans out there. Obviously, not an NA native myself. It'd be good to get a little bit of a peek into the inner workings of it.
Fair. Alk, are you okay with your adjective? Do you want to change it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I do want to change it. I thought we talked about this earlier. I thought we were going to go with the Spider-Man theme. I was going to get Superior.
That's right.
I was going to get the Superior one, and then we have the Marvelous Spider. It's whatever. We can workshop it a little bit later. But I'm excited for today, and obviously bringing John Allen on for us is always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Well, it's also a pleasure for me to talk about the format for the event so that you can know where we are currently. Today is day one of our third major. So when you look at this, we are in the third circuit, but I would like to recap how we got here. The first circuit had a $10,000 prize pool, and the teams that participated were fighting for the chance to automatically qualify for that second circuit. Second circuit has wrapped up, and we have two teams already qualified from that for the North American Regional Championship, which is a big deal, and I'll cover that in just a moment. Those teams were Tribe and NME, but now we're on the third circuit. So for today, $10,000 again on the line, as well as 4 teams qualifying for that North American Regional Championship. Now, if at the end of the day your favorite team hasn't qualified, don't hesitate to worry too much about it, because we've got 2 qualifiers coming in the last chance qualifier, and then we're of course going to cover that North American Regional Championship. So let's talk about the prizes and why the championship is such a big deal. This entire Summoner series has a $100,000 prize pool, but 70 grand of it is divvied up for that championship. So we love the trophies, we love the prestige, but if you take first place in that regional championship, you also get $30,000, which is something to be excited about. So let's talk about the teams competing today as they try to qualify for that championship. This is the upper bracket, and we see some household names. Teams like Immortals, Sentinels, Cloud9. As far as the circuits are going, Grilled Cheese has been performing well. They're trying to become one of those household names. We've got some other teams, though, that want to become part of the conversation. Teams like Rock Solid, Joe2 is Cuter, Chunk, Chortle, and of course, Yawn. Now, this is the upper bracket, so it is a double elimination tournament. And for round one, we're going to be watching the battle between Sentinels and Joe2 is Cuter. These were the middle seeds. John, being that it's the middle seeds, do you expect this to be a really competitive matchup?
It seems to be that, as you say, middle seeds, these two teams are probably the closest in ability when it comes to, closest, I should rephrase that, closest in results when it comes to this this upper bracket first round, right? There's a little bit of conflicting play styles going on between the two, but I think that it is a little bit of to and fro between them. And I think on the end, it might be just a little bit of momentum that could save the day for either one of these two squads. At the moment, I'm going to stick with Sentinels for now, coming in sort of the higher seed in this. But Joe2 is Cuter definitely have a lot of strength.
You would think coming into this matchup that on the top side of our bracket, we obviously have that Cloud9 game that's going to be played later, but you're thinking, wow, well, this top half of the bracket is pretty stacked. I mean, you have a team that has a logo, the other one doesn't. It's looking pretty clear from there if you're a fan at home, but if you've been following the Summoner series, you know that Sentinels have not had the easiest time in the majors, and Joe2 is Cuter have multiple members who are making repeat appearances here at the majors and are trying to make their mark, trying to make it into that top four. We will be sending two teams today later on that will qualify for that, for the majors, or for the NA regional, automatically from tonight. So looking forward to see which one of these teams tries to make that push.
Now, as we're taking a look at the rosters here, obviously, I think all eyes are going to be on Joe2. When you got a name like Joe2 is Cuter, you have to talk about Joe2, who is a mid laner. Now, on the other side of things, Michael Udall is usually in the conversation as well as the mid laner for Sentinels. So, John, again, I want to start with you here. Is this mid lane matchup the thing to watch, or is it maybe bait and there's potentially other parts of the team compositions that are worth highlighting as well?
I think that this mid lane matchup is, as you say, exemplifies what I was talking about earlier, which is that discrepancy in play styles, right? Between these two teams, you've got Joe2, who is this pop-off guy who's going to be in your face, picking up those Dianas. Akali's really making your life hell in that mid lane. But on the flip side, you've got Michael Udall, who, all things considered, hasn't had maybe as much of an impact as we would have expected over the course of these couple of circuits, but is playing these control mages, these control characters who just have this constant, slow, steady pressure in that mid lane, playing that Orianna, sort of driving that at the forefront of the meta. And I feel like, that is really where those differences in playstyles start to come through. In terms of pure power, Joe2, I think this has this hands down, but in terms of a wider macro sense of the game, Michael Udall, a lot of value to the team.
I think when you look at 30K, it's always been about those team fights, right? I had made the joke that this is basically the height requirement to get into top four. Sentinels have always stood on the outsides of pushing teams into top four. They've been battling Immortals a lot for that spot, but when you look at this and you look at how they tend to play, Michael Udall plays for Sheesh. That's why we see the Orianna and things like the Twisted Fate, so you can get out of lane, try to help out your jungler, where on the other side for Joe2 is Cuter, you're seeing Joe2 individually making waves in the mid lane and that then spreading out onto the other sides of the map for Tsuki or for the Dragon Lane duo for them. So I'm looking forward to see how these two clashes of styles really hits it out on the Rift, because I think this should be an explosive game and a really close one at that.
All right, Alk, I've got to ask you, you said Sentinels is traditionally the height requirement, and I know that John earlier said they're sticking with Sentinels. So for you, do you think that Joe2 is tall enough to pass the height requirement? Do you think that they're going to get on the roller coaster, or is this still a Sentinels match?
Every time I've bet for Sentinels to win, and they haven't let me down so far. So in the first match, I'm going to give it to Sentinels. I think it's going to be a really close match, but what we've seen in the past quarter, in the class majors and in the qualifiers in the second circuit is this team tends on Jotu's Cuter to run out of gas sometimes after a game one. So let's see if they've upped their consistency. And I think that goes for both teams who have had a rocky start in the Summoner Series.
All right. Well, it sounds like the draft is getting ready to get underway, which means we're going to see how things play out. Gentlemen, take it away and let's enjoy some games.
Thank you very much for taking us through the early stages of that, the pre-game. Thank you very much, Charmer. We'll be getting into the draft here, and the question of conflicting playstyles is going to start to play out, right? Prioritization is now the key. What are you thinking here, Al?
Ooh. So what we've seen, this has been a long time since we've seen Sentinels. Since the second major, it was 3rd through 6th seed made it on through, and we're still waiting for the rest of this major to play. But what we saw was a lot of focus onto the bot side for Sentinels and wanting to cover up Rest and Beg. They were playing things like the Nasus and Senna. That has been really popular. So we already see that they're getting rid of the Nami. I wonder if they're going to continue to index and get rid of stuff from Istraboa and Osiris, or help out some of their other laners, help out against either Jotu or Sparkle.
I mean, when you have Jotu playing that pop-off style, maybe you're trying to strategize against that. It looks like the ban coming through for Twisted Fate, that's at Michael, right? That's at Michael Udall. It's a pretty stalwart ban, to be fair, though, Twisted Fate coming in early.
Champion is just busted, man. Like, you get to go all over the map, you get to influence your side lanes, who, when you look at the Baron lane, MTS and Tsuki have been looking fantastic. There was that last game against Immortals that Sentinels had where MTS put his team on his back on a Riven performance and almost carried that game back from what was looking like the jaws of defeat. They ended up still losing that match, but you look at Tsuki, who's been playing stuff like the Akali, like the Lee Sin, and when we were looking at carry Baron laners, these two, I think, really start to hit it off at a pretty strong mark.
Certainly support focus going on right now for the bans on Sentinel side, so perhaps that Dragon lane could be one to focus on for this game.
Support is looking pretty contested now, John, because we're looking at Rakan has been really busted, actually. Just super, super high priority across the world in support for competitive play. And when we're looking at it, we're still, where is Thresh? Whether or not we're going to see that come on through for Osiris was a strong bot lane for them, for Jotu is cuter. And for Beg, what does Sentinels here on blue side, what is their first pick priority? Are they going to pick up that support, or they're going to move for something in the mid lane?
It's always the question. I mean, you could even think about picking up something carrying in the jungle, right? To try and focus all that onto Sheesh. There's so many options that you have here. You've even got the Gragas available as well if you want to try and roll that around wherever. There's a lot that's still on the cards here. I mean, with Senna getting taken away, sure, you remove that duo, but there's still so much to play for. Exactly.
And I think this should be Camille. So they lock in Camille. I think it's really surprising. Just because on blue side, Sentinels tend to prioritize Michael Udall a lot. We talked about it in the pregame here, but Orianna, Michael Udall and Orianna is a way different than Michael Udall and literally every other champion. So we'll have to see what Sentinels do on the response here as Jotu get a nice priority Dragon laner and they grab themselves the Lee Sin.
Yeah, taking that away from Sheesh's Wellhouse. But maybe, we talked about prioritization. I just want to loop back on the focus on Michael Udall. I mean, you know that Jotu isn't going to want to play these styles, right? You know that he's not really wanted to play these control mages, which means that pool is pretty much wide open for you. You know those earlier picks are going to come through. Maybe you focus on something else, and that is a double pick that I maybe didn't expect to see, but the Lulu Olaf, that is someone who's getting in your face and is not going anywhere.
You know what's one way to play for your jungle? Is just play Lulu mid. Neutralize the assassin mid lane. You want to play Akali in the mid lane? You want to play stuff like the Diana? Well, Polymorph makes that almost impossible. And now you have a really dangerous mid jungle here for Sentinels. I like this pick. I wonder whether or not that is actually going to be for Beg or not, because they've left themselves flexible, and Jotu's cuter showing their hand, taking the Jax into the Baron lane. This still could be Lee Sin up there, so we'll have to wait and see. But interesting composition here from Sentinels.
Okay, you've got the Orianna being locked in, and that's more than likely going over to Michael Udall. And then the question is, where do you fit the Lulu? I mean, playing that in the support, fair enough. You could even see, well, to be honest, there could be a couple of crazy rotations, but I feel like that's most likely.
Yes. Okay, all right. So now we have this interesting composition here from Jotu is cuter. It is very short-ranged. Varus is really the only kind of odd man out when you look at this draft as kind of wanting to do a little bit more of the poke damage. But I like this draft from Sentinels a lot. You have a lot of control over objective areas when we start to look at the 4 minutes when we're looking at Dragon and Rift Herald. And I'm looking at Jotu's Cuter. If I'm Sparkles, I'm looking at my team like, guys, I have no priority. Where do I go? I'm fighting an uphill battle here.
It's very, very difficult. And to be fair, it looks like the entirety of Jotu's Cuter's composition is designed to jump on someone and kill them. And
yes,
who's the best champion in the game at taking that pressure off of someone just immediately getting popped? Well, it's Lulu, right? You've got that wild growth. That is so good at keeping your carries alive. The question is, are you going to force them to overinvest and overextend and then just crunch them down with the Olaf when they can't disengage?
There's so many shields, so much healing as well, right? Like you were saying, not only with the Lulu, but now you also have the slows you have to deal with from Ashe. You also have the Orianna, who's going to be very, very pivotal when it comes to controlling chokes. And look at what they're doing on Sentinels. A very greedy path from Jotu, from Istroboa, means that they're just cut off from the first couple minions. They're not going to hit level 2 at the same time. There's going to be a little bit of a difference in experience early on, which when we're looking at Sentinels, their first 5 minutes of the game have not been the cleanest throughout the Summoner series. So I'm glad to see with the time off that they at least are coming out with a really good start.
A little bit of poke damage being felt, but I mean, this is a Kali into Orianna. Of course, you're going to take some early damage. It's that level 5 that you're really looking for. But gank potential there. The undertow not quite connecting. Sonic Wave. Clapping onto a minion. Oh, an excellent reckless swing found by Sheesh, and that's really going to put prio onto Michael Udall here in the mid lane.
Welcome to the mid lane fight, John Allen. This is, if you're ready for it, this is exactly what's going to happen every game. We're going to see the junglers converge onto the mid lane and fight for something. Michael Udall goes a little bit low there. The Sonic Wave from Lee Sin is still very dangerous, but we're just here to fight for Scuttle Crabs. It's the most important meal of the day, serving it up Sentinel's way.
Moving into unwatered territory there, I feel like Michael Udall maybe overstepped towards the towards that Herald side of the lane, and then had to get backed up. So now a little bit more even as the ults start to close in, right? Jotu now level 4. That's level prio and the level up ding potential there ahead of Michael Udall, which is huge on an account.
Exactly, and now we got to see how they actually utilize it, right? They're trying to get it so that they can invade onto this top side. I like this from Jotu's Cuter, although it is just going to be a Gromp still going over to the side of Sheesh. Now, this is an inflection point in terms of decision making here for Sentinels. They know that the enemy jungler is going to have to invade. We see that. I mean, Sheesh, he's going for a recall, but by the time he gets back here, there's going to be a camp going over to Sparkle. So I like this. It's still very calm. We got a minute and a half. I don't expect anything to go down before the Dragon and the Rift Herald.
Big pickup on the blue buff as well, taking that away from potentially being sent on over to Michael Udall on the Orianna. A really, really solid pickup there to be able to get that counter jungle initiative.
Now, before we were, just talking about the game, you told me, you're a Jinx one trick. Have you played a lot of Ashe so far?
I have. I tried. It's not for me. I sort of enjoyed a little bit about sort of how it goes, but I feel like it's too late game for me. And I know, speaking as you said, a Jinx one trick, that kind of feels counterintuitive.
Yeah,
I feel like the playstyle of Ashe is a little bit different. But yeah, it feels too different. I don't like change. I'm scared of it. A long range crystal arrow could find it. Tsuki gets stunned and the undertow's there, trying to get the counter strike in, gets the double stun, but in comes the ultimatum, and that is one dead Jax in the top. MTS seals the deal.
Oh my god, that's just coordinated play. Diving under the turret, Jotu, ultimate, exhausted. I think he's just gonna die to Lulu potentially. Should be able to get out if they're able to balance turret aggro, but it's so close.
Jukes over with the shuriken, but the Raptors, they're going to be too much to handle. A great pickup there. 2 kills very quickly for Sentinels across the map.
And literally across the map, Rest just flew on by over to the Baron lane, and that is a coordinated play coming out from the side of Sentinels. They call out, hey, maybe we want to go for this. They noticed that Jax had been leaning over towards this Rift Herald, and I mean, that's just a great start to the game. 2,000 gold. They're going to give up this dragon, and you see that they've already prioritized for this Rift Herald. It means that dragon stacking is going to be very important here for Jotu's Cuter, but Sentinels will continue to try to snowball their gold lead now with this Rift Herald. I mean, just fantastic start of the game here for them.
A little bit more sustained with the Ocean Drake, but still Potential for that Drake stack coming on through, as you say. Potential dive over in the top lane. MTS not going to try and go for it. Tsuki getting backed off. Another crystalline arrow, and only a second too soon there. Goodness me, that could have been another one. But the turret now under pressure.
Goodbye, Rest.
Oh, what a flash. Huge flash coming through from Rest to avoid the kick there coming through from Sparkle, but the stun's good, and there's the dragon kick. Michael Udall gets the shield, gets the slow down, a huge shockwave coming through. Sparkle going low, but they turn it around, potentially looking for another kill, and Michael Udall wanders into a sticky situation to make it worse.
Good punish coming out from Johto as cuter host. Cyrus recognizing, hey, wait a minute, Ash just used flash. Why is she stepping up? We just got to kill Rest. And Michael Udall ends up paying the price, trying to cover for their dragon laner, end up going down. The first turret going over to Sentinels, but a good response here from Johto is cuter. So now we're starting to see that change. It is now focusing, getting gold for MTS, unlocking this Camille so that Jax is going to be feeling pressure. While on the opposite side, we're going to get a replay of this. I mean, this is just unfortunate for Rest as kind of positioning incredibly aggressively here. And although Michael Udall lands basically what looks like a perfect shockwave, it's just not enough early on.
He stepped forwards after landing that shockwave, and that allowed the Varus to get those chains on and root him down in position. And obviously, with the stacks from the Braum, you're just going to get stunned and bursted down. It was a great shockwave. I feel like if he steps back after that, maybe that fight goes differently.
Exactly. And right now, this is a good spot, I think, if you're on the side of Sentinels. You are even in gold, but you have an Ashe who's going to slowly scale into this game. I've been looking at solo queue tier lists, and a lot of people have been complaining, like, oh, I might have to hold that as Johto. No flash. You're out, buddy.
Is he? Flash forwards coming through from Sheesh, and there's the reckless swing. Okay, a turret hit found. Well, that's not going to see you safe, unfortunately. Good stuff to be able to be proactive, and this is what we wanted to see from Sheesh, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and they're making just constant plays right now, not only with Sheesh, but making sure they're activating multiple members. Rest, buddy. This just might be a jungle 1v1 for you. And right under the turret, not able to get the slowdown. Goes down without flash, has to get the proto belt now. But this is 2 turrets early on. Sentinels playing wickedly fast compared to their old style.
Yeah, they're up in the tempo. They're making things go their way time and time again. I mean, sure, you can cyberbully Rest as much as you like. But in the meantime, the rest of the team is just doing so much across the map. That's 2 turrets down. That's obviously the first Herald, which allowed them that bottom turret there, which is kind of that trade-off for that Drake. So really, you're looking mostly at the gold advantage that's managed to accrue them, right? That 1k gold difference so far.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about cyberbullying for Rest. Rest is like, I'm used to this. I'm used to getting focused in the last couple majors. Everybody's just coming down bot lane. We played NASA Senna for crying out loud. Like, I'm used to getting harassed by all of the enemy champions. So this is probably nothing new, but I'm glad to see that when there are plays to be made on the opposite side of the map, Sentinels are not shying away from it and are continuing to make them happen. So now we'll just have to see if they can actually turn these gold leads into something tangible for themselves. We have a dragon coming up in 30, and we're talking about team fight here for Sentinels, but we haven't actually gotten a 5-on-5 team fight from either of these teams.
Not just yet. I mean, Rest has been a cross-map presence, maintaining those waves, keeping those outer turrets nice and healthy. Obviously, exception being that bot lane where he got collapsed on. But it's great to see that they're trying to spread that out, because if you look at this sort of mid-game team fight right now, Lulu doesn't quite have the strength or the cooldowns. How do these hit?
My.
How is he making that work? Johto dashes on in with the shurikens into the Twilight Shroud, gets over with the second charge of the ult, and Johto sees his way to safety. Tail between the legs, and maybe Drake Prio now for Sentinels.
Exactly, and now what do Johto is cuter do? They need to be able to get back into this pit right now. They need to get into the river, but 2 members are not here. This is good for them. Sentinels have not cleared this out. They're trying to get mid priority the entire time, and unless Sheesh makes a steal, they're going to have to start fighting now. Johto with no ultimate. This is a dangerous spot here for Sentinels that they can't position.
There's the Drake reset as well coming through. Sheesh now looking to just solo this. Actually, no vision on the Drake right now for Johto as cuter. They've got to know that it's happening from that tri-brush ward. They know that they haven't backed off, and Johto stepping a little bit too far forwards. They turn around, and who's in their sights? It's going to be MTS, but he turns things around. Hextep ultimate and stun goes through as Johto tries to keep the pressure up. Unstoppable for the Olaf, runs away with the Ragnarok, dodges away from the Glacial Fissure, and nobody goes down just yet. A Drake secured, and the top lane under pressure is trying to get that trade across the map for Johto as cuter.
We are fighting. That is literally all that just happened here. And in the interim, well, like you said, Jax is just splitting on this Baron lane, getting gold for themselves, and now finds themselves with a lead where we saw they were the constant source of pressure for Sentinels to find kills and find early gold. This is exactly what I was just talking about, where we want to see them turn it into a lead now. Fighting over blue buff. Here we go, Sentinels.
Is this worth it? I mean, sure, you got a blue buff, but you lose your jungler, you use tempo, another one hits. I mean, I'm pretty sure they got magnets in them at this point. Unstoppable, you can't stop him. He's not going down in the undertow to pick it off under the turret. A double kill in the mid lane. Rampage coming on through. Sheesh, turning up the heat.
Oh my god, the young 16-year-old jungler here for Sentinels trying to make work get done here for Sentinels. They get gold, they get 2 kills, and they get to take that mid-tier 1. So 3-2 now in turrets, and still with a small gold advantage. Sentinels are playing rather aggressively. We're going to get a replay of that last fight here coming up on your screen, but I want to see exactly what kind of leads to this, because we're waiting for Michael Udall to use the ultimate. Sparkle's in a pretty dangerous position, and the rest of your team just can't make the pick. We talked about at the beginning of the game. You want this team for the side of Johto is Cuter to just make picks, find kills, do poke damage with Varus. But when you're playing so aggressively like that, there's no room, there's no space for you to make that happen.
And that's like a 1.5 item Olaf that's able to do that.
Yes.
Over in the Drake lane right now, MTS under pressure. No backup really as the focus is over in the mid, and they're going to be able to get a kill. Hextech ultimatum drop.
Wow.
Slows things down, and
He's
MTS
living.
is not falling. Sparkle now, half HP, has to be worried. Hookshot over the wall. With Dragon's Kick to be able to send them back and stays alive, but the mid lane not so lucky. Turret under pressure, and Sentinels keeping the tempo going.
Exactly, and it's actually going to feel a lot worse as this game goes on. Beg, I think correctly so, going for some of the new tech that we've been seeing a lot out of multiple laners, not just support, but definitely in some solo lanes. Taking the Twin Shadows, it just makes it so difficult to try and escape this kind of team from Sentinels when you're looking at how many slows are on their team. Boost of Swiftness actually gets maybe just a smidge of value from this game. The stonks increase, but they're making crossback plays with Crystalline Arrow. What is this? It misses finally. Johto, I don't think he's out.
No, definitely not. He's out the frying pan, into the fire, tries to dash away, drops the flash as well.
Oh.
Goes golden, but that's going to give them more time to collapse. Everything being thrown at the wall here, but nothing is sticking. And Sheesh capitalizes undertow just through the Twilight Shroud. And one more for the Viking. He charges on forwards. The guy's unstoppable.
Okay, Michael Udall knew exactly what he did when he hired this guy straight out of Solo Kick. He scouted this. He scouted Sheesh out, and so I mean, considering how young this player is, playing at such a high level, this is just the first game. But every single major, I think Sheesh has always been a kind of top runner for being one of the best junglers we have here in North America. Just always a fantastic performance from him, and we're seeing a team built around him and what they want to do. Just looks so good for them. Sentinels with a commanding lead here now in game 1.
The only hope in this situation is to try and scale to late game. I mean, you've got a Jax, you've got an Akali, you've got a Varus. The potential is there to get a pop, but at this point, it's turtle all the way. You need to try and contest these objectives if nothing else. But apart from that, MTS is going to start to scale up. You've got the Ashe as another late game backstop as well. Sentinel's looking strong.
Exactly. I love this. And this is actually one of the reasons why we've seen Akali start to fall off, not only just because of how dominant and, some of the nerfs that she received. I'll have to hold that as positioning now for Drake. It is the third one. I think Johto is Cuter. You can just try to give this up, get mid priority, help out your Jax who's going to continue to farm. You're never going to get this dragon without a miracle play. We haven't really seen it come out from them. I mean, right now, MTS is getting traded on back and forth. He's seeing out Tsuki.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. There's no way you get it away. There's undertows, there's reckless swings, there's Ragnarok, and it's all crashing down around Jotu's Cuter's ears. Sheesh just claps them, and there's nothing that's stopping this guy. Honestly, this is a wash right now. Sentinels bleeding Jotu's Cuter dry.
It's only 14 minutes, but they're going to start up the Baron. And unless Sparkle can make the miracle trade, they take this incredibly fast. Let's see it. Can Lee Sin make it? Sparkle, I believe.
Oh, the Sonic Wave is caught by Beg, and that is going to be it. A Baron now trying to be felt there. Over in the bot side, I mean, maybe you get a wave to push in and you deny a minion wave, but you're not getting this turret. You're going to lose out on the pressure and the push from the Baron. It's great news right now for Sentinels.
John, how many times you get to say that Lee Sin landed a Sonic Wave onto Lulu and didn't go in? How many times have we been? That's just such a unique situation. You're like, okay, well, if you can't connect it onto Lulu, if you're not willing to be able to fight there, you gotta ask, when are you going to fight? Curving the arrow wanted style, but maybe Osiris, yeah, he's gone, buddy. And Sentinels, they're going to continue to run away with this game.
9-0-1. The Olaf is on a tear. 3 items completed. That Black Cleaver, the last string to the bow. And right now, it's just, how do you get away from it? You got the Righteous Glory to deal with. Great. You got
Wait a minute.
But the Olaf's still going through. There's the Reckless Swings. Pops the GA. Can't even get onto the back line with the Wild Growth. And gets away with it. 2 kills being found. Fantastic. 3 players dead. And you've got to wonder, is this the final push?
This has to be. They have so many minions here. They have the Baron. It's triple cannon minions. Tsuki's not going to be able to back in time. That'll be game 1 going over to Sentinels. Incredibly dominant showing here in the first game of our 3rd major. I mean, bravo to them. It gave them a month. We've been waiting for this team to show something like that since the first circuit qualifiers, and glad to see that their first punch, their first swing looks this dominant.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Apparently there was a point where they weren't in the gold lead, but there you go. From that, what is that, like 9-minute mark onwards, there was just no coming back. As soon as she started to really start to rack up those kills, with excellent cross-map presence from Rest, it has to be said. Obviously, that first arrow hitting absolutely on point to be able to sort of start things going. 10-0-2. It looks like there was only one player in this game. I'll be honest. Like, what more can you say? What more do you want? I mean, Shisha's just absolutely dominated that game.
I look at the gold spread, right? Has most gold for his team. Is in, the team fight participation is there. Has the most damage on Olaf. This is exactly what Sentinels wanted to do. We talked about it during the draft. Michael Udall gets to play for their jungler, and the bot lane here for Sentinels, you're playing a more utility role. We saw Beg literally level 2 just walk mid lane. We're walking mid lane for that scuttle priority. If there's ever a game to try and play around Sheesh, there you go, folks. You got it, everybody at home.
I mean, let's take a look at the draft as well, because it feels like, you've got this Jax, you've got this Braum, you've got this Lee Sin and the Varus. Excellent. You can peel for your carries. You've got a lot of CC there, right? Oh, hang on a minute. There's Ragnarok in the game, and we immediately can't CC the enemy who's way ahead. I mean, it's such a difficult thing to deal with. And Olaf, who is starting to scale, is very, very scary. And there was just no answer for Joe to execute.
This is definitely the most cursed game when I hear the words Olaf is scaling, boys. We're in the worst timeline. If you're Joe 2 Executor, you're like, God, no, please. I don't want to hear that. I liked most of this draft. So we have it on the lower third here for everybody at home as to what the compositions were. But the draft is Varus, Lee Sin, Braum. Cool. That first 3, like you were saying, is such a potent combo. We're like, okay, this is a good way to start off. It's still flexible. You have a priority bot lane for yourself, and Lee Sin is flexible. Tsuki has played it. You could do whatever. It's looking good. Dream state, I think, if you're Joe 2 Executor. But then they answer with this Jax, which is good for playing to that top side. But I think when you have multiple carries and multiple roles, when you're trying to, when you're allocating gold, there's only a finite amount of it at any given moment. You can't really put a ton of gold into Jax and Akali and help out your bot lane. You need to be able to, someone has to bite the bullet. Someone has to be a team player. Say, hey, look, I'll play back. I'll play a little bit safer for our team. Focus on Jax. Focus on Akali. Do something.
I mean, if you look at the lane matchups, right? By all accounts, Joe 2 Executor has the advantage, right? I feel like Jax into Camille, you've got a great situation there. I think that it's if not even, I think slightly tilted in Jax's favor. The bot lane matchup looks great for them. They got Braum Varus, a very priority set of picks there. Even in the mid lane, right? You've got that Orianna, difficult to deal with, sure, but you can burst it down with the Akali. But then you take a step back, you look at a macro sense, you look at the team fights that are going to be happening, and this is what you said, right at the start. The team fights from Sentinels, that is the height requirement to ride the roller coaster all the way to the NA regionals. And right now, it looks like Joe 2 Executor are coming up short.
we never actually saw a team fight for them. I even think of the first dragon that we saw. They had access to the river first. They were on the objective, and we've seen it time and time again here in the Summary series where it feels like the first person onto the drag is actually the person that doesn't get the dragon. So that has been a little strange to me, at least, but when you look at it, they have all of their ultimates available. They just utilized the Ashe ultimate to try and make a play into the Baron lane. How is it that Sentinels are able to then grab that second dragon and set themselves up with what looks like a pretty sick game for the rest of it?
Yeah, I mean, they managed to have such great tempo, and I think that's something that you were sort of talking about a couple of times during that game. They had such great control of the pace of the game. They moved kills around where they needed to be. They got picks on junglers, on people, so they were out of position for those situations. They, for instance, that second Drake, crucially, Johto burnt the ultimate early, right, just before that fight, and they got that pressure, which was phenomenal. And I feel like that alone, that one ability, might have cost them the Drake.
It was definitely a close one, and we look like this is why I think when we're looking at Johto as cuter as a whole, it has always been, before the third circuit, has always been relatively one note for them. Johto is a hyper carry, will try to do something with their jungler to try and influence the rest of the lanes, but if Johto is not put in a position to do so or is stifled in any way, team kind of lacks a little bit of that last little bit of star power that you expect in a lot of the top 4 teams for someone else. I said already that Isturbo is a great second fiddle when it comes to doing that damage, being a secondary carry, but someone needs to be able to set up from them. And we saw throughout the game, Johto's cuter felt a little bit neutered in that game. They weren't able to do much. Every single one of the fights was kind of just, I feel like, one step away. Like they were like waiting for something to happen. They were waiting for the absolute perfect moment. And all the way up until the end, they never got that chance to do so.
Yeah, I mean, a snowballing Olaf is so hard to deal with because you can't CC him, you can't keep him off the lines. The only way that you kind of beat an Olaf who is doing something like that is if your entire team is focused on just swapping it around and getting into the back lines, right? And that is to blow up the carry line, and then you can deal with the Olaf at a numbers advantage. But for that, you really need to be looking at having something like a Tristana on board. I mean, maybe you could pop in a Senna in there and try and swing that around, something like that. But it's so difficult to theorize, how do you deal with that? How do you expect for that? And then when you pair that Olaf with Lulu, he's coming at you fast. He's got Righteous Glory.
Yes.
He's got the Lulu speed up. Like, this guy is not stopping for anyone. He's getting onto your backlines, and your health bars are his property now, right? There's no way that you can deal with that. When you get him 3 kills ahead, it really relies on having outdrafted them to be able to deal with it.
You're already down in terms of gold, so like you need to be able to keep up in terms of damage. We also now need to heal cut at the same time. Like you have Lulu, who's just giving a ton of movement speed, like you were saying, and with the Twin Shadows then taking away movement speed, as well as she's just running at you, like you said, is a unstoppable train that you're like, oh god, I need to heal cut, but I also just need to deal damage, and there's too many pit stops along the way here for Johto's Q to kind of come back and find some kind of foothold back into the game. We're going to step into games soon here, John. I wonder, when we come into this draft, Johto's cuter have chosen blue side. Do we think we're going to see anything different? I mean, we're looking at bans. It was Twisted Fate, Riven, Senna. Do you think that sticks, or are we kind of switching it up? Or are we going to kind of stick to our guns if you're Johto?
I'll be honest. I feel like the Olaf has to be banned in this situation. Either that, or you trade out maybe the Senna ban for a Lulu ban to try and take away some of that power, open up some of the lines there, allow them to move into the Olaf and try and play a position that might sort of counter that a little bit stronger. I mean, the choice is really there, but coming off of that defeat, they're going to be reeling. So getting their wits together is going to be a real tall order.
They could also just first pick the Olaf. I'm not most opposed to it. I think there's a bunch of other champions that we were talking about that were like, okay, well, I wonder if we'll be able to even see it today. For everybody at home, we are also, we're looking at the new champions. We are on 2.4C, like you can see, but Brand and Nunu are available, which is super exciting. Nunu hasn't been seeing a lot of play, but Brand as a mid laner and as a support has been, I don't want to say super strong, but definitely someone I think a lot of players I hope are at least testing out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously being new to the meta, maybe not something you want to bring in when there's so much on the line, certainly immediately. But then again, maybe it's the little drop that you need to overflow the ocean in terms of being able to bring it back. And to be fair, this is the position you want to do it for Johto as Cuter, right? You want to change something up. What are you going to do? Maybe try something that Sentinels aren't prepared for, haven't seen you practice, haven't seen you play, because they've been able to do a lot of research on Johto as Cuter for this specific matchup. Whereas, you know, Sentinels, we haven't seen them really play since the last circuit closed.
Cup runneth over, right? We're looking for what can Johto do to make sure Sentinels are uncomfortable, because Sentinels have not looked in past very good when you throw something that they're not prepared for or they're not like super well versed in. So if you're trying to play a really good split push composition, Sentinels tend to drop their side lanes a lot to try to play for objectives, try to play for team fights. There is a chance that Sentinels do overgroup. And we look at the multiple kind of moving pieces here for Sentinels. Not only do you have that Camille that's very strong on the side lane, but we saw they're making cross map plays with Ashe, who not only with the ultimate, but also with Hawkshot, just giving so much vision. I feel like this champion is very low key, very important for how Sentinels like to play, with just how much information you get with this, with your bot lane.
And there's the ban. There's the Olaf
there
getting taken away. Johto as Cuter just
Respect.
don't want to deal with it. That's in place of potentially the Riven, depending on what they obviously go for their last ban. So maybe we'll see MTS flex over.
It could be they're trying to just get they. The thing is like Senna is cool. Senna's very, very strong, but I don't know if you really want to give over Riven. And what we've seen from Suki, if you're going to try and play Jax, if you're going to try and play Camille, you don't want to play against Riven. These are champions you want to try and protect against them. Now on blue side, we talked about it earlier, you have the first pick priority. What are Johto as Cuter looking for? And we'll be able to see it in this last ban as to what they're trying to play for.
I mean, maybe they don't ban the center and first pick it instead, right? Maybe they force Sentinels to ban that away. I can't recall off the top of my head what the ban was the last time around. Xin Zhao was there in that ban phase, and maybe they want to take that away from Sparkle. But the Orianna ban coming out as well. Okay, Johto as Cuter changing things up. So that's Senna and Riven both available.
Okay, so Johto as Cuter have definitely watched the majors before here, because we talked about it throughout the last two circuits, man. Michael Udall on Orianna is not the same as Michael Udall on literally any other champion. This guy is so sick on this champion, and with Twisted Fate gone, he does tend to reach for either a Galio or an Ahri. Ahri is like a curse word here. I know that we have Charmer on the desk waiting for us back here, but Ahri is like, we do not talk about her. She's the redheaded stepchild of this group.
Oh man, look, when wildrift first dropped, I was playing Ahri and Zed mid. That was my just two that I would constantly lock in.
No, dude, not another Ahri player on the desk.
Hey, look,
can we get Sam off of here?
Well, reformed Ahri player. Thank you very much. That's
thank you.
That's my go-to. But no, then I moved to playing Zed and Akali a little bit over on that mid side. But yeah, anyway,
and now you play Jinx.
I'm getting too in-depth.
That's ultimate trader. You're the ultimate role trader.
I know, it's great, isn't it? But there you go. It's going to be the Senna locked in first there for Tisuki. Well, probably not going to be on Tisuki, but it is the Senna being picked up. So the Riven is available.
Riven is available now. I think it's obviously very early to try and pick that up for Sentinels. So I think that's just more likely they're going to try and pick up a bot lane pair with their jungle. And oh my god, game 2, first series, John Allen. We get to talk about Brand. We'll talk a little bit more as we get further into the game, but this is going to be a spicy one. Still a flexible pick here, and we don't know where Camille's going. She's just played a lot of it. MTS is obviously we've already seen, so I'm loving this from Sentinels. This is at least playing with fire, literally.
This could be the Michael Udall control mage in the mid, right? You said he's sick on this Orianna, everything else maybe not so much. Well, you say everything else, but one thing you haven't seen him on is the Brand. So maybe this is his second pick that is going to be as sick as the Orianna. The Galio getting taken. Now that's an interesting pickup. Pair that with his Xin Zhao, that's some pretty heavy engage.
Good. Take that away from Camille. I don't ever want to deal with Camille Galio, and especially when you're looking at Michael Udall with how flexible Brand could potentially be still. I like this. It gives a strong priority for your jungle when we're looking at Xin Zhao. You can go for those invades. You can play really aggressive. And Senna plays really nice with that. So we're looking at Sparkle to really be a nice carry. Now with Sentinels picking up the same bot lane again, means Brand is going to the mid lane. What is the counter pick here? Are we waiting with Camille in the jungle? Aurelia and Kennen are the answer from Joe2 is cuter.
Okay, look, I mean, Brand, AoE team fights. That is what he wants to see. Guess who else wants to see that? It's Kennen, just moving straight there with that slicing maelstrom, able to blow things up, but the Renekton being locked in as well. I tell you what, I did not expect the draft to change this much. But there you are. That is how you change it up from game to game, guys. And to be honest, Joe2 is cuter. They needed to do something. Maybe this is it.
Oh man, John, if you told me nameplates off, I would have thought this was a Sentinels draft on blue side. Minus maybe the Aurelia in the mid lane, but we get to see Brand. This should be a good matchup for Aurelia. Brand really hates, like a bunch of other mages, when people get up in their face most of the time, and Aurelia does that plus healing, plus able to negate it with the Defiant Dance. So I like this from Joe2 is cuter. I like this draft. It's a good team fight, and strong solo laners in Kennen and Aurelia mean that. I mean, if you need it, you can play sides, you can play split, and the team fights are excellent still.
Mid lane Aurelia, I mean, fair enough, you got some burst, but already, look at that damage. Just immediately level 1, Joe2 playing melee into range, you know, it's fair enough. Aurelia, some sustain built in, maybe a little bit easier. Have to remain to see what that matchup is going to turn us out. Bot side, a little bit of pressure coming in from Sentinels early.
Whoa, that's a really early exhaust. That may have been just a misclick from Beggs, but an important summoner spell nonetheless. This bot lane doesn't tend to do a lot of damage, especially with, you just take a look at the Galio item. It's picking up an early Ruby Crystal just for sustain in the lane. We're fighting, John. It is simply for Scuttle. We need our young little crab across the river, pick it up early, and then we get to see it again. Beg level 2, walk into mid lane, protect our duo.
Sat on the ward though, so position known, trading the scuttles top and bot. Tsuki moving down as well on that cannon. In that top side, how are you feeling about this matchup, right? Because you've got this cannon, you've got this Renekton. Both of these guys want to be lane bullies, right?
Yes. Obviously, in the range advantage is really nice early on here for MTS, and it is all about taking short trades like we saw right there. Has to take the fleet footwork just to try and survive as long as possible in the laning phase, but if Kennen ever gets that third ability off, if he ever uses it pretty aggressively, that is a go button for Renekton if he's of substantial enough HP and damage, still having his cooldown. So it is a very delicate balance that Tsuki should play very carefully. Otherwise, Renekton gets to just run all over the map. You have a better counter matchup against Aurelia. They're trying to make a play on the top side. You already see they're making moves. The pings came out. Ooh, it's so dangerous, FTS.
They get away by the skin of their teeth. And look at that. It was a pretty heads-up rotate from Michael Udall as well. I don't know if you caught that, but was moving up early. Forced the Aurelia to back and moved on up. Was able to apply some pressure there. Forced that lane to disengage. Allowed Tsuki to get back. Get that needlessly large rod. And that is a lot of power to be able to poke with in that lane against the Renekton. But the Phage pickup, again, equally important for that Renekton. That speed proc, so strong. To chase down, to keep those trades going, and actually to disengage from those trades.
Exactly, and it's just so important right now for the side of Sentinels that their top side does not collapse. Now, Joe2 trying to trade a little bit, has the ultimate. Should be going down here.
Flash is going to be burnt, but it's not going to get you out of the ultimatum, unfortunately. Sparkle tries to turn things around, but cannot quite take the cake there. And a really good pickup onto the mid laner. Joe2 goes down early. Sparkle maybe looking for more, but no, backed off. Low mana for Michael Udall, so they don't want to fight.
If Brand had just a tiny bit more mana, maybe we could have seen a secondary fight pop off there, but Joe2 is cute. You want to play around your namesake, but going down early on is not the most helpful. It makes it very difficult. And now, John, we're at that point, 20 seconds before the Dragon and the Rift Herald. Sentinels, it looks like they're trying to make their way onto this top side. I wonder what they'll do with this wave. Are they going to try and look for something on Tsuki? We're going to have to watch where Sheath pass right now because he's taking all of his topside camps. But if they want the Rift Herald, they can get it. And it looks like that's going to just be the trade right now. As you see, over like 4 people getting the scuttle, trying to get this dragon early on.
I mean, fair enough. You know, you gotta
Yep.
try and take some prio somewhere. But again, Sentinel's looking to trade. The difference this time is that Tsuki's there. Has to lightning rush
Wait a
away,
minute.
but slice over the wall. MTS gets the stun. Will back them off. The Herald potentially being traded. Mountain Drake picked up, but we saw this happen last time. We know how this one turned out, and now it's time for Sentinels to turn up the tempo.
You saw it right there that Sheesh used the hook shot, and Tsuki's like, oh god. Oh lord, I gotta run. I gotta use the lightning rush. I gotta get away. And like we said, as soon as it's used, that is a go button for MTS. There is a decent sized cooldown that you can try to abuse as Renekton. And with Ashe, I think this is a fantastic lane setup here for Sentinels. You can have Ashe always go away, and this is the punishment.
Hextech ultimate and flash burn. Again, that's the second flash that's been come on through. Actually getting the polymorph onto Osiris on this Galio as well, but there's nothing doing, and Sentinels pick a kill.
If we're looking at just having your support get out of the laning phase and immediately move to one of the other laners, Ashe is perfect for that. She controls the wave. You can also then make turret dives like these happen where they're going to take control of the dragon lane. They're going to get 2 plates for themselves. And with how strong Ashe is, one of the great changes coming out of PC is Ashe actually just stacks Ranger's focus off of hitting turrets, which is just mind-boggling to me, and one thing that I really wish I could have in PC. But like that alone means that they get first turret without even utilizing the Rift Trail that they still have.
Already a little bit of an advantage starting to open up. Maybe, sure, they've got that Drake, but that's worth probably at this stage about 1k at best. So the difference of 2k really starting to open up for Sentinels at this stage. You've got Camille, who's finished that Triforce. You've got Black Cleaver finished. You've got that Ludens coming through as well. You've got the Manamune being finished. On it, these item spikes are starting to come through and come through big for Sentinels for this next Drake to come up.
This is a good start here in the tournament for Sentinels. Now I want to see consistency pop up because Jotu's Cuter and Sentinels, they have different ways of having inconsistency, but I want to see both of these teams kind of rise to the occasion. This is the last major. Obviously there is a last chance qualifier coming up after this in case you don't make it, but I mean, winning early is just better than having to play a last chance qualifier. That should just be pretty simple math. Like, I don't want to have to play another tournament. I want to wait until NA regionals, and that's what Tribe and Enemy are doing since they booked their ticket in the last major. And Sentinels, with a very strong start, I want to see, you were talking about momentum, carry that forward as they go further into the bracket.
A little bit slower on this match, on this map, potentially in there than in their last, but they have just got that turret. They have just based. They've tried to get some prio. Now they're returning to that mid lane. Potential for this brand to start to pop off in these team fights. I mean, this is a champion that we haven't really seen before, as we've highlighted. No. It's new to the competitive scene in NA, and you're looking at a character who thrives when he could sit at the back, see everyone grouped up, and just pop those abilities in time after time. He forces your team to spread out wide, and if you jump in as a unit, he's going to eat you for breakfast.
Exactly. And I mean, not just new to new competitive scene, just new in general. The champion is barely over a week old. This is a freshly jelly champion. They're just like, there's so many things, like how are you going to pull them out in scrims? How are you going to be able to do this? There's actually making a turret dive here. Gallery ultimate's a wide range of all of them.
Okay, all right. Well, Sheesh gets out of that one somehow. There's the stun from Michael Udall onto Tsuki. Everyone trying to collapse to save them, to try and stay alive. A root comes through for the center, but nothing really too much happening as Jotu takes the tempo back over in that dragon side, that Drake side, as the Drake is just about to spawn, but maybe trading for a mid turret. And I don't know about you, but any day I'll trade mid for Drake's side.
Oh, 100%. Taking mid turret here is just beautiful if you're on the side of Sentinels. Now, it's so hard for them to have access to this river. You see it immediately. They're going to make the play for it. They're going to start up this dragon. Sparkles is here. Rift Herald has been spawned. This is the fight now for Sentinels.
Trying to take the straight control, and they will get it, but for how long? Actually flashing away a lovely sonnet to Michael Udall, but he's going a little bit too low, close for comfort. Tries to get a kill, but can't find it. Hextech ultimatum for Sheesh to try and get out of there. Finally poked on down by the spear of Sparkle. But in the midst of it all, the Drake goes down, and it's Sentinels to pick it up.
Sentinels get it. They get the kill. The Rift Herald's about to crash into that Dragon Tier 2. Shouldn't get all that much, but Rest is just pumping out damage. This is why Ashe is so good compositionally into Aurelia. Yes, really can't stop her, but the CC from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow alongside the amount of slows you have are so important into it. We're gonna have a replay of that fight, and just look at how spread out multiple members are here. I was wondering what Johto is Cuter were going to be able to do since they had the access to this. They don't have the Galio ultimate and they don't have the Senna ultimate. These are key when it comes to trying to re-engage. And I like this. The start of this is so good. Splitting off the main damage dealers away from the dragon is important, but Johto not able to find a kill and not being able to find purchase in this. I mean, Sentinels get their cake and eat it too, and in the picture-in-picture, Brand just got solo killed.
Okay. Got found, overextended, didn't have wards, didn't have a turret. I mean, he had a ward, sure, in the river brush, but there's so many paths available to actually move on through. Overextended, potentially, for Micah Udal. But you're right. I mean, you saw just what the pressure was there, and this is Sheesh doing a lot of work there. That smite steal on the Drake, really pretty crucial, and actually bringing that Ocean Drake on board, great news.
Exactly. They got everything they could have possibly wanted. Obviously, a death there. Sparkles getting lit up by Rest and Beg. Forces out the ultimates coming out from those two. So Johto is Cuter still down in terms of resources. Ultimate economy is starting to hurt for Johto is Cuter with how reactive they have to be with it.
No Pyroclasm just yet for Michael Udal, but it's just ticking onto that cooldown. Everybody else with those ults available. Rest no arrow, but that's a pretty short cooldown in itself. And now you don't have the ults from the Galio and the Xin Zhao, like you were mentioning. Still, a lot of AoE threat, a lot of damage to be felt there. As they force Tsuzuki to try and take some waves down on the bot side. Maybe they make a play for Baron here and now.
Exactly. And we see that all of the members of Johto is Cuter are kind of just grouping up. This is an important win here. Not only obviously keeping them alive in the upper bracket, and with the Baron spawning, Johto is Cuter need to find something. Isturboa, kind of an old-timey member of here, just barely misses out onto Johto. Talking to them in the third circuit, they were so pleased to have someone as mechanically intense as Johto, but Sparkle, a relatively new addition, because trying to find junglers that match for them is so difficult. Speaking of which, Sparkle...
Oh, no. He goes in, he has to drop the ultimate yet again, and Osiris now caught in the headlights. The deer falls and the hunt is on. Sentinels keep racking up these kills. They turn their attention to this Baron, and what pressure do you have to try and challenge this? The Kennen late to the party, and Baron's already at half HP. Maybe they try and engage a fight here. Maybe Johto tries to get a pop, but with Baron going down, it's too little too late. There's the arrow, there's the stun, there's the poly, and there's the dinner to be found. They try and get the slows, but it's all just tumbling down as Sentinels roll down the mid lane.
That's it. I mean, that's literally just Sentinels stomping their way through the mid lane, like you said. It is a sad day if you're a Kennen player and you flash backwards, you don't utilize the ultimate. That is the worst case scenario for you. And now, with a short-range composition without Senna here, it's difficult to answer onto the mid lane. They're going to have to use this Osiris taunt, but you just see how much damage Rest is putting out on this Ashe. They're crashing on multiple waves. Johto is Cuter. They need to find something. Do something, guys.
They're trying to get it. The ultimate comes out from Johto, but it's not going to slow them down. Maybe finding something, but the polymorphs, the CC is unimaginable to deal with right now. Sentinels stopping every single plan that Johto is Cuter are trying to come up with.
Oh, man. I was just looking at this. I was like, okay, important item breakpoints. Johto has those two items. We have the replay coming up of this last fight. I mean, this is just a perfect Baron setup for them. And in the picture-in-picture, there's a dragon being started. And you see right here, I mean, this is just why Senna is so dangerous to play into Ashe. You get caught out. Dragon being started here. Ultimate's coming in.
Coming on through, Osiris lands straight on down. A good start to the pop there. Able to take out the Lulu. A lot of pressure, a lot of CC dealt with, but the damage is just too great. They've invested so much to take down the support, and the rest of their team is coming down. Tsuzuki going low, trying to run away. Lightning Rush almost off cooldown, but Sheesh is in the bush and will dash on through the hook shot. The sweep of the leg, and that is going to be the ground taken out from underneath them. The Nexus laid bare.
Johto, can he do it? Does have the ultimate coming up soon, but with Baron here and with how fed Sentinels are, that's just it, John.
That's the end. That is all that they wrote. That is going to be Sentinels with a swift 2-0. Bloody and brutal. Their victory reigns supreme. The call at the start of the game, Sentinels, the household name, will stand strong and move further in this upper bracket.
That was just a fantastic set of games played by them. Something I want to see them replicate. A one-time wonder is nice, but if you can make it work multiple times, then you've caught my attention. And this time, a little bit better from Sentinels. We said it was slower, but there's almost no chance anywhere that we saw Jyoti really have, get a foothold in terms of the gold back.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite as sort of super pop-off as that first game. They distributed a lot of that pressure, but I didn't even notice that MTS had 6-0-3. I'll be honest. That kind of crept up on me. The Crocs certainly doing a lot of work lying in wait.
I mean, they just had perfect. I think this is just a perfect set of drafts here from Sentinels. Like, Renekton has a good matchup into the Aurelia. It's not as bad as it used to be, but, it's still not your most favorite. And Michael Udall on this Brand, I think, was definitely a role filler. When we're looking at this, you saw there on the damage, kind of tied between Rest and Michael Udall, but Brand, you were talking about, hey, this is a new champion, a little bit of a different control mage. And we saw time and time again during team fights, it's like, well, I really want to group with my Kennen and my Aurelia, and I have like this cool Galio that can come in overhead. Oh God, there's a Brand ult, run!
Yeah, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to group up and go because of that Brand. There's so much pressure. So great presence being felt all around, able to get the picks when they needed them. Again, there was a control over the whole of the map, I feel, and Sentinels deserved the win. I'll be honest, they played better wildrift on the day, and as you say, outdrafted in pretty much every way. I don't see any faults for how they strategized around this specific matchup.
They did a fantastic job. That's all I got to say. I mean, moving on, right? They're in one of our upper semifinals, of which we will see both of them later on today. But waiting across the brackets, I mean, I'm taking a little bit of a quick peek at the master sheet, taking a look at what our second bracket looks like. I'm waiting for us to get Charmer in here sooner rather than later, but I mean, that was a good game. And because they're on this top side of the bracket, they're potentially going up against Immortals. The winner of Immortals versus Rock Solid is their next matchup, and historically that has been an Immortals sided matchup. So I'm excited to see what happens there.
Okay, well, a little bit of history between these two teams as Sentinels potentially taking on Immortals. We'll have to wait and see for the result of their first game. But we're going to head to a short break. We're going to come back with match number 2, another of these games of Wild Rift coming through. It's going to be the first of the upper bracket semi-finals. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I am once again your host, Charmer, and while we just saw a fantastic win from Sentinels, we are still waiting for round 1 to kind of catch up to our Sentinels victors. And so we're waiting on some teams to submit their matches, finish things up, and as soon as we have a semifinals match ready to go for you, we're going to be coming back, obviously covering that. I'm looking forward to seeing what the matches are. We know that some teams are up a game right now. Immortals is up a game over Rock Solid, for example. Cloud9 looking pretty close to a victory as well. But until we have that information, we're going to be going to another break here. But again, don't go anywhere. Just because we're going on a second break doesn't mean that there's not going to be amazing Wild Rift when we come back. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I am still your host, Charmer, once again joined by John Allen and AlkBattery, and we have a semifinals match that we are getting ready to show you. It's going to be Grilled Cheese taking on Cloud9, and this is a very important match for both of them because if you win, you are going to be qualified for that North American Regional Championship. So with that in mind, John, I want to start with you. What stands out to you? Excuse me. My apologies. We'll get to you in a minute. Let's take a look at the bracket. I almost forgot that we need to show off the bracket. I was so excited to talk about the games. I'm dying to talk about the games, but let's talk about the bracket first. So, round one, we saw Immortals, Sentinels, Cloud9, and Grilled Cheese. Those are those household names that I had mentioned. Get their first round victories. They are staying in the upper bracket, but as I said before, this is a double elimination tournament. So the lower bracket will still have the other teams. They are not out of it yet. So teams like Joe2 is Cuter or Chunk Chortle, Rock Solid or Yawn, they can make that run, still get themselves qualified for the North American Regional Championship as well. So a lot to play for. But as I said, we're about to be watching the Cloud9 versus Grilled Cheese, and I'm just really excited to talk about the game. So now, finally, John, tell me about what we should expect between these two teams.
It feels like potentially Cloud9 have found their footing in that first game that they had. It was and forgive me, Alk, because I'm gonna bring up a point that maybe you want to talk about here. But it's
go for it.
You know, at the start, it felt like Chunk Chortle might have been the upset team for Cloud9. It might have been the only game that might have gone the way of someone who maybe wasn't super favored, but Cloud9, they went 2-0 and actually pretty swiftly as well, all things considered. They're sort of matching the pace of the game that we just saw for Sentinels. So great stuff for them to be able to find that. But the question is, have they found that identity to keep them through and keep on going in this upper bracket?
Especially for Cloud9, this is an important win. We were talking about it before the show, but Cloud9 have not really found an identity about all three of the majors that they've been playing through. The first one is a little bit more for Tarzan, and then we went into the second tournament, and it was, are we trying to play around Jackie? But we have a brand new support in every single one of these majors appearances, and I think it's really harming them. Like we were saying, I mean, Zello specifically as a Baron laner, I was talking about the strength of the Baron laners. I was really looking at this guy to be one of the front runners in that case, but has been, looking for a comeback story similar to the rest of his team. When you're going into that last regionals, you need to find something that works. You need to find something and kind of stick to it, hone it down. Like you were saying, Charver, just do something, find an identity, and, get it to a good spot.
Yeah, before we went live, we were talking a bit amongst the three of us, and I was saying that Cloud9 to me has a lot of raw talent. They are performing well in these events, despite the fact that they've had a lot of roster changes. People are switching spots. Some people are no longer with the team, and yet they still are finding success. But as we get ready to potentially qualify for this North American Regional Championship, you've got to find an identity. You got to know who you are, because some of those teams that have already qualified, the likes of like Tribe or NME, they perform like a well-oiled machine. They know who they are. They know what their game plan is. And so for me, if Cloud9 can just figure out what their edge is and then sharpen it, then I think they've got a lot of potential. And so I think Zello is potentially somebody that you can play to, and or Tarzan. I think those are kind of the favorites right now. But again, John, I want to hit you. Is there somebody on the other side, Grilled Cheese, that you think is going to be their standout or what they can build around? Because this is another team that's also doing very well throughout the series, and though they don't have the status of a team like Cloud9, they're still playing very well.
I mean, the probably the standout player is going to be Hexy. I mean, they sort of seem to center themselves around that sort of play style, but again, a little bit off meta, playing some champions that maybe not a lot of other people are prioritizing right now. And I mean, you can see it there at the bottom. Darius, he's very strong in terms of that bruiser position, but then again, things can change. I believe Alk mentioned that he plays a little bit of Singed before, if I'm not mistaken. So it is really a bit of a difference that could come through from this Baron lane. And you mentioned just before that Cloud9 need to find their edge and sharpen it. At the moment, they are just this big old club that's smacking people in the face repeatedly to try and make their way through to these NA regionals. Are you going to be able to do that to a Singed? He's got a shield. He can just hold it up. He's just going to be like, damn, you know, bang the club all you want. You're just going to make the noise louder. It's pretty difficult, and Cloud9 might struggle here to try and move on through. But then again, they are playing a little bit of brand, so maybe they'll be able to burn that one down. We'll see if those changes are going to play well for them.
I also like results-based analysis. Brand is 100% win rate here. You know, won in the C9 draft. We're seeing Meals, who has been an innovator in the mid lane, plays a little bit of Aurelion Sol, has also played the Lucian. Guy does it all. You even look back at the first major, they're playing Lulu mid. Like, not a lot of other teams are trying to do that when we're talking about playing for other players. I love this from Meals, just trying to literally play almost anything in the mid lane. And now with a new champion in there, this is basically kind of just... This is expected here for Cloud9, and if there's ever a time to kind of pick up a style, guys, Charmer already called it. We've talked about it now to death, I think. Do something, just find something and stick to it.
All right, well, we are just moments away from the draft kicking off, so this is where I say, you know, put your analysis to the test. John, who do you think is going to be the victor between Cloud9 and Grilled Cheese?
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to root for them. It's going to be Cloud9 coming through. I know you when I said that, you might have thought Grilled Cheese, but no, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Cloud9. I know, crazy stuff. But I feel like, you know, I hope that they found their footing, and I hope that they've been able to figure out who they want to be this draft.
All right, Alk, real quick.
Ooh.
That's
Cloud9,
not quick.
just send it home. It's Cloud9.
All right, fair enough. Well, the draft is ready, so we're going to go see whether your predictions are correct. Gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the games. I know I'm looking forward to them. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Charmer, for guiding us through that pre-match section between Cloud9 and Grilled Cheese. One team will advance, and with that will guarantee themselves a spot in the NA Regionals. A very, very lofty prize to be certain. Only one win away for both of these squads as the bands start to come in.
It's either that or, I mean, it's easier, obviously, to go through the upper bracket, but there's always that lower bracket run. We could always see an amazing story, a comeback story for one of these teams. We'll have to wait and see, as obviously there are already some teams playing in the lower bracket, like you saw in the earlier graphic. But now we're into this one, John Allen. I gotta say, looking at the past couple drafts for Cloud9 in their matchup earlier today, I mean, they're playing about the same stuff that we've seen. I think eyes are on this bot lane duo for Griff and Jackie. Jackie, obviously the old marksman, the old dragon laner for this team, now stepping into that support role. Obviously has a deep understanding of, hey, I know what my lane partner wants, so I can now apply that knowledge for me. I could be like, okay, I want my support to do this. I would want my support to do this. So guess what? I'm just going to do it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it seems to work. A support can obviously be a little bit more macro-focused as well than potentially a dragon laner can be. It feels like, you know, obviously in that last game, we saw Beg moving up from that dragon lane to sort of put pressure in the mid, keep control of those scuttles, doing a lot of work. The band's coming through. Lulu getting taken away. Nami, Olaf as well. Is this last match? What's going on here? Hang on a minute.
Oh no, they saw, they must have been watching into the background. They had on a second monitor. They're like, okay, I'm just going to be able to play it out, and we're going to try and save this one for ourselves. Renekton hits the ban tape. They're just picking all the strong champions from our last series here, John. I'm very scared. Does this mean we're going to see, Lulu's already been banned. We're going to see Xin Zhao.
There's the Senna. There's the Senna getting taken away. So no more Senna in this first match. Yeah, last ban potentially looking at, okay, that's probably not someone I would have thought would have been prior banned there. But look at that. Look, that looks like Grilled Cheese targeting jungle and Baron lane here with those bans, right?
Man, I'm getting a little worried here for Cloud9, just because Zilla and Tekshi, we hyped it up a little bit, but these are two players that are most likely going to be playing some of those tanky bruisers. We saw Gragas be a very large priority for the both of them, but Tekshi has so many interesting counter picks. We're talking about that Singed earlier on. Should be an interesting matchup, but Tekshi's always been one to play very much on the edge of danger, especially in that Baron lane. So interested to see what Grilled Cheese pulls out for us.
Well, they pulled out the Rakan and the Wukong, and they've just locked in the Corki and the Ezreal there as well. Rakan, you you espoused his benefits in that first matchup during those drafts, perma-banned in our last match. But now we're going to see those grand entrances, the charms. It's going to be all suave and sophisticated.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, here from Cloud9, they pick up the brand and the Lux immediately. A lot of magic damage on their team. But the thing with when we're looking at Rakan is Rakan just has so much good engage. It can be a little bit of a lane bully when it comes to the grand entrance, especially on low mobility targets like Lux and Varus. This is fantastic. But now with Ezreal, we have to expect Stove is just going to walk to mid lane with Steezy and look for something to happen. We haven't get to talk about it a little bit, but this is a little bit of a different roster here for Grilled Cheese, where they had Kenshin before and they had Pirate. Now they're rocking with new players in CSJ as well as Nimble. So I want to see, coming into the major, they've already found success with this new roster, but can that continue for them? Can they continue to pull off this new look for themselves?
I mean, it seems like they have a composition that they're going to try and go with here, trying to get into this game pretty aggressive there with the engages. You've got the Wukong, you've got the Darius who's going to try and run at your face. You've got that Rakan. Game number 1 kicking off here. Cloud9 taking on Grilled Cheese to try and jump on down. Wards being placed to potentially a little bit of an early invade. No, they just back off. They just want the ward on that blue buff. And they'll just back off just a little bit. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series could decide a lot of the momentum here. Brand obviously being picked up in the mid lane for Meals. And they seem to be trying to prioritize having that on board. They played it in their first best of 3 of the day. So having it on board again after their win may be a good sign. But a lot of magic damage on board, as you say. So maybe itemization could prove to be tricky.
Merc Treads is going to feel real nice this game. That just means that Lee Sin needs to have a pop-off performance. I assume from Griff, this is going to be that Oak Barris we've been seeing throughout. I mean, basically the only build here available for Griff. It just means that on one item, I'm looking at Cloud9, 1 to 2 items, is their power spike. They look so good on it. Well, we're looking at Grilled Cheese. They tend to scale a little bit more. Corki, you're looking at Corki as well as the Ezreal, so really important for them. Tekshi, what is happening top lane, guys?
Zelo's just 1v2ing, apparently. Tekshi doesn't get the heal off from the blade there. CSJ not quite able to get the kill. Zelo looking good on this Gragas. Okay,
we're diving.
On a turret. A 4-man dive in the bot side, and there's a rooted up Ezreal. Nowhere to go, but they trade it off. And the flash comes through to try and keep the Rakan alive. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough. Trying to keep things even, but they are going to lose across the entire trade.
John, what's happening?
Chaos.
We're seeing dives on multiple members here. The Baron lane's getting attacked, but doesn't end up going down. And despite the gold there, we see it right now. It is in favor of Cloud9. I'm on the side of Grilled Cheese. I'm not mad about this. I get to have an invade onto our top side. I get to take some camps potentially and just walk out. I don't know if Zelo has the damage for this. Great. Ooh.
I mean, you've got Meals and Tarzane both wandering up. There's no way you're getting out of that. You've already used your clone there. Let's take a look at that again. I mean, it felt like it was an overzealous invade coming through there from the monkey to try and steal away that blue buff. But the replay over on the bot side as the 4-player dive comes in.
So we need to see how well they play this. So first they land the root, and I like this from Tarzane. Doesn't immediately connect the Sonic Wave. I think Stove plays this about as well as they can. And Meal's going down there. I mean, I guess we're just not turret juggling on the aggro from Cloud9, which is about to be expected, but a huge trade on the Meals. That's all of their mana, just coming off of a reset as well. So getting to crush another wave, protect for a reset, and Zelo the entire time! Again, another solo kill. What?
I mean, Gragas too good right now, I guess. It
guess.
seems to be just dominant in the top lane. A 700 gold lead, another dive in the bot side. In comes the final spark as well. Goes low, Stove. Just able to sneak away. Nimble has to flash. There's the root. Looks for more. The arrows are good, but there's the shield. Rakan picking them up. And in comes the reinforcements now. Steezy moving through with the Valkyrie forwards. Looking to try and shut them down. Finds one. And there's one on the backside as well as Tekshi gets another with the guillotine. as they try and keep things going. Tarzane going low. CSJ not got the cooldowns just yet. Nimbus Strike will not be available. But that is one hell of a turnaround coming through from Grilled Cheese. Excellent play from Stove.
Another positive play for Cloud9, not only in getting more kills, but also forcing Tekshi to come off of the reset and immediately move bot. It allows for Zello to continue having a small experience lead. But damn, I mean, that's a Pyrrhic victory if I've ever seen one. Grilled Cheese are fighting back, and Cloud9, I think, are overextending a lot to make these plays happen. Look at the poke! Nimble's just gone immediately.
You land one bit of CC and this bot lane just bursts you down. Like, it's insane. And that's pretty much a free Drake.
Yeah. This is reminding me a lot of my early solo queue days playing Wild Rift a couple months ago, where me and Smacks would just like only play Lux with like some kind of like I would play Jinx because of the resets or something, and it would just be literally just a difference of Lux. Sam is used to being the difference maker in our lane just because of how good he is as a player, but I mean, that's just nuts. And also, there's a close almost steal there, Ezreal. I trusted Cloud9 to smite that away correctly, but you never know sometimes with these Ezreal ults.
Yeah, so it's always a little bit of a coin flip sometimes. If you have vision on it, it's sometimes doable, but actually Jackie getting caught out potentially. Stove dashes in behind.
No.
There's the grand entrance. Griff needs to pick some damage up on the backside. Looks for one, finds
it,
but they're trying to trade. Meals again, another 1-for-1. Tarzane going low and rooted up, tries to keep them alive. Steezy going down, and now Griff just chunking through the health bars, able to pick up everything that they're looking for. And the catch onto Jackie turning out good for Grilled Cheese.
A massive win here for Grilled Cheese. They get the Rift Herald and they're getting alone time for Ezreal, which means another plate while the rest of the team is not able to farm. This is a good start here. And I think Cloud9 getting a little too hyphy with some of these plays. This is some, when we're talking about discipline, it is always in how much time have you put into the role. And while they did find the pick off from Jackie, that's one of those moments where maybe as an inexperienced support, you're saying, okay, guys, look, I found a pick. Why are we able to turn this into something? It's, okay, look at what's happening right now on the side of the map. You gave the Rift Herald over to Grilled Cheese, and now multiple kills back on the Tekshi, who is now 4-2 after getting soloed out twice. That is huge for them.
A massive turnaround on potentially one of their greatest gold deficits. Now actually in a gold advantage. Coming up on 5k now for this Darius. Black Cleaver completed, a knock-up found. Over onto Zello, needs to try and get the body slam over the wall. Actually flashes away, doesn't even want to try it. The Rift Herald gets summoned in the mid. A nice kick onto Tekshi, but dodges the binding there. Gets rooted up finally, and there's the final spark. That's going to be enough. You can have fancy feet all you like, but with that much CC, it's going to be hard to deal with. In the meantime, though, over in the mid side, Meals forced to flash away, and they'll get the charge of the Rift Herald on towards that tier 2 in the mid. A great pickup there and push Grilled Cheese, but the bot side under pressure.
I was going to say, if they find the kill onto Meals, this is a much more significant play than I think it looks for the side of Grilled Cheese, being able to get multiple turrets. And Jackie playing incredibly far up on this Lux, taking a ton of champion damage on the backswing. If they were able to get that second turret or get more significant damage, I would have loved that play. But the entire time, Cloud9, they get an answer out onto the Dragon lane. Zello is hitting away at that turret, and that is the next one to fall potentially for Cloud9. And an important game here as game 1 of this series. The winner of this, I've been told by production and also from looking at the bracket, that they lock you for a championship invite. It is top 4, so different from our second major where it was 2 that makes it in, and then the next 4 seeds end up going to this major automatically. So need to find a win here, and they need to make it look dominant like we've been saying.
Potential collapse over on this Drake side here. Stove moving forwards. Jackie, are you too far in? No, not quite going to get caught out. Tarzane looking for the flank as well, but maybe too far forwards to boot, and you can see that they're just spiking out. Hedgehogging all over the place. Meals potentially with the catch there onto Stove. The Sonic Wave is going to find it. The Cyclone to stop the re-engage, but the Body Slam is good. The Ezreal ult does not connect there. The Charm onto 2, but he is going to get Explosive Cast back into the rest of the team. Cloud9 starting to sweep across this mid lane. Nimble low pops the Honey Fruit. Drake spawning in 10 is good news for Cloud9.
And it is so important to have Steezy in all of these fights here. As we see, only an Ezreal and a Wukong, the damage is minimal.
Oh, dear.
Tarzane finds the solo kill under the turret, safeguards in, gets the ultimate, kicks them, gets the dragon as well. An amazing start, as I think Zello should be able to get out, but it is Darius.
It depends if he uses body slam earlier. There's the apprehend as well to seal the deal. Goodness me, Tekshi turns the tables over on the top side.
Can they make a re-engage here?
Over near the dragon as well. Chains coming on through the binding. The CC is good for now. Cloud9 able to sneak away. They were able to pick up that Drake, and now they get away without taking a death.
Oh, it's non-stop fighting here. Meals just barely is not able to pick up Tekshi. We have a replay coming up of the last couple fights. It's so important. Like I've been saying, you need Corki here. When you have only the Ezreal and the Corki, you're just looking to be a poke composition. You need to land damage, make sure that it sticks. And we get to see there that they just go way too aggressive. And the entire time, I mean, Griff is trading damage onto Steezy. We saw that solo kill under the turret. Important for Cloud9 to keep the ball rolling. And, you know, keep Grilled Cheese really uncomfortable in this game, because now they're always worried, okay, when's the next bit of poke going to come out? When is Jackie going to land the next binding? Who's next on our team that's going to end up going down? We need to have our summoners available.
Brand right now has almost a 2k gold lead over Corki. That is an insane amount of damage to be able to pump out. That's 2 items on the Brand. You've got the Leandries, you've got the Ludens. That is such a hefty composition there. Tekshi tries to turn the tables onto Tarzane, but Meals is waiting in the wings. Goes golden as well. The Brand yet to pop off. Tarzane does go down, but the knockback's coming through. The charm is good, and Stove sails away. Griff isn't done just yet. Moves forwards with the flash, gets the root on down, and looks for more under the turret. The barrel goes boom, and Zello gets the last kill of the fight. A 2-for-1 trade.
Look at Cloud9, and I think, you know, it's really nice to see that Jackie is kind of already slotting into the support role. We're seeing Griff make a ton of damage off of this Varus, but all of this being set up after this replay by Zello. You see how long it takes him to try and kill Tarzane, just trying to be as elusive as possible, and Meals is untouched literally after Zonia's. He's just like, whatever, I'm out. Forces Tekshi away, and you see here, this is just them finishing off the table scraps of Grilled Cheese.
I mean, how on earth did Meals have like 4 players on top of him and not take any damage? And he just walks away. And not take any damage in that fight. Honestly, that's mind-blowing to me. I guess they were focused on Tarzane, right? Like, you see the Lee Sin. He's a tasty little morsel, you're going to pick him up. But then in the meantime, Meals is just dropping a Pyroclasm, and all of a sudden your health bars are halved.
So now for Grilled Cheese, the answer here is we need to just start to group. Because right now, the team fights are getting more and more dire. They need to find something that's going to work for them. And grouping around Tekshi, I think, is important. CSJ, I don't know about this one.
Moving on through first. Pickup found. The charm not quite going to allow them to get out of there as well. They weren't able to find the AoE that they were in that last fight. But Meals is now up close and personal. CSJ trying it on. Flash forwards. There comes the Hextech belt as well. Moves forwards. Meals has to flash back, but there's so much damage being pumped out. Tarzane to cut across the line. Steezy looks for more and actually able to do the dirty over there onto Meals. Will be able to eat that one up. Pick themselves up a kill, potentially turn their attention to Baron, but the health bars are just too low.
Getting rid of this bot lane is so important, like we just saw. I mean, as soon as they're gone, a lot of the damage from Cloud9 kind of just disappears. The longer that fights go on, Grilled Cheese are more than happy to take them. And they get multiple kills, they get back a little bit of that gold. We're under 3,000. When we get to this post-game screen, John, it is literally just going to be up, down, up, down. It's going to be all over the place. And now we have a dragon spawning, so expect to see another team fight. Important to note, Tekshi, no flash. So this Darius is going to need to position incredibly well if they want to find a win here.
The massive advantage in my mind right now is Cloud9 have 2 Drakes, and at the moment they have Prio on this next one as well. They can sideswipe into the lane. If Lux gets a binding here, if Jackie's able to find it, that might be it. Gets rooted, gets damaged, has to get away, has to try and get out. Stove to try and save the day. The Valkyrie just put it in half, but goes in too deep and will go down for the price of his sin. Steezy goes low, back to the rest of the fight in the mid lane, and everything's collapsing. Tekshi died in the midst of it all, and that's great for Cloud9. The advantage continues to open.
You called it. As soon as the Lux Blinding lands, it's a kill and is a pick there for Cloud9. They're going to get the Dragon, 3 to their name, look to make a dive under this turret. Stove should be able to get out without slippery Recon can be, but more turrets, more gold here for Cloud9, and you have to expect, after fixing their waves and redeploying back out on the map, it's going to be Baron time for them.
They have 2 waves or so on that top side, and maybe looking to crash a little bit sooner. There's a lot of damage being felt by that Baron lane turret. Actually, maybe potentially going down, but the AoE clear from Brand should be able to tidy that one, sweep it under the rug.
God.
And that is a lot of gold getting pumped into the Brand.
It's a nice bit of injection, already finishing off 3 items, now has the Morellos for themselves, and we need to see this kind of item wake up here for Grilled Cheese, right? They already have their finished Mirror Manas on Corki and Ezreal. I say that, Tekshi getting a fight onto Tarzane, but all of his members will be able to clear this out. They need to have control of the river, control the jungle entrances, otherwise Cloud9 can kind of just muscle them off this objective.
Scuttler is available as well. CJ drops the clone to get away. Zello wants to chase, so does Tarzane. They're moving forwards. Actually, body slams aggressively. Really have too much info there. Actually drops the explosive cast. Corki, in the meantime, pushing this wave in the bot side. Potential to take the turret here if there's a commitment on towards this Baron, but they're just backing off. Oh, a trap rush.
What is this cheese bush?
Oh, no. Oh, that seems to be spotted. Tekshi not kicked to the right direction. Might be able to get back to the team and knock off onto 2. This might be good for the turnaround. The Cyclone's there, but Brand weighs into the fight. There's the bindings, and their health bars just melt for Grilled Cheese. They are on the stovetop right now, and they are feeling hella melty, but turning around, Stove jumps on in, gets some damage, gets some charm, but Wukong goes down. Tekshi low, can't quite find the kill. On towards Tarzane, goes low under turret. Zello staying alive, and 5 from C9 remains strong. It's an ace across the board.
It's all Gouda for Cloud9. Oh, the damage ends up landing, and the fight goes for an extended amount of time there. That was an upwards of 15 seconds of just fighting back and forth for Cloud9, and Grilled Cheese not able to make the cut. This should be their, I mean, it's the Baron going over. It's 10,000 gold in their favor, and on this replay, we get to see exactly what happens here. This is a good start here, and I was a little worried here, but some of the members of Grilled Cheese are just not on the same page. The fact that Tekshi is out of this fight means that they need to take this a little slower. We see right here, Cloud9 just punished them for what looks like some miscommunication from Grilled Cheese.
It seems like that, well, I mean, it is. It's 2 fights in a row that the fight has started with Tekshi getting caught in these situations, right? It's twice now that this has happened, and on the Darius, you cannot be on the back foot. You need to be being aggressive. You need to be taking initiative, and if you're getting picked there, as soon as Lux and Brand turn up in the fight, that's it. That's fight over. If you're not able to disrupt that as the Darius, so I feel like a lot of this kind of lies on Tekshi.
Good luck, Tekshi. I believe in you. This is a good luck Charlie moment. You have so many waves now crashing on your turret. You have Ezreal, who's not the best wave clearer, and you don't have a lot of ranged members to deal with these minions. So this is going to be a slow bleed out here for Grilled Cheese. Cloud9, they're looking to close this one out.
I mean, Tekshi got caught earlier, doesn't have the health bar to move forwards, and they are just falling like flies. Look at the damage. They're diving the Nexus right now. They're hammering down the doors, and it's everything collapsing. For Grilled Cheese, they are just getting sent back to the fountain. No respite to be found. A triple kill to close it out on to the fountain, and Cloud9 snowball their way out of the mid game.
Cloud9 good. They kind of just overwhelmingly forced a lot of those plays, and it makes it really easy when you have something like the Varus and the Lux. A lot of crowd control like we saw. And look, maybe I was wrong for once. The gold lead, very, very clearly in favor of Cloud9. I was expecting some more hills and valleys, but looks like it's just a small gradual slope with a small divot at the 12-minute mark.
I'm not too sure what that divot would have been. I'm not entirely sure. I can't quite recall. But let's take a look at these end game screens. You can see there, Tarzane 7-3, Griff 9-2-11 on this Varus. Incredible, incredible stuff. MVP for meals. The damage that this brand was able to chunk out, getting it a little bit ahead early, able to finish that Ludens, able to finish I've totally forgotten the name of it now.
Leandries?
Leandries, that's the one. So early, was fantastic into those fights, and it was then 3 fights in a row at the end that Tekshi got caught by the Lux binding. And I don't know what else you want me to say about that. I feel like that's unfortunate. maybe a lack of vision, and so I was maybe a little bit over focused onto Tekshi specifically, but they didn't have vision, they didn't have the presence, they didn't quite have the control of the area that they would have liked, and really Tekshi was their only hope.
Tekshi was trying to play for a lot of these fights, but Darius has the same problems that a lot of melee champions do, which is how do you overcome the mobility hurdle, right? Your melee champion, he does have a hook that he can try to use in the apprehend, but it's rather short ranged. And when you look at the rest of Cloud9's composition, you have lots of ways to basically play keep away. Oh, Darius is getting too close to us. Well, body slam explosive cask, like we saw from Zello. You have the kick from Lee Sin, and Lux plus Varus, so much crowd control from them that making a pick is incredibly easy, especially if it's onto someone like Darius, who once you get picked, kind of just standing there T-posing, and it's kind of feels bad.
Oh, you better not come near me, or I'll get you.
Yeah,
I'll get you. It's sort of threatening stares coming through. Maybe someone has to blink first. But it's just so hard as this Darius. You almost kind of need a QSS. I'll be honest. Like, he has the proto belt there to try and get those side swipes, but they didn't have, crucially, vision control, because that's where Darius is going to have a little bit of strength, right? You can come out of the brush swinging, and if the Lux binding is on cooldown, I mean, it's a pretty short cooldown, but you can find those windows. You get onto the Varus, great. You get onto the Brand, fantastic. But even then, it's so hard to deal with. You've got kick, you've got cask, you've got every tool in your belt. It feels like the Darius may be a little bit of a flawed pick in this Baron side.
It's also just a low damage composition coming out from Grilled Cheese. They have Corki, who's going to be a large portion of that. But when you look at Ezreal, you're just looking to try and pump out as many skill shots as possible, where Cloud9 kind of do that a little bit better. When you look at Varus and this Brand, they're just throwing skill shots, and more than likely, those are more impactful, more important ones than your Ezreal, who's just, here's a Mystic shot, here's another one. That's about it. That's all I got, folks. Thank you, everybody. I'll be here next week.
I'm going to Arcane shift away. I'll see you guys later.
Oh, my Nexus is gone. Well, unlucky.
Not again. Oh, well. But yeah, Cloud9 able to pick up that first game of the best of 3 series. That's fantastic news because, of course, as we said before,
winning is
the winner
good.
of this game, winning is good in general, but the winner of this game specifically guarantees a spot in the NA regionals as well, along with Tribe and NME, to be able to move forward to that as a guaranteed spot. That's going to be a weight off your shoulders to try and come out swinging into potentially the upper bracket finals, which are just around the corner for whoever is able to win these semi-finals here. Of course, we've got this semi-final, and we've got the second semi-final as well, still to come. So there's still plenty of games left to play, but for now, Cloud9 might be left with only one to be able to see themselves for another 2-0 in this upper bracket.
Now, statistically speaking, across the majors, I can only think of one game, one series, where the lower seeded team took a series win versus the higher seeded team. So the majors have proven that if you're a higher seed, you're more than likely just better. And I think this is, if not the first major that we've had where all of our quarterfinals in the upper bracket are just 2-0s. I know we've at least had one series go to full 3 games. That is a very weird stat and very, very just like narrow in its application. But I think when you take away the 2 top teams in Tribe and NME, we get to see, I think, a little bit of a closer major. That's what I was expecting, and I'm still hoping for here, especially in these semifinals. Grilled Cheese, they looked good in the last major. This was a team that they do have some new players. Kenshin is in the substitute position this time around, but I want to see what Grilled Cheese can really show when they're firing on all cylinders, because against Cloud9, we talked about it a lot in the pregame and going into the draft. They haven't really found an identity. They're still swapping out players in 2 new positions now in the bottom lane. I think there's ever a time to try to take them down, you can kind of handicap them now here in the semifinals.
I mean, we spoke a lot about identity, right? And in that last game, I don't want to say it's cheese, but it felt like a little bit of a gimmick that they had found, which was get light binding onto Darius with Lux.
Just
like,
get kills.
Get kills, win game, right? Like more kills, bigger number, better person, right? That's what happens at the end of the day. And it felt like that was their thing, right? Get the light binding onto Darius, win the game. And that is a very, very specific situation to try and play in towards. So is that their identity game? I don't think so. Maybe it's their focus on their dragon lane in general, right? You've got that Lux Varus pick combo. Maybe they got a lot of other combos and their combo play in that dragon lane. That might be the identity they're looking for, but at the moment, they still have to prove that that's the metal they've got when they come up against stronger and stronger teams moving into this bracket.
That's what I was gonna say. Was just like, if your strategy is just to get kills, if that's your identity, you're the team that plays for early game, that plays to try and just overwhelming force the opponent. Let's see it be reflected in the champions, right? The Varus is good for that. The Lux is awesome for that. And Zello, who is on Gragas, literally survived a 2-man gank in under his turret pre 4 minutes and was then able to get 2 kills on the backswing of that. One of them being a solo kill against Tekchi. So Zello, a person who, if you're connected on Twitter, did make, was talking about how they felt they were personally responsible for their team making an early exit in Major 2. It's got to feel pretty good. A little vindictive, maybe. Where you're like, keep ganking me. I'm going to show up. I'm going to make my team look good, and I'm going to go down swinging.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even go down, to be fair. This guy was just swinging, and no one was really coming close. His fists were flailing, but everyone was getting kept at arm's distance by the light bindings.
Getting knocked out instantly.
He was body slamming at them. He was trying to slam them with that big old Gragas belly, but they had just melted before him, and he was like, "Well, hang on a minute. How am I supposed to? What, you guys?"
That's definitely a mental picture I have now.
Someone Gragas body slamming at someone and they just like turn to dust. They get Thanos snapped.
Yeah, just instantly evaporate, like just vaporize in front of you, and it's just like, it just reminds me of someone who's trying to figure out how to cook chicken in like the quickest amount of time, and they came up with like a computer model where if you slapped a chicken at like it was like millions of miles per hour, it would just instantly cook at like the perfect temperature. And you would have chicken cooked. Problem is, kind of just went all over the place because it just vaporizes instantly. But that's the same thing with Gragas. Just hits you with a body slam, boom, you're gone.
He hits you with the body slam, and then he hits the person behind you with the same body slam because you didn't provide any obstacle to this thing. This guy
has chain slam. Let's go.
He has, you know what? He has the speed and aggression of a meteor entering the atmosphere. Right? He's like this little comet just coming at you, full of beer and anger, trying to get you whenever he turns around,
Oh man. Dear. I've got a great news for everybody at home. We can stop talking about Gragas body slamming us into nothingness. We got draft. Saved.
Okay. Fair enough. Are you thinking any draft changes from that last game? Obviously, we saw some prio being banned from grilled trees towards the jungle and the Baron lane. Do you think that's going to change? Now they're on the blue side.
Now that they're on the blue side, I want to see what kind of happens with Varus, because we've seen Varus now multiple times and throughout multiple drafts. No one really seems to have an answer, and it seems more of like a handshake champion than necessarily something that people are willing to kind of fight over. It's like, okay, you're blue side, you're probably just going to get Varus. What are our responses here? And Cloud9, I think, need to have, if they can show that they have a strong response in the red first 2 picks, then I think Cloud9 will be really favored coming into this. These do look like pretty similar bans, if I'm not mistaken. Like Cloud9 did ban the Nami, the Lulu, and the Senna. So I wonder if they're trying to kind of test their mettle and say, are you going to ban these champions? Because if you're not, we'll just pick them.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a different strategy on the red side, but Cloud9, they don't need to change anything that draft. That was, I mean, if assuming that Grilled Cheese are playing the same draft, what do you change there for Cloud9? Not much, because it felt like they had a very, very solid composition to deal with almost anything that was thrown at them. The Baron lane matchup might change, sure, but Gragas is going to be solid no matter what you throw at him. He's going to be okay no matter what. The brand ban, though, that's the first change that we're going to see. So that is no longer available to Meals.
Also, I mean, the Varus
Oh, the
ban
Varus
just picked
ban, yeah,
up
of course,
here
sorry.
by Cloud9. So Lulu makes it on through. I don't think Lulu is a first pickable champion, but Camille certainly is, which is how flexible she is. So if you want, you can go for that. And for Cloud9, now that Gragas is taken away, you can respawn with a Lulu somewhere here. Zello, Tarzan, if you want, pick it up for your team. Make sure that Meals can play it, or Jackie. Wouldn't be surprised, exactly. And they even get the Camille. So I think this is a really strong start here for Cloud9. Grilled Cheese, you set yourselves up for this. What's your answer? What's your response?
What's going to be picked in here? I mean, you've got... I guess, I mean, what do you try and prioritize here? I mean, mid lane position, you've got Orianna available. Maybe looking to try and pick that one up. But the Janna and the Wukong, this is a knock-up composition. Where's Yasuo? That's what I'm looking for the mid lane.
Oh man, I would really love Yasuo, but they need some AP damage. They need magic damage somewhere, so that played steel caps. I don't want to have to hear Smacks cry in Twitch chat and in my ear about how good plated steel caps are on another composition again. Cloud9 picking up Kai'Sa. This feels, it kind of hurts my heart when I see Kai'Sa not on Jackie, because Jackie had so many sick performances on this champion, and now having to pass the baton over is like, it's a little symbolic, I think.
This is a ranged engage comp, right, from Grilled Cheese. They picked up the Ashe and the Twisted Fate. They're looking to try and poke down, find an opening, pick someone up with that crystal arrow, and keep them CC'd forever and ever. That's the sort of idea there. Orianna, last pick in, and you know what? That's a solid control mage. You'll take that against Twisted Fate. But Twisted Fate getting through the draft, I mean, we didn't really talk about it last time. Was available completely. They wasn't banned out, wasn't picked either. So kind of an anomaly maybe to see them not played. This time around, Steezy going to lock that one in for Grilled Cheese.
This is a good... I like this answer. I like Twisted Fate, specifically going up against Camille. I think that they're just a match made in heaven when it comes to this pairing. You have a strong side laner who is also, is able to be a fluid team fighter. But when you have Twisted Fate as well, it makes a side lane so difficult. Like, if you're ever by yourself in the Baron or the Dragon lane and Camille's there, you have to expect Twisted Fate is also going to be there. So now, alongside Tekshi, who can kind of withstand that with the Gragas, I imagine here for Grilled Cheese, it's going to be very dangerous once we hit level 5, John. You can just immediately leave to a side lane, and Meals has to be proactive with their roams.
Has to be on the ball and trying to get those scuttlers, maintain vision, watch where the junglers are going to be, because you're going to try and stack the... Well, you can forgive the pun or not, but you're going to try and stack the deck with Twisted Fate, right? Bring the jungler in towards that position. You can kind of get a little bit of a tip-off as to maybe where this guy is going to try and go with that ult to see where that jungler is going to be. So jungler tracking, I feel, for Cloud9 is going to be all the more important.
You know who does an excellent job at tracking the jungle, John?
Who's that? Go on, tell me.
It would be Ashe. Otherwise, short for Ashley. Not really, but nimble with this hawk shot. You can gain vision anytime you want. And with how both of these teams tend to play in the early game, getting early vision in the enemy jungle, you basically can play with Fog of War turned off for Grilled Cheese.
I mean, that's great news, right? Zello looks for an early little scuffle with Tekshi, who just says, no thanks, I'm all right. I'm busy. I'm going to lane. See you later.
I'm busy. I have minions to kill. I have minions to vaporize.
Absolutely.
Even started the body slam for us.
That's exactly it. It must be specifically for us and for no other reason. I feel like that's what you love to see. A little bit of a slow onto Meals. Nice early poke there. Actually able to slice on through with a couple of cards as well. This, of course, it has to be noted, Cloud9's potential last game before they are guaranteed qualified to that NA regional stage. Of course, they need to win one more map here against Grilled Cheese. Things have only just kicked off here, but they've already got 200 gold lead.
It's gotta feel nice. Most of it is just going to be in the laning phase, and we're seeing it now. Jackie not able to get here first. Kill onto Tarzan potentially.
Flash burnt there for Tarzan as well. Meals low, needs to get to the fruit, and there's first blood.
Gold card?
To Fate. Another one as well. A flash forward, and Jackie comes in to try and save the day. Will be able to turn around for one. Looks for more with the polymorph. Tries to keep the damage going, but Stove gets the shield. Steezy not in range, but there's the flash, there's the slow, and there's the damage from Jackie. He's 1v2. He's 1v3, but no. Steezy turns it around. Minions might seal the deal. One more would do it, but Steezy stays alive. In comes Zello, but he's too late. And there's the flash. There's the stun with the gold card, and the turret seals the deal yet again. Steezy keeps on steaming on.
Oh no, it's so heartbreaking. They try to make multi-man plays, but not only missing out on gold in the solo lanes now, but there's a small bit of miscommunications. I might have to hold that as we have another fight here for Scuttle. Ultimate already, Destiny available. That's Griff going down.
It's all action all day. Griff going low, gets barriered up and falls back into the rest of the team. Steezy sends the cards out. The rocket's not going to connect with Nimble. They might just have gotten away with that one. Skin of the teeth for both teams, actually, almost losing their carries.
Oh my god. Pot of Greed. I play Pot of Greed and I draw 3 cards. That's not what that does. Pick a card. Any card, says Grilled Cheese. So much greed coming out as now Tarzane found out again. Tech Sheet misses out on the explosive cask.
Okay, Tarzane getting caught.
Cyclone.
Potentially Cyclone gets the knock-up on towards the Graves. The second charge as well. Steezy's in the wings, but turns around, says, you know what? Cool guys don't look at explosions as Tarzane blows up.
All right, well, Cloud9 have successfully, they've successfully coin flipped this game into a potential Grilled Cheese Game 2 victory. That was an early amount of fighting, and we get a replay of all of that action, hopefully. Grilled Cheese will not look for a fight in the meantime in the picture-in-picture, but as we get into this replay, we get to see exactly what happened, and mostly it's just off of this. As soon as this happens, you say, okay, Cloud9, we back off. You get the kill onto Meals, but Tarzane walks back up, and that is the huge thing. Now, Jackie tries to save this, and from here, you're thinking, okay, this is good. We stop here. But then Steezy, with very little mana, draws the red card. The red card salute means that Stove flashes in, tries to find something, and Steezy... the minions.
It wasn't even that. He hit the minion with the red card.
Yes.
He hit the minion instead of hitting Jackie. I feel like if that had procced, that was it. That was the kill, but instead they lost a life. Great turnaround to be able to pick up the kill, sure, onto the overzealous dive, but you know, a little bit of a misplay there coming through from Steezy on the card. Easily done though, easily done with the auto attack, auto targeting.
After game 1, Grilled Cheese with this Twisted Fate, Steezy said, I have no pathetic cards in my deck. Cloud9, they were making fun of them. They said you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. And look at this now.
Oh dear, has to flash
Steezy's
away
out.
there. Getting pressured over in the bot side, but this is a Herald play coming through from Grilled Cheese. They're able to get some tempo. Maybe put the pressure on. Drake maybe being traded. Pressure on the lanes, not really there. Drake's certainly going to be picked up right now for Cloud9. They pick up the Cloud Drake.
Okay. I was wondering if they're going to try and make some cross-map plays there, because you saw where Steezy was positioning, getting a little bit aggressive with it. I was wondering, are they going to try and like Destiny Gate with multiple members coming in after a fast Rift Herald take? But looks like they're just going to try and dive this top lane. Zello, you better get out, bud. You got flash. You actually just did not have flash, so could just be a death here.
There's very little you can do. That's a brilliant hook shot. That was phenomenal. But either way, they seal the deal on that turret. Maybe traded across the map, though. If there's damage pouring out from Griff, they've got a wave. It looks like this turret is going to fall on the trade and actually stopping the backs, meaning that Cloud9 even things up. If they're able to keep this turret alive as well, this is a good trade for them. Remember, they traded Herald for the Drake, and now they're traded turret for turret. That is the value that you expect from the Herald, right? To get that turret advantage. That's been taken away.
That was a lot of alone time. Remember, they overloaded that side of the map, sending all of those members over, investing ultimates as well. So we'll have to see what they can make of it, especially with now an extra long lane. You see that Cloud9, they need to be able to cover for this. They don't know where Twisted Fate is. As soon as he shows on the map, this is possible. But Tekshi, Aftershock procced, should be good under the turret.
Hextech ultimatum to drop aggro, regain the turret, and
Zello's
another
dead.
shot. That's going to trade 1-for-1. A good result on the dive, but turret under pressure now. Reinforcements coming through.
They're looking
a
for
low
it.
HP there. Cyclone gets the knock up onto Jackie. Wild growth in operation. There's another knock up though coming soon, thick and fast. CSJ charges on in, stays alive for just a moment, but Griff sails on through with the ultimate and gets the retribution they were looking for. However, trades are even. The waves are pushing. And quite frankly, it's still neck and neck between these two teams in this game.
It's good for Grilled Cheese, though. They're finding more kills. They're not going even. They're finding another turret. And I gotta ask, is there potential there for Grilled Cheese to get a little bit more? Maybe they don't get the turret, but if they're able to get multiple members down, if Steezy's able to rotate, that fight took long enough for them to say, do we want to look for something? Destiny Gate was not available, so they ended up cutting their losses, saying, look, get what you can in that fight. If you go down, whatever, I'm getting priority in the dragon lane right now. We see them prepping around mid lane. If there's a dive to happen, Steezy is here. You need to be very careful here. And like you're saying, this game is still close. It's only about 1,000, 1,500 gold, but Grilled Cheese are putting up a fight this time.
I mean, if you look at the specific matchups as well, I mean, it's fairly close. The standout difference between Twisted Fate and Orianna right now, 6.6k on the Twisted Fate and 5.4. That's the benefit of Steezy being in that dragon lane for so long. He's been pretty much free farming in that bot side.
Oh, Steezy,
3 kills on the board. He just Destiny's out, goes in, might be able to pick up a kill. He was running away, but he was also running towards, and Meals will be the target there.
Watch for Griff.
303 as he goes in. Cyclone, double knock up there as well for CSJ.
Healing!
Folds back in, and Zello tries to get the ultimatum down. The monkey gets away with it, and Stove going low, but not going down. There's the cast, not quite able to get it. Flash forwards, and that's the kill for Stove. Finally able to pick that one up, and that is the play that they were looking for. 2 kills on the board. Grilled Cheese move in for the mid turret.
Give Stove secondary MVP for this game. I don't really care. I know it's usually supposed to go to the enemy team that loses, but Stove's ultimate is game-changing there. They never find the kill into CSJ, and the amount of healing that the Monsoon gives means that Cloud9 are not able to finally, turn one of those, turn a lot of that damage into some kills. So they lose their mid turret, they lose some more summoners, they get more kills in the back pocket of Grilled Cheese, and I mean, Cloud9, they not only need to match damage, but they now need to match in terms of cutting down on this healing. We have a dragon spawning now. Ocean Soul, we talked about it before, is great amount of sustain, and they can do it very quickly. They need to secure it.
Twisted Fate already in the forefront of this fight. Not Destiny available, but they are going to take it away.
Okay.
Cloud9 get the soul. They move on in. Zello back
Knockups.
over the wall. They're disengaging right now to save their lives.
Gold
Cloud9
card?
need to get away there. A big pickup, though, and they might look to turn around. The kick is in
Tarzane.
to try and get the knockbacks to try and keep this fight going. And Cloud9 looking to turn around. They've managed to get the pick. They managed to capitalize. Destiny away. Save the life of the Twisted Fate, but maybe moves too far forwards. Lulu fast, but low on mana. Meals low. Doesn't want to step up to Steezy this late in the game. There's the stun. There's the cards, and Meals is low. So is Jackie. You need to be careful. Once more, there's the moving forwards, and Steezy stays alive, sticks it. And the landing is good, but Cloud9 get the Drake. They're looking to try and stick things up and keep the kills going as well.
Oh, we get a replay of that fight. It's so excellent. I want everybody at home to be able to see what exactly happened, because it's a chaotic fight nonetheless. We get to see they're trying to play front to back, and this is exactly where Cloud9 want to be. You see that Zello's in the back line, causing havoc, forcing flashes out from the squishy members. And while the poke damage is good, they're not able to focus one member down thanks to the range advantage that Cloud9 is abusing. So you get to see how close this fight is, and it goes all good. All things lands heads here for Cloud9.
I mean, what a shockwave onto 4 from Meals in that fight as well, pinning everybody around that blue entrance. I mean, that to me was the crucial part of the fight. That's what turned it to be a Cloud9 fight. They pick up the Drake. Tarzane able to get away with that one as well. They fade away. They're disengaging, and all of a sudden, bam! In comes the shockwave.
Boom.
Damage is huge, and that is kind of it, right? You charge in with Zello with everything else. Speaking of charging in, though, might just a bit off more than you could chew there. No vision, no position. Zello not going to give up, though. Hook shot is available, and Steezy has to fall away. Baron
They're just doing Baron!
What a bait! Goodness me, they turn it around a little bit late, and CSJ sails on in. The Baron not dead just yet. Might have bitten off more than they can chew. Comes in with the Guardian Angel. Smites down on the Baron.
Teleports.
CSJ once more. Teleports coming on through as well to try and keep them into the fight. Moving the cards in, but CSJ is dead. The Baron has gone to Cloud9, and that is the pickup that they were looking for. What a play from Zello across the map.
The snap response here from Cloud9, they see that they invest 3 members into the Dragon lane to kill Zello, who plays it perfectly. And guess what? They just lose the Baron. There's no way for them to respond. Zello is able to back in time, teleport into the fight just to make sure of it. That was just a fantastic set of plays there, and Grilled Cheese not able to connect on a kill means they get punished. The gold lead now swings into Cloud9's favor. And if you're the side of Grilled Cheese, you're feeling incredibly desperate at this point.
Oh, speaking of desperate, Tekshi gets caught out yet again. The shockwave keeps the Gragas in place, and that is a rampage for the Orianna. 5, 2, and 3 now. Jackie, 1v2
Jackie's
in this
dead.
mid lane, just gets popped there. No way you can survive that one. Steezy protobelts forwards, and that's it.
Walking up against Ashe is already a little bit difficult as an enchanter, but not knowing where Steezy is, good use of the Destiny Gate to prevent something. Just want to track where all of Cloud9 are. But if you're, again, Grilled Cheese, they were up 4,000 to 5,000 gold early in this game, and now Steezy not able to find a kill. Tarzane looking for something.
Getting
CSJ.
jumped on. He's going to be looking to try and keep those cards going through. Griff flashes over the wall. In the meantime, Janna has gone down. Grilled Cheese just getting decimated. They've been getting picked, and if you have to wonder, their morale looks like it's getting low. These mistakes are coming a little bit too fast for my liking.
Oh no. And Cloud9, they're just going to be able to take everything off the map away from Grilled Cheese. The Baron buff is still being applied. They can take this mid inhibitor. They're pushing on the Dragon lane.
Ooh.
They find a kill onto Tarzane. Thank God.
CSJ goes gold underneath the turret to try and stay alive, but the orb is just too strong. Meals takes it down with a wild growth, and in the bot side, Zelo's chunking the turrets as well. The Baron buff has run down, but 2 inhib turrets fall, and the Drake is alive. Cloud9 turn their attention, and this is the closing moments of this game, of this series, and Cloud9 looking good to secure their place in NA Regionals.
Back-breaking team fights for Grilled Cheese, where they are not able to catalyze Steezy into a real carry for their team. They're going to check it out. They're going to be here to try and, retaliate in some form or fashion. But the fact that TF started off with such a huge monster lead and was not able to turn this into something, not only shows that Grilled Cheese getting a little maybe hyphy for the plays, trying to make a pick here. I mean, they need to do something, but now with all these ultimates gone, be very careful.
Griff on the back line, looking to assassinate. Jet gets the Hookstick ultimatum, but low. Has to QSS out of there. Gets away.
Oh
the
my
speed buff
God.
is good. The chase is on.
He's
the
out.
knockup is there. And Zelo's trying to turn it around as well. Tekshi going low, and Zelo's on the charge as well. Griff getting healed on up, and now wants to re-enter the fight. Moves in. Not going to be able to land the Prey Seekers. Has to back off. The rest of Grilled Cheese getting chilled on down, and there's the hookshot they were looking for. There's the dead Gragas, and the Nexus is laid bare with the final blows dealt. Cloud9 see themselves into the NA Regionals and to the upper bracket final.
I feel like I'm out of place here, John, because Cloud9, they should have lost this game. And now that you see this, I mean, we get to finally bring Charm back for this one. Charm, you gotta walk me through this, man, because we'll get all of these post-game screens, but look at the gold lead. This is heartbreaking if you're Grilled Cheese.
It's got to be hard. It's got to be hard.
Yeah, assuming
indeed.
that you want me to start talking now, I've got to give it to Cloud9 because they were down kind of early. And I felt like Grilled Cheese really brought their A game here in game 2. Obviously, you can see that they started strong, but also they cleaned up their draft quite a bit. I felt like Cloud9 had a massive advantage after the first draft. But then this second game, Grilled Cheese, I felt like had a great team composition to go into this. They, again, had that early lead, and then Cloud9 just got scrappy. And they showcased that they were the better team for this series. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Obviously, they get the victory, so that kind of proves it. But they really just dug their heels in and did not allow Grilled Cheese to push them around. It was very well executed by Cloud9.
No, absolutely.
I will say, I was very impressed with this game. Not only because of the fact that they were able to come back, but even in a deficit, they played the map correctly, which is something that we have seen very little of here in the Summoner series, where a large deficit is accrued, and at that point, the game is just kind of over. Where is this more kind of akin to? I've seen this a lot in the SEA region. We've seen this over in the East a lot, where teams, even though they're behind, they're still willing to get scrappy, still willing to play team fights out correctly. And I think that bears very well for Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to find out what sort of an impact Jackie has had specifically on sort of the way that they're playing. Right? I think that is potentially a pretty crucial position. Obviously, moving from that bot to that duo position to be able to get into that support role. We're taking a look at one of the crucial dragon fights here. Steezy just gets bursted down. Tarzane just absolutely destroying on this Graves. There's the Drake, and it's good news all round. And this is whilst we were looking at the chase down in mid. This is what was going on across the way. So Tarzane really stepping up.
I think right there throughout the series, we've seen, hey, Jackie's positioning is not always like prime support positioning, which obviously comes with time and comes with experience on the role. But we're seeing right there that this support swap is looking good for right now. Whether it'll stick throughout further in the series and in any regionals, we'll have to see. But they look good, and they're looking like one of the better supports here. So now that they've qualified in the NA regionals, I'm excited for them. Congrats to Cloud9, but we still got more of the majors here. We still got more of the third major.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because when we get back, we're going to be taking a short break here in a moment, but when we get back, we're going to be seeing Immortals taking on Sentinels, and Immortals is going to be making their debut on this broadcast, but they are no strangers to the scene. They might be considered the favorite to win this overall major. They have also looked very great as well, and we're going to get to see some great support play from them, with Charm being there. So again, as you said, we got some great games coming. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we get back, you're going to be seeing Immortals take on Sentinels. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I'm still your host, Charmer, once again joined by John, Allen, and AlkBattery, and we just saw Cloud9 get a big win and also qualify for that North American Regional Championship, but we've got another great game up ahead. We're going to see Sentinels taking on Immortals, and we're also going to take a look at the bracket just to kind of see how things are going so far for today's event. So we got a win and you're in situation here with Immortals versus Sentinels. Bit of a story here, which we'll touch on in just a moment. Grilled Cheese falling to Cloud9 means that they fall to the lower bracket. This is a double elimination event. So when we take a look here at the lower bracket, you'll see Grilled Cheese is kind of residing there for now, waiting for the results from Rock Solid and Joe2 is Cuter. Small update, Joe2 has a bit of a lead in that series. And then again, we still see Chunk, Chortle, and Yawn participating as well. So looking at this matchup here in front of us between Sentinels and Immortals, these are two teams that are very familiar with each other, and obviously they want to compete in this North American Regional Championship. So, John, I'm going to start with you. Who do you think has the edge and why?
Well, if you go by history, Immortals have the constant record of winning of this matchup specifically. Immortals in every major so far, they've beaten out the Sentinels, and I don't know how that's going to change. I mean, to be fair, we saw some good stuff earlier today from the Sentinels, but that was against a very, very different team. Right now, Immortals coming in as the top seed into this bracket. They want that spot. They want to get to those NA regionals, and I don't think they're going to let Sentinels stand in their way.
Immortals have looked so good coming out from Major 1 to Major 2. The changes that they made, they obviously, I think, made a massive upgrade in terms of the support pool from getting Charm and moving Yikes into the jungle. And here for Sentinels, they had a good start today. Much different, and I think a revitalized squad where in Major 1 is a 2-1 victory over for Immortals, and it still was like pretty one-sided for the most part. But last Majors, we got that game where it was lower bracket, 40 minutes, MTS on Riven, and there was some hope. I was seriously scared that Sentinels are about to win that game and send us with Immortals out of the bracket very early on. So I'm looking at this and this could be like, the slow anime curve of like, are they making it? Are they doing it? Are Sentinels going to finally get them off their back?
Well, the last time that we highlighted Sentinels, we had talked about Michael Udall there in the mid, but here on the lower part of our screen, we can see that Hoon is the mid laner for Immortals, and that is an impressive KDA, 8.1. Sick. So, John, do you think that Michael Udall is going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with Hoon playing the way that he's been playing?
Well, this is the thing, right? Michael Udall, he isn't the guy that they're trying to get to stand toe-to-toe. He's the guy that's supporting the rest of the team and being that glue that holds their macro play together. The question is, can Hoon, denature that glue? Can he try and drop some white spirit on it, get that rubbed away, and make them fall apart? Really, I mean, if you're playing an equally strong control mage, then you could sort of overpower that position, right? So the question for me isn't really who's going to win the lane; it's who's going to have more of that macro impact. And for me, I think Michael Udall has got that legacy behind him, but Hoon so strong. Don't think that he hasn't got it in him, but if he's put onto that corky, maybe a little struggle.
All right, well, I'm named Charmer, so I got to talk about Charm. Charm has been lighting it up in that support lane. He's also been paired very, very well with Gume. I think that the two of them have been fantastic. So, Alk, I want to hit you for this one. How do you think that dragon lane is going to help kind of carry things for Immortals as well? Because obviously Hoon performing well, but we saw their AD carry there with the 8 KDA as well.
Goom has looked really, really good. Now, in fairness, they've also had a lot of Lucian and a lot of Varus games, which the champions, both of those champions, especially earlier on in the majors, were just tearing up the dragon lane. But now with the addition of Charm has been, if not, I think, the best support individually that we have in the major right now. And when you look across from Mad Sentinels, their bot lane has always been a sore point in terms of contention. They have some good okay games, but the positioning and just the overall reliability of this bot lane has not been the strengths of Sentinels in the past. They had a great game, I think, today, but up against Goom and Charm, I think their work is really cut out for them, specifically between Goom and Rest. I think Beggs does an okay job, all things considering, with what happens in the game, but I'm really looking at these marksmen to kind of step it up against each other.
All right. Well, this is the part where I have to hit you up for your predictions. So I'm going to start with you, John. Do you think that Sentinels can finally get the monkey off their back, get this win over Immortals, and qualify for the regional championship, or is it still all Immortals?
Well, you know me, all day, I've been predicting the paper favorite, and all day I've been right to do so. You know what? I'm gonna break the mold. Sentinels, they're gonna be able to take this one home. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, baby. From down under. Let's go.
Wow.
No. He took my prediction.
Wow.
This sucks.
Hey, you should have told. I'll let you had it, but you know what? I'm feeling it.
All right.
So both of you are going with the upset. Well, it sounds like the draft is ready, so we're going to kick things off in that direction. I'm going to hand over the broadcast to you two, and we'll see if the two of you are correct. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hey, look at that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for stealing your prediction away from you, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to root for the underdog, and that's what we're doing here in the draft. Unbiased caster, by the way. Immortals going to be playing on that blue side first.
I was really ready to give like this very passionate, like, I believe in Sentinels. This is the time. This is your mark.
Give it now.
This is your major to finally make it. We'll give it in game 2. We'll give it after they win 2-0, obviously. That's exactly what's going to happen. But Sentinels now, they need to play upset. We have only had one series where a game was taken, or a series was taken by the lower seeded team up against the high seed. So this is it. Are you going to be the Obi-Wan, or are you going to be Anakin here in this story, Sentinels? You got to make your mark.
I mean, I don't think you want to be Anakin. He really took the L.
You don't want to be. Yeah, I mean,
he took the L.
Immortals have the high ground, right? They have the high ground, but you never know.
Well, yeah. So, don't underestimate their power. Certainly could be brutal. But there's the Nami getting banned away by the Sentinels. I think this is kind of what they were banning against in their first match. They were banning against the Nami and picking up that support pool and sort of trying to take them one away. Rakan, yeah, there it goes. Olaf and Riven being banned against Sentinels.
Wanting to get rid of MTS. They remember what happened last time. They're like, not happening again. And I like this. Teams are finally banning away Ashe. We saw it in the last series as well. We saw it in Sentinel's game in the first against Jotu's Cuter. Such an important piece. A very safe laner can play away without any support available to them, and allows for a potential engage here. So now with Varus taken off the table, Xin Zhao is here for Sentinels, and with Senna there, I wonder if they're going to do the same thing here from Sentinels. No, they're going to pick up Camille and TF immediately.
I mean, both very, very strong picks. We saw the priority time and time again onto Camille. Lee Sin and Gragas going to be answered. Again, Gragas pretty decent into this Camille. You can jump in towards that hook shot. You can try and get that pressure on towards the backline, but you go, no. That's... Oh, hang on a minute. Who's playing who? But you've got the Orianna Galio combo.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know where this draft is going anymore.
Oh my goodness me.
I'm color me lost. This may be Orianna with Galio support in the bot lane. But and you have obviously Camille in the jungle. Oh, we're doing it. We said we don't need marksmen in this household. We don't need them anymore. We're getting right into draft here. Hoon on Ziggs. Wow. Not the best, at least historically, but this is a very strong bot lane here for Charm and for Goom.
I mean, this is the arena to get the upset. This is a draft from Sentinels, right? This is a draft and a half. Already massive pressure in the mid lane, early game, trying to just clear that wave, shunt it in, and get Prio onto those scuttlers for the rest of the game.
We want instant vision procs. We want all of the vision as soon as possible, very early on. And what does this mean now for Sentinels? Now that they no longer have a traditional marksman in the Dragon lane, they will have a lot of really great team fight. But Michael Udall getting ran out of mid lane means we'll not have access to this wave. Really good job from Immortals early on. And I mean, I'm kind of scared here for our prediction, because this is something that we see in the C region where they're playing like Janna and Gragas in the bot lane, but like this is a whole new spin on that.
It's interesting. This is a lot of control, right? There's so much zonal pressure from these two, but early levels a little bit more difficult for them than maybe they would have liked. At the moment, it looks like mid still just getting duped back and forth just a little bit. Scuttle is just about to spawn, so they are going to be coming on in anytime now. But no, they want to engage the fight. Sheesh, going in, getting the knockbacks, exhausted, going to be flashing forwards as well. Tries to charge on through, but yikes, going to be able to stay alive on the Lee Sin. However, Scuttle and Prio in the bot side, and potentially even being able to challenge on the top.
I will. Oh, you got to be really careful here. You see that Beg is moving down or moving up here to the top lane, but they're able to bully MTS away. They get to crash this wave, and not much doing now for both of these teams. It's a small lead for Immortals, but it's just because they've been pulling multiple members of Sentinels across the map, specifically in the mid and the Dragon lane. So bullying out, and even with a small deficit, I think Sentinels are still obviously in a very good position, and come to that 4-minute mark, that team fight needs to be perfect. They're not going to be as strong as Immortals, so I think they should just be looking to give up whichever one Immortals goes for.
MTS and Araki Zoro going pretty even right now in their lane. Both going to base, both going to get that first purchase on board. Probably looking at tank up for that Gragas. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the Phage start to come on through. But no, they're going to stay in lane. They actually want to clear another wave. Mid lane pressure potentially being felt as Begs moves up. Yet again, a very heavy roam coming through from this Galaga.
This is a draft where I feel for Sentinels that, I mean, it's great for what they want to do, which is, like we've said, play for team fights, play for later game objectives, play for some of these dragons, but it's very, very greedy. If you get punished in the early game, you will definitely not be able to come back. Orianna without a lot of gold definitely hurts. It's one of the reasons why mid lane is so impactful. You get a lot of experience, get a lot of gold to yourself. Obviously, the most important role on the map is because of positionally where it is. But if IMT do not get off to an early start, they're going to slowly get choked out, and they're not going to be able to, you know, take control of the chokes, which is something that Ziggs loves to do, but unable to do that. Ziggs is a very sad little Yordle.
The vision lines as well coming through from Sentinels, though. The vision on the Raptors, they're going to be able to track this Lee Sin very, very effectively. Tri-brush is there. You've got the two wards on the top side as well. It's going to be very difficult right now for Yikes on this Lee Sin to have an impact towards these lanes. Has to just fall back to farming.
And not much doing here. We've got a really slow game here, which is honestly a great time to talk about some of these players. We've got Baron and Dragon spawning, and we see that it looks like Sentinels are trying to make their way over to this Rift Herald, but I don't think you want to contest this. Sentinels, you want to scale. You do not want to team fight right now. Just let them have this objective. Go for a Dragon. Do something other than try to fight this, because you will end up losing, and it's going to hurt your ability to win this game.
Twist of Fate in the Drake side as well, so I mean, fair enough, maybe, but it looks like Immortals going to back some of their players off to move down towards this Dragon side. Try and maybe get a cross-map trade for Sentinels, get that Drake on board, but you've got Ziggs and Gragas to worry about.
It's a little slow right now, and what I'm worried about is if IMT, if they really wanted to, if Hoon is able to poke this out, could potentially just kind of like keep them stuck here, but MTS now getting focused.
Okay, maybe not. Charm actually going low. MTS needs to back off just that little bit. Turret fully healthy right now, and the wave not quite there, but the Herald getting dropped early, trying to trade it out. Drake side potentially vulnerable as well, as Gragas looking to get dived here. MTS fully backs off as a dive going on the bot lane. There's the stun center with a cross-map presence and a lot of damage being sent on towards Michael Udall. Zoro just staying in, staying alive. Belly slam a little bit too far forwards maybe, and has to fall back, but that is a great result for the Gragas in the Drake side.
I like this for Immortals just in general. They know that they need to be ahead early on. They know that they need to keep this gold up and start to balloon more and more of this advantage, but they need to get more. Like, we need to accelerate this game if you're on the side of Immortals. Obviously, a kill would really help in doing that. We haven't seen one yet, but the fact of the matter is, the longer this game goes on, Immortals should lose more and more access to objectives. They get choked out, and they slowly start to get outscaled. Now, it's not all gloom and doom. Lucian is still okay later on into the game. You still have Senna, who has a basically infinite scaling as we go further, and Ziggs is always a menace when it comes to being able to take turrets with that satchel bomb. But you look across the members, and it's just the tools that Sentinels have as the game goes further.
It's staying alive. It's holding on. That's the difficult part, right? If you allow the Lee Sin to find these openings, which is why that vision line was so important, but that's now faded away just a little bit. They're going to have to reestablish that. You can see them dropping the river wards all over the place. They've managed to keep a lot of their outer turrets alive for these first 7 minutes. And that is really good news. They lost one to the Herald, but they traded that for a Drake across the map.
Oh, but I mean, Rest just took a massive trade in mid lane, so I like this coming out from Immortals. They know that they can make a play onto the side lanes, and you want to break down turrets.
Ooh, getting the kick, the flash back under the turret. Michael Ludell, there's the taunt under the turret, onto a low HP target as well. Sheesh chiming on in, and there's first blood going through. For Sheesh as well on this Camille, the guy who you want to see pop off for the Sentinels. What a turnaround on the dive.
Good
Michael
job,
Ludell.
and they may be trying to find something onto Charm.
Looking for more. There's the stun. There's the lockup. There's the damage. And Sheesh with a second. Taunt. Looking to go forwards, but forces the flash back again.
Here's
Destiny
Rest.
Gate is opened, and in comes Rest with the pressure on this Orianna. There's the shockwave to keep them under turret.
Oh my God,
Sheesh
he
doesn't
lives!
even die. And there's a low HP Lucian underneath this turret. Ziggs is moving in. They know Gragas is there, but they just want to back off. They have had such a good fight. They do not want to spoil it. 3 kills for Sentinels.
After the hero's entrance from beginnings, you just leave Immortals. They get way too greedy, and Sentinels are able to make a perfect response. They just wanted turret plates. They just wanted to crash the wave and maybe force Twisted Fate away. But you have too many members able to respond to that. And the fact that Rest is able to get there just completely turns this fight on its head. They're able to bully out multiple members of Immortals. And now, like we were saying, they're just stalling out on gold. All of the gold. Mid lane is even for Twisted Fate thanks to his passive and just how many resources Michael Udall has been able to play with. Top lane is looking good, although it's kind of a wash in terms of the matchup. The fact that this Orianna is anywhere near this Lucian and gold is worrying here for Sentinels as they're trying to make a play. They're trying to play for priority over this Drake. It's up in 20 seconds. And I think we have a replay of that last fight, but it's going to be a really dicey one here as and to see them play under the turret here. They're also in the picture. They're going to be able to grab themselves a turret.
Yeah, she's just going so low, but the pressure from Rest roaming down, being on that flank as the Orianna, great news coming on through. Goom, lucky to be alive there, but still a great fight for Sentinels. They get the turret, they've got Dragon Prior mid, a little bit of pressure being felt, but the flanks can come in, and that's going to be taken care of.
John, you know it's a really good way to nullify the bot lane and make
What's
sure that you don't really get punished?
What is a really good way to nullify the bot lane and make sure you don't
You
really
just
get punished?
you just don't play bot laners. You just play all the solo laners that you need, and you just ignore the fact that there's a range disadvantage. So it's fine. Gonna make a play. Yikes, can he get in with Sonic Wave? Here comes the steal, potentially taking it slow. Sentinels, if they lose this, it sets them back just a little bit.
There comes the bomb from the Ziggs, but it's not really doing too much there. Rest stays completely healthy in the back. The guard is at the front, at the forefront as well, but NTS goes low, and the Sentinels starting to crumble a little bit. Hero's entrance to keep them alive. There's the shockwave, and Michael Udall starting to chunk into the fight. Senna looking to try and keep everyone nice and healthy, nice and stealth away, but there's a gold card over onto the Ziggs. Hoon goes low, goes a little bit in danger. But a great result for the Immortals to be able to get those trades 1-1 found, but the Drake goes to Sentinels.
A fantastic start. They not only get it, but then they stop Immortals from being able to do anything. Lee Sin, I say that, they're making a dive.
Hoon goes low, but they stay healthy, stay alive. Sheesh flashes away from underneath the turret, and they back off yet again. Baron now on the cards.
It's time to fight, ladies and gentlemen. Charm, you're so lucky that Beg just said, I'm not fighting that. Yikes, gets into the Baron pit, but gets the flash out, no longer has the Dragon's Rage kick. Immortals kind of feeling like they're a little bit lost in this game right now. They're not that far behind. You look at the gold, you're like, it's only 1,000, but it's feeling so much more than that. 4-1 in kills. You're still kind of even in turrets, and the need for acceleration is, I mean, very, very heavy here for Immortals.
Now is the time that Sentinels need to keep their foot on the gas as well, though. It's difficult. You've got the Camille now with 2 finished items popping onto the Renekton as well. Item spikes coming through. I mean, for both teams, sure, but Sentinel's win condition is getting to late game. Hoon just getting caught. There's the Hextech ultimate, and that is one dead. Yordle goes boom. And Sentinels pick up yet another crucial proponent of the Immortals roster.
They get to push into mid lane, and now, if they want, they can make this dive. Look at what Michael Udall is doing onto Goom. Oh no, and yikes, pops the stopwatch. They got the Destiny Gate, we're coming in.
And they are not stopping either way. They open the door, they force themselves through. The turret's going low, they're not going to pick it up here, but they get the pick onto the jungler. This might be the Baron call, or they might just want to continue to push up towards this turret, keep their Renekton in a side lane, and just win purely on siege. Look at Ben. Oh my goodness me. Begs with the 2-player taunt. Going to be able to find one. A little bit more pressure on the sidelines. Charm goes down. Naraki Zoro tries to find something with this Gragas. Tries to find Beggs, but the team is there, and there's no way you're getting through that line. They're able to find yet another kill. Stunned up under the turret. They can back off, and this has got to be the Baron position at least.
They can start it. I don't know if they do a lot of damage to it. I think I'd rather just use the Baron as kind of a leverage point. Say, hey, Immortals, you have to come and stop us, or we're going to take the Baron. And they want to force a fight around these chokes, especially onto the river ramp going into Baron. So important for them to take control of this. But MTS should be able to get away, should be able to just kind of walk this off. Sentinels just look so good. And talking with Michael Udall after the first major, they were obviously a little bit down about losing out to Cloud9, but I mean, we're seeing now this is a revitalized roster who I kind of jokingly made the reference in the hashtag, but I said hashtag Sentinels, we scale. And it seems like finally it's taken them to major, but we're here.
Look at that. An excellent flash taunt coming through from Beggs, able to find the gap in the vision, making the flank work. Phenomenal performance from the Sentinel support there. This guy has been on the ball all day. I mean, roaming up into the mid lane early, keeping that pressure on. We've seen him now make time after time really crucial positional plays coming through. I mean, the guy's a star in the support.
Exactly. I think Beggs has just always looked really good for Sentinels. In most of their games, I think has been one of the most, if not the consistent member alongside MTS. So I'm glad to see that this is kind of the style of performance you get to see from Sentinels. And specifically now, into the third major. Yeah, it's cool that it didn't happen earlier, but now we're starting with a dragon fight here. Gold card comes out.
Oh dear, the bomb finds nothing.
There's
the Sentinels just open. Nothing is going to hit. There's the kick. They're trying to get away. The Destiny Gate has been opened. Sheesh goes low. Actually drops the Hextech ultimate. And no way that Zoro is getting out of that one. Has to flash away, though. Damage is there. Michael Udall maybe a little bit overextended here. Gonna have to flash to get away. Needs to get away from this Lee Sin. Unfortunately for him, though, there's a Sonic Wave. Drops the Honey Fruit.
He lives!
And over the wall comes MTS. They sail through the team and so do the cards from the deck. Twisted Fate able to shut one down. Yikes goes low and the Drake gets started by Sentinels.
Michael Udall, I know this was a team that you were already having and it got acquired by Sentinel, but it's absolutely stacked at this point here in the third major. The ultimate comes out from Ziggs, but it's not enough. A third Drake. And imagine your eyes right now on Immortals. You're 6,000 gold down. It's 9-1, but the objectives are going to make that feel way worse. Ocean Soul healing that you're going to get. You now need to get heal cut for it. Mountain Drake giving you a shield out of combat. Good luck breaking that when you're already behind in gold and already behind in damage. Sentinel's looking to make a strong statement here and book their ticket into the North American Regional Championships.
This is textbook wildrift, right? You cannot think of a better way to have played. I mean, I challenge you to think of a better way to have sort of played this game. Sure, their early game weak, but that was planned. Their draft said that, right? It said that they were going to wait for these phases, for these objectives to come through, and they have done everything on the beat, by the book, and they've nailed it. Credit to them, they've done phenomenally. What? Okay, come on. Come on, Yikes.
All right, guys. Yikes has been rather disrespectful with some of the Lee Sin positioning. You saw right there, like...
His plays have been living up to his name.
Oh, wow.
It's not great.
All right.
Oh, God.
That's good. That's the biting wit I was expecting.
You've got to expect that hang on a minute. On the back line, one of the Sentinels players gets Guardian Angeled by Baron. And actually, they've been able to find another pick. What has happened there? Sentinels maybe getting a little bit too big for their boots. They get the Baron, and now comes the turnaround. Rest is still healthy.
Oh my God,
Doll's
MTS.
alive, and 4 versus 5. They just turn everything on. The engine's roaring. Flames shooting out the tailpipe. They motor their way down mid.
MTS, how did you live that, man? This is, I mean, that's okay, never mind. I know exactly why. It's because he's using the broken combination of Sterix and Stoneplate. This is going to be the end of the game. They can protect their minions. Sentinels find a game 1 victory, and I don't want to get my hopes up quite yet, but Immortals did just go down as the number 1 seed to Sentinels, who they've historically beaten time and time again in the majors. And this is the worst time to lose to them in a major. This is like, you know, this is you're booking your ticket to North American Regional Championships, and Sentinels look strong.
What a statement as well. I mean, that last fight, it started probably the worst possible way for Sentinels. I mean, they were on the Baron, They were taking AoE damage. One of their GAs had just procced, right? Like, they're really on the back foot. They lost a player early, and then all of a sudden they remember, wait a minute, we're really far ahead, and we're better at this game right now. They just, I don't know, they freeze the entire...
wait a minute.
They freeze the entire nervous system of the Immortals and just say, yeah, but like cards and orbs and, by the way, a Galio taunting your whole team.
They're doing Baron. They're like, oh, I guess we can lose it. And probably Sheesh is like, guys, we could just win the game. And they're like, oh, all right, we'll just win the team fight. It's fine. No worries. It's a, you know, flip a switch, boom, you're on. And I mean, I'm kind of speechless now because Sentinels, this is, I've been saying it every single game, but this is just such new material that we've seen from them.
Yeah.
Nothing unlike we've seen before from them. And I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm finally, this is like, maybe the hype from 2 majors ago is finally catching up with me, but like, this is what I wanted to see when we saw this team first come into the scene and first break out into Wild Rift for the Summoner Series.
Let's take a look at the replay of that last fight. I mean, you see, I look at that, they try and get the picks. Bex goes down early, all 5 of them moving forwards. And then look at the health bars, they're not good for Sentinels. And then MTS flashes in, stun, AoE, and then it's just good night. They're put to sleep. Honestly, that is insane.
I was just a thing of beauty, and they played it really, really well. I think that they were still playing. They obviously still have some mistakes that I think they still need to work on. Specifically, I'm looking at this bot dive that we saw a little bit earlier on. But Immortals, when I had looked at this team, and you know, I was talking to some of the players, Immortals was coming in from Major 1. They weren't taking it as seriously. They were like, whatever. Our name is literally Team Goons. We've got a clown icon. It's very funny. But like coming into Major 2, they were the team to beat. And a lot of people, every single time we had asked them, they said, we want to face Team Goons. We want to face Immortals because this team is really, really stacked and a bunch of talented players. And they changed up their style coming in from Major 1 to Major 2, and they looked good doing it. However, now here, the first seed, they need to make a comeback. They need to make a reverse sweep. They need to send us to 3 games, and it needs to start here on game 2 for them.
Yeah, I mean, what do you change here for Immortals? I mean, you look at what was being played. It's a massive departure from what we are maybe used to seeing from Sentinels. So how quickly can you adapt? What do you change? What do you look to try and focus down? Is it user error on their part of their composition, or do you think that it's going to have to be a little bit of a structural change to their draft?
I think it's mostly just a behavioral thing. It sounds really, really strange, and I know people tend to go like casters Keck W, but like Sentinels are not a team that adjust on the fly very well. We saw in Cloud9 that they could do it in their last series, but when they're put down a significant amount of gold early on, they do not have a lot of comeback mechanics usually as a part of their drafts. This time around, I think they patched themselves up with things like the Orianna, things like the Camille with the Galio, strong tools that allow you to come back into games that are within the availability of trying to get back into the game. But typically, Immortals are much more of an aggressive team. You look at a Rocky Zoro, who is playing more of these tanks, but historically has a lot of Malphite, which is just a go button. Even when the Malphite is behind, you can just throw that little boy through. Just go for it. Just unstoppable force, call it a day, wipe your hands, walk away. That's it. And we're not seeing that here.
I mean, fair enough. It's maybe pretty tricky, but right now 1-0 for the Sentinels, not the scoreline that we were expecting. But certainly the one that well, we predicted it. You know, obviously we knew ahead of time what was going to happen as the massive big brain analyst that we are. You know. So.
Well, you're in Europe right now, so like you already know all of the results for today. So I'm literally just following your lead when it comes to predictions. That's why I playfully was upset earlier. I was actually playing the role. I was like, oh no, he stole my prediction. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I should get my channel points in real quick.
Goodness me, yeah, I haven't been getting my channel. Oh man, are we allowed to do that? I feel like we should be allowed.
I mean, technically yes. We are allowed to put channel points down. I mean, I don't know the results. You do. You're 6 hours ahead. So
that's true. That is how.
Pretty sure you already know our top 4. If you'd like to call out our top 4 for the event, I mean, go ahead. I'd like my channel points.
Hey, whatever top 4 it is, I'm putting you in there all the way. Let's go. We're getting the Sentinels. We're getting the Sentinels. I think we're gonna get the Sentinels. You know what? I mean, I predicted their win here. I think we're going to see it.
Yes.
I don't imagine Immortals will get busted out of the lower bracket. I think that is going to be an upset that they lose here. I don't imagine they'll see another upset in their lower bracket run. So I'm looking at those two teams. I would be hard-pressed to predict anyone outside of the top 4 seeded entrants coming in. I mean, the only potential I would say would be that Chonk.
You have one team, right?
Chonk.
You got one team.
That's the team that you said had upset potential coming into this. The
problem here, the problem with that prediction is that Chonk Chortle, if they win against Yon, they will have to go up against the loser of this series. And if you say Sentinels win, then they have to go up against Immortals. So now we're in this really awkward position where we have Cloud9 already. We're predicting Sentinels to make it through, and you're saying Immortals, and honestly, it's true just historically speaking and how strong this team is on paper, should be the 3rd seed, or at least the 3rd team that should be going on to tomorrow. Who else? You got Rock Solid. We're still waiting on the Johto is Cuter series to go through. What? You know what? I'm getting harassed by production. And by production, I mean I'm mentally making this up. We got a series. We still have to actually get Sentinels to 2-0. We still got to get them through.
That's true. That's true. We're not there yet. We've still got one more hurdle to get in. So we've got one more hurdle to cross for the Sentinels to be able to get through here. Obviously, we saw Cloud9 taking the dub against Grilled Cheese. So the winner of this game will go forwards to take on Cloud9 in the upper bracket finals. That will be taking place, I believe, tomorrow as well. The loser of this game will be bumped on down. You're right, to beat the well, I say beat, to take on the winner of Chonk Chortle and Yawn. And of course, I'm only 6 hours ahead, and those games, I believe, those are happening today. Actually, I believe
those are happening today. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be happening after we take our leave. So that's going to be exciting as well.
Exactly. So, all right. Well, now I know who to put my channel points on.
Hey, that's within my 6 hour window, right? So I know already who's going to win those as well. So that's good.
Yeah. So that makes sense. All right, well, let me just write that down on a notepad real quick. But for this series, for Sentinels, Immortals, buddies. So let's get in the huddle. You know, let's all get around, put our arms around each other. Just fist fight them, guys. like Hoon, on paper, you should be a better mechanical mid laner than Michael Udall. Yikes, Sheesh is a hard matchup. This is just granted going to be a hard matchup in general, but you have the better mid laner in the series. Bot lane, I'm looking at you, Goom and Charm. You have the best support in the tournament. Fight them, hit them in the mouth. Don't let them recover, and just do it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do it. You know, that's how it goes. But we are going to be getting into the draft, seeing if things are going to change, or if we're going to see another Galio Oriana bot lane coming through for the Drakes on the side of the Sentinels. At the moment, Immortals sticking to their blue side, and the bands starting to come in now.
All right. Well, after that, we have so much that could change, right? You're saying, does Oriana get banned? And now the matter of fact is 2 players can play Oriana. which is just annoying to think about. It's like, oh, Orianna's usually just a Michael Udall thing. Oh no, Rest plays it too. This is annoying. Well, damn.
Well, there we go. The first ban coming in, the Riven, going to be taken off the cards. This is the first ban they had last draft as well. So not too much changing here. Immortals may be thinking user error on this one then if they're not changing up their draft strategy, but they still have 2 more bans to go.
I'm okay with picking user error on this one because this is definitely Immortals. You're on blue side. You have all the priority in the world. I don't know. So there's 2 things here. Senna is really strong, and Charm has also looked good on Senna. However, I really like when there's a lot of engage for this team, specifically coming from the support role. I think Araki Zora on this Gragas. Gragas is a great secondary engage and can really help when you're chasing a team out of a choke or chasing them out of a team fight or just trying to displace some of the immobile carries on the enemy team. But there wasn't all that much. We didn't see it all that much, and I want to see Araki Zora either on something like the Renekton, like we've seen them in the past, or, you know, pull out yield counter pocket pick, pull out the Malphite, just bite the bullet and say, I'm playing the Rockman.
Rock solid. See if you can roll on down the hill and stop yourself gathering any moss. It's not going to be easy, though. It's a pick that, you're right, it's a comfort pick. There are ways to play against that. But Camille getting banned, that was not banned, that was in fact played last time around. So there's a departure, the second ban for the Immortals. Obviously, seen being played by Sheesh in that jungle role. An incredible performance so far on the Camille jungle in general from Sheesh today.
And now we get to see what Immortals' priorities are. Are they going to ban away the Ashe from Rest, or are they going to take Olaf away because they really don't want to play against Sheesh on it yet again? I think those are hard questions to answer, and whichever one, I think they're justified in going for it when it comes to that ban.
Still waiting for it. There's the center.
Neither. Okay.
There we go. All right. So.
All right.
Sure. Great. Cool.
Sure.
I mean, why not?
First pick it then. I mean, that's what that tells me. We're first picking Olaf. We're first picking. You know, actually, never mind. I don't want to first pick Ashe. I never want to first pick Ashe ever. But you know, if I have to in solo queue, I will. Champion is just okay. But Sentinels, they're the ones to ban Olaf. All right.
Well, well, I say good. I think it's an interesting call. I mean, obviously they were predicting that Olaf would be first picked, and that was what Immortals were going for. That leaves open the Varus. I mean, you said that it's such a solid priority Dragon Laner for that position. Give it over to Goom and see what can get done. It's great at poke, great at suppression, but that does allow the Lee Sin TF pick for the Sentinels.
Good. Getting TF, finally. We're seeing it again. After Major 2, everybody learned their lesson. They're like, okay, TF is broken. We're not letting this champion through. We're just going to ban it every game. And if it gets through, then the team usually ends up winning with it. But I like this. Strong solo lanes. And against Renekton, oh, Mortals, they're kind of falling into it, I think. I think they're falling into what Sentinels want to do here with picking Orianna and Renekton.
That's interesting. The Jarvan getting picked.
Wow.
I can understand the Galio. I think it's a really solid pick. But Jarvan, okay. This is something we haven't really seen too much. I think specifically on Sheesh's champion pool.
All right. I'm excited. John, we've got some fun stuff. This could be either Lee Sin solo lane, but we've seen a lot of Jarvan in a solo lane. Either mid lane does really good into control mages. It is like an incredibly old school matchup. And against Araki Zora's Renekton, this is going to be a spicy matchup. I said I wanted them to fight, and with Pantheon in the jungle and EU special, it's exactly what I wanted.
Look at the Pantheon and think about what his ultimate is capable of, right? This is a champion that they are designing specifically to counter this destiny, right? That feels like what it is to me. The global presence, the impact into a team fight, they're on a pretty similar level here. If the Pantheon can get ahead, get some kills, get some pressure, then great. But the difficulty is, Michael Udall does so much damage in these fights afterwards. Pantheon maybe needs to tank up a little bit and be a little bit more of a front line. So there's where the discrepancy could fall.
All it is just kill someone. And I like this from Hoon, getting a lot of early damage out onto Michael Udall, who did end up going for kind of the aggressive rune choice in Electrocute instead of Fleet Footwork or something like the Conqueror that Hoon has. But it's exactly what I want to see. You have aggressive laners across the board. Renekton wants to get in there and fight. Varus does a lot of damage at range, which Sentinels do not deal with particularly well. They want to engage. The longer that they stay out of trying to start fights, the worse it gets for them. They want to make picks, start huge team fights off with Sheesh and MTS, and then from there, it's either a won or a lost team fight. It's very, very early. Oh my god, Sheesh.
3 players. Duking it out in the mid. Also already flashes force. Stun back onto Chum, but she's taken low. And they all walk away. They all disengage. Scuttles will be taken. 1 apiece. It's all fair's fair.
This is the most bruised up handshake I've ever seen. They just flash. They go in. They try to get some kills. And then they walk right away. So, doing an okay job. Are they going to try and dive this?
Okay, they take the Scuttle and then they turn their attention to that dragon side.
Okay, Hoon's here.
Forcing them off, trying to get some plates, trying to deny some minion waves as well. Roaming down, coming through from Michael Udall as well. Locks in, well, doesn't lock in the pick a card just yet, actually waiting for the cycle to come through. No one steps up. Back to lanes they go. Excellent priority now. Position coming through in that bot side. A lot of minions denied there, but in the meantime, Sheesh is operating. Secret Agent Cody Banks infiltrating in the jungle.
Oh, Hoon has no mana, so this trade is really important, especially if you're talking about resets. Nice job of interrupting the chain.
Oh, no.
Forces the barrier.
Get the barrier on out, and Yikes just sails in to save the day. Sheesh. Oh, gets spotted out by Charm. An excellent heads-up movement by Charm for Immortals to try and suppress any positioning coming through to dive.
We're looking at this, the supports are just abusing move timers right now. As soon as they know that the support is not in lane, they're in some other lane. You immediately have to rush to another one. Whether a lot of this is focusing around mid lane, if they can get Michael Udall's flash, it means that Twisted Fate becomes that much easier to kill and repeat gank. It's 3 minutes and it is a stiff, like just solid, dead even game. And we have got Dragon spawning in a minute. And when you're looking at this, what do Sentinels do to open up the game? Jarvan is not really a great lane bully. Obviously, he's now going for the Bruiser build, so won't be packing a lot of damage. But if they can find something, Crystal Arrow again gets the flash. Important for this Dragon.
Really, really solid to get that off the Orianna as well. No flash engages, moving that ball in, getting to the backlines, and the shockwaves just tearing you apart. So a great pickup to get that flash. A nice long cooldown for them. Now they can start to try and eke out the pressure. Gold, dead even. No objectives found right now. It's anyone's game.
They shall spawn immediately now. And, I mean, they're taking resets here. I like this Gooman Charm. They want to take control of the Baron lane to start setting themselves up for a Rift Herald. And I think if Immortals play this really close to their chest, what they can do here is their bot lane's going to start up the Rift Herald. They can have Pantheon sit in mid lane with Orianna and then potentially move over to stop this dragon. But it looks like instead they're just going to try and take this Rift Herald, finish it off, make the trade, and not get too aggressive with it, which, again, there are the ones with a ticking time clock. They lose out on the side lane, and they need to find kills early on.
Yikes does get the Rift Herald. Now they move over towards this Baron side. Beginnings there to stop this dive. You don't really want to be going for it. Even 3v2. You know, you've got to worry about Mike
there's the arrow
coming into it as well. There's the arrow. There's the taunt coming in to try and keep them down underneath the turret. There's the hero's entrance to keep them alive. There's more players for reinforcements, and the damage comes in too thick and fast. MCS survives by the skin of his teeth. The Immortals take the top turret and a kill to boot.
Sentinels, what are we doing? I don't really think we should be trying to go for a 2v3 plays, 2v4. Okay, well, she just gets interrupted.
What a huge body slam there coming through on Charm. Able to stop the damage coming through, but in comes the Destiny and will be opening the gate. Traded low HP across the board for Immortals and rest. Blast cones over the wall into 4. Immediately regrets the decision. There's the spear coming through. Raki Zoro in the wings, but the rest of the Sentinels starting to go for the backup. What a fadeaway for Immortals. And the Sentinels again over aggressive body slam on point for Charm.
That was, again, one of the reasons why this is one of our best supports. We're going to get a replay of that fight. Why are we trying to defend turret with Jarvan Galio? None of these champions do not do damage early, and yes, there's armor penetration on Jarvan, but like, you have Galio. It's a magic damage dealing support who's not going to have a lot of gold, not going to have a lot of anything early on other than utility. And that right there is like a small misunderstanding, I think, of Sentinels with what their draft can do.
And they weren't even dropping that Destiny to go for 3 players underneath the turret. I mean, it's an interesting position. They definitely wanted to stand and fight. Maybe they miscounted, saw the vision on the map. It feels like, you're right, a little bit of a misstep there for the Sentinels. And an advantage now being found for the Immortals. But it's only 2k, and a lot of that is tied up in that turret push on the top side. So that was traded off for a dragon earlier.
Oh yikes! No!
Oh no! That's a dead Pantheon, and that's a really good pickup for the Sentinels. Almost there. That's the difference gone.
Good. They played around their timings. They recognize, hey, if we can find a kill, not only protects Twisted Fate for a little time longer while we're waiting for the flash cooldown to come up, but kills in their back pocket. It gives them some reassurance in this game as it goes on. And taking control of this, they need to find something on Tahun, it looks like. They want to try and hold this wave, protect Michael Udall, because if Twisted Fate is useless or a little bit weaker, I think trying to put all your eggs into the rest basket is going to not end up as you maybe wanted to or expected. So making sure that Twisted Fate is a useful member of your team is so important here for Sentinels.
Kraken spawning not in the too distant future. Waves pushing in on both sides of the map as well right now, so Sentinels need to be a little bit careful.
Oh, the
Crystal
arrow.
Oh, it doesn't quite hit there. Not unfortunate, but Michael Udall with the Hextech. Protobelt dashes forwards, able to get the stun card off, but a lot of ults thrown at the wall, nothing really sticking in this situation.
Wow.
But 24 seconds left on the clock for the spawn of the Drake. Sentinels going to have to force
they can
the
find a
base
kill
from
here.
their jungler.
Rest.
Oh, rest. No, you've overstepped, you've overstayed. Has to Protobelt a lovely, crucial flash. They have to get away from it. Mike Udall sails on in and actually forces the flash in response. Rest stays alive with the honey fruit.
If Immortals were able to keep Sentinels down just a little bit longer, it would have been good timing for this top turret, or for this dragon. But now they were able to push, grab the turret, get the flash out from Yikes, and now they're able to contest for this. MTS is backing, has picked up the Bramble Vest. I wonder if they'll have TP. No, they're just going to walk straight to this objective. So some small errors, I think, from both teams, stopping them from having complete control of the river or being able to respond in kind. And the longer this takes, I mean, the arrow's up again.
Oh.
It misses, but it's so funny seeing that thing just curve midair.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, I felt like that should have hit.
Yeah.
Like, you're really that close. It should be landing in those situations. Rest goes a little bit low, a little bit of poke sent back. And that might be enough for Immortals to be able to just take this Drake without contestation here.
It looks like they're not going to. I mean, they're walking around it. You have Orianna who can take control of the chokes. That is exactly what you'd love to see coming out from Orianna. They're going to get control of the mid lane, who can just easily cover this. And while topside is kind of just losing out, this is a winning trade for Immortals. They're holding Sentinels in place, and Sentinels not really able or willing to kind of find something on the opposite side of the map.
Sentinels look like they want to fight. It seems like most opportunities they're given, they are trying to engage these. And I think that, to be fair, they might have the edge. If they get a good engage, they have a really solid death ball just to move in. You know, you've got the Galio, the Lee, the Jarvan. That is a team that slides right through you. And then you've got the cards to follow them up, right? And the damage that pours out from both Michael Udall and Rest. It's a really solid death ball engage comp. The question is, can you find those fights? Are you going to be allowed to take those fights?
Until it happens, Immortals are more than comfortable playing with Sentinels kind of being pulled out across the map. It is when Sentinels get into the Deathball comps. Now we get to see it again. Twisty Twirly, Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands.
There's the Destiny as well, following it up with the gold card, getting that stun. Flash forced back underneath the turret, and the Croc gets away. In the meantime, across the map, what else are they able to achieve? Well, not too much. Cooldown's burnt, though, for the Immortals Baron laner.
And if they want, they can make a defense here onto the mid turret. You see that there's 3 members. They will have vision of all 4 of them. They know that Araki Zoro is sitting in base. And so it's just going to be...
Charges back, the arrow looking to poke on down and sails wide onto Michael Udall. Charm wants to engage in the jungle, but Sheesh just runs away. They turn tail. Nothing doing, nothing really happening there, but mid-wave getting cleared by Immortals.
It's going to be another mid. I think this is just another plate here for Immortals. They're slowly choking them out in gold, getting small advantages across the map. Sentinels, I know we're waiting for maybe one more turret from them to really do something, but they need to actually team fight. You have all these team fight tools. Sheesh can be a kind of like a primary engage for you where you're going off of the Sonic Wave and letting Begs come in. But until we see MTS group with the team, I don't think we're going to see all that much from Sentinels. They're holding on. They're about 4,000 gold down, but like if you're only down that much gold, you're in a good spot.
I thought that might have been it, but turn around and Yikes is at your back, getting that stun.
Yikes is dead.
Forwards, and there comes the Sonic Wave follow-up. A brilliant flashback as well to keep Sheesh alive. The chains not able to keep him in place long enough. The stun comes through, and Rocky Zoro taken down, actually fairly low. Michael Udell starting to chunk. The cask not going to put Rest far enough out of position.
No.
There's the body slam. Too far, too fast, and Charm has to flash back over the wall. A really good turn of events for the fight for Sentinels. They're still almost 3k behind, but they're starting to turn it around in some of these engagements.
If they cannot find a kill in the first couple of abilities used...
big stun!
Right there.
Oh, dear. And that is going to be it. A brilliant pickup there. Moving around very, very fast. Goom steps forwards too far. Charm, what are you doing there? You don't want to be involved in this at all.
They're trying to find something. They got the Pantheon ult, but the fact that they can't connect onto kills, we're seeing it. Sentinels can have a really good response, and they're still down in gold. They are picking up kills left and right, but it's 20 seconds. They're going to come back onto the map, and they're just abusing Rest's Ash right now because this ultimate is up every like 40 seconds, especially now with the Black Cleaver, the amount of ability haste that you have on this champion. It's such a great tool to find picks. Sentinels are, staying in this game. They're staying relevant, trying to punish Immortals for what looks like some pretty greedy positioning.
And with Pantheon's ult on half a cooldown now, Dragon is on the cards for Sentinels. Without that global pressure, without that sweeping damage coming through the team
Look
fight.
at this!
Excellent stun. It's eaten by Charm.
Oh, the
what
kick!
is that dash? How did he get all the way back there? Kicks back into the lines, and in comes the hero's entrance. GA getting activated, and Michael Udell slicing through. Hoon low, stays alive. The Varus keeping everyone locked up. The Shockwave not finding too much, and Immortals might be able to turn the tide to the battle. The taunt is good, but in come the damage from the rest of the Immortal squad. MTS trying to 1v3 and doing a hell of a job at it as well. Actually being able to do so much work for the team. One player standing for Sentinels, 2 players alive right now for the Immortals. In comes the flag, the drag in towards Iraqi Zoro, and he's going to back off. Sentinels stay alive, but they lose and go down a player on the fight.
Yikes is just too low. He can't start up this fight, and we're seeing it here. I mean, it's a great team fight. They miss out on some key ultimates from both teams. But the fact of the matter is Sentinels still have a really good scaling composition. They're not able to kill the damage dealers. We're going to have a replay of that fight. And I wanted everybody to just take a look at what the damage dealers are able to do for both of these teams. I think Goom had a fantastic time pumping out damage, and that's why we saw them take an early objective trade. But sheesh, I mean, the young 16-year-old jungler able to do stuff like this, like just how sick is this? That is a massive amount of terrain that's just crossed. Incredible
Mobility on this Lee Sin to be able to get Hoon out of position, but they weren't able to capitalize. And then the AoE damage just did so much work. I think beginnings might have been stopped short there by that shockwave and a 3-player taunt. That gave MTS the chance to 1v3. That was pretty close to Yikes going down there as well. In the midst of it all, they came off all the worse. A 4-for-3 trade.
I wonder if we're going to have to hire the Dragon as like a 6th member to a team. Because Dragon was doing... We've seen a lot of objective fights where like the objective is just like hammering away. That's typically what Baron is able to do. But I like this... talking about this Dragon right now, because Sentinels, they're playing on the side lane right now. They have the ultimate. It has gone wide, but the entire time, Michael Udall can continue to split. I think they recognize this Dragon is not theirs, but I mean, they're not losing anything for it other than this Drake. If they're not able to get a turret, Sentinels are going to be very comfortable with this.
There's a sombrero as well coming through. Twisted Fate able to get a lot of pressure over in the dragon side, over in the Baron side.
Oh,
sorry,
TF run!
Oh, he's going in. There's the Destiny. That is so much damage.
Oh my god!
Goodness me, able to get it off even before he teleports out with the Destiny. There's no way you can get away from the Croc as soon as he pops that ult. There's so much damage pouring out.
Twisted Fate just like UPS shipped his dead body to somewhere on the rift.
Oh dear.
Because he's already teleported away, so now he's just gone. And now this means that Sentinels get their mid-tier taken.
Oh, what a pick as well. Excellent casks, excellent CC, and this is Immortals coming alive.
There it is. They're finding picks. They're getting Sentinels on an awkward back foot. And now with 2 members down, they're going to start up the Baron. They do this very quickly. And it is up to Sentinels. How can they stop this? I like this.
No.
Find picks.
Oh, I said, oh no, maybe I'll have to rethink that. A lot of AoE damage coming through. Beginnings does go down.
It's over.
MTS trying to slide on through. Sheesh still going low now as well, and they will sacrifice the jungle. He's going to go golden. MTS can no way going to be able to find that, but Michael Udall being alive might stop the Baron at least.
Silver lining, exactly. That 2 members have to, all of the members of Immortals have to reset. They cannot go for this Baron. It stops them just from being able to get that. It's the best possible part of that play, but we're going to get a replay of it. This is a dangerous spot here that I think Sentinels find them in, where rest is constantly being found. It's not able to survive, and I like how they're playing defense for this objective, just making sure that multiple members of Sentinels cannot get near the pit.
I mean, Beginnings got caught, and they tried to throw bodies at that to make it go one way or the other, but in the end, they ended up just losing more than probably anything else that they would have gained there. MTS not able to do too much on this Jarvan right now. Oh, Baron got taken.
Hey, we're back, and Baron is gone. So, I mean, cool. Sentinels now in a pretty tough spot. I mean,
oh yeah,
they are trying to look for picks. They're trying to find something. I don't think Lee Sin has really had... We saw one great team fight from them, but other than that, it's been kind of coming up a little bit short. We still haven't seen them really activate something like a Lee Sin with the Jarvan and the Twisted Fate. Until then, I mean, I keep saying it. I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but like, they need to actually utilize the tools in their composition. Otherwise, Immortals are going to continue to do this, which is just choke them out of the game.
Finding these small advantages. How much damage just poured onto Shisha's there? Goodness me. Rakizoro takes a little bit of a chunk, but managing to stack up their health bar now, a little bit harder to take care of. And the wave's just pushing in with the Baron buff as well. That's a lot of damage hitting the turrets.
They've got multiple waves. Now Rest needs to find an arrow, strike true into the hearts of Immortals. Otherwise, who's the better archer? It looks like it's going to be Goom this time around, but we're fighting.
Okay. Pantheon ulting in behind the turret, trying to displace Sheesh, but he's back under safety. Maybe a little bit too far, but the damage is good. Goes golden, has the GA still available. Looks to res, back and behind, and maybe, as I say, too far in. Coming through for the Immortal squad. Damage still yet to come through. Mikey Udall low on that mana, and actually, they get a kill. They get 2. They get a turret. How did they manage to pull that one out? I'll never know.
They've got a huge wave here, and I think this is Immortal sending us to game 3. They didn't want to go down without a fight. They said, Sentinels, we've beaten you time and time again. We may have given you a freebie in game 1. We're going to make you work for it. We're going to make sure that your invitation is worth it here. As they finally blow up the Nexus, Sentinels not able to put up a good enough response. And Immortals now taking us to match point.
You have to wonder... again, I'll pose the same question I asked you at the end of last game. Do you think it's user error, or do you think that was a draft misstep potentially coming through? I mean, the Jarvan felt a little out of the ordinary. In that. I'll just say, I think that this Sentinels draft is really difficult to pull off. Like, you need to be incredibly well coordinated, similar to like what we saw in game 1. I think it's possible that they could have pulled it off, but I think there's just too many moving parts and a particularly greedy draft, like we said, from game 1, where it's like, okay, well, we're just going to draft a bunch of lanes that don't really do a lot, but also still kind of just... they get the job done, and as we get to team fights, it's a little bit different this time around. I mean, the Jarvan, I think, is an okay answer. I don't know if it's a okay one against Renekton in particular. What would you have tried to pull out then, do you think, instead of that Jarvan? What would you pit up against that Renekton with that team composition, looking as it is, with the Lee Sin, with the Galio, with the TF, and the Ashe? What do you think is the right pick in your mind? I mean, I'm putting you a little bit on the spot here, but I'd like your opinion.
So if we take a look at the draft, right? It was Varus, and then it was Lee Sin, TF, Orianna, Renekton going into Galio. So coming out of that next ban phase, or that next champion pick phase, we're thinking, okay, you could just pick Ashe here. We know that Galio with TF in the roster is just going to be in the support role. So just pick the Ashe. You already know what your bot lane matchup is going to be, most likely just because it's Varus. There's a lot of options that you still have available to you. And leave counter pick for MTS. I thought it was really strange, and I think that Sentinels didn't correctly play around the fact that they're playing red side. You have counter pick. Let MTS have that to them.
Yeah, maybe they just need to change up that draft strategy a little bit. I mean, they're going to a game number 3, so we are going to know what they do want to change in not too long of a time. So it's going to be looking to go to that game number 3. In the meantime, whilst you wait for these players to get ready for that third and final game for one of these teams to confirm their place in the NA regionals, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it will be the finale here between Immortals and Sentinels, the age-old battle between two titans. We'll continue after the break. Welcome back to the Summoner series. Of course, we are going to be getting underway with the match between Immortals and Sentinels. It is 1 apiece right now. We thought it might have been a little bit more dominant by the Immortals, but Sentinels put up a fight in the first one. They put up a fight in the second too, but unfortunately for them, Immortals were able to close that one down. Now we find ourselves right on the cusp of this third and final match to see who is going to confirm their spot in the NA Regionals. We're getting right into the draft.
And like we've said earlier before, there is a lower bracket. So just in case if one of these teams do end up dropping, they will still have a chance to qualify. It is top 4 make it to NA regionals, but obviously making it a little bit easier on yourself and just winning this series is always a little less nerve-wracking, especially for Sentinels who have been in that spot so many times before this, where they're in the losers bracket after an early exit and they just barely aren't able to make top 4. It has been heartbreaking each and every time, but I'm sure all of them are wanting to keep that. And for Immortals, same thing. They've been in top 4 every single time, but has not been able to make that push to the top 2. And I know that they're looking for it.
Not quite just yet, but only time will tell. I'll have to test their mettle here. The side swap coming through for the first time in this series. Sentinels now playing on blue. Khan, the first ban, Immortals, they don't want to play against this Olaf.
Aw, damn. No Olaf this time. It makes me sad, but like we saw it already from Immortals. They don't want to do it. They don't want to get rid of it. Now, Sentinels, this is really strange to me because they are the ones that have been playing Ashe throughout their series, all throughout today. This means that they don't want to prioritize it. I think they want to try and go for something like the Varus again. But I just don't know if that's really the kind of style I want to see out from Reston Beg. It'd be awesome, but if we're just talking about like I want a quick cash grab, I just want to get my win and cash out. I don't want to see them on like a traditional marksman.
Well, there you go. You're not going to see a Varus because it just got banned.
Let's go.
The Sentinels. Are we going to see the Ori Galio bot lane that we saw like before? Are they going to try and play something off meta? Is Brand going to come back into the mix of Michael Udell? Riven taken away by the Immortals. So that's heavily different sides of the map being focused in the ban phase.
I think now Sentinels are in a really awkward spot where they want to first pick Twisted Fate. You also have Senna, which it looks like they're going to be the ones to go towards. Now, Sentinels, they have played Senegalio. They could also maybe play it with Orianna, but Immortals just snap that up. And for Sentinels, what is your response onto the top side? You have a Baron laner that you can answer towards. We were talking about this off air. Brand might just be the better control mage.
Like, I feel like he might be in this situation. I mean, he has a similar sort of style in terms of positioning in a team fight, of presence as well, but he's got more consistent CC, he's got excellent burst damage, and he's got great solo potential as well. Orianna maybe a little bit more reliant on team positioning, whereas Brand, you get caught out by a Brand, that pillar of flame comes up underneath your feet, and you're like, I done goofed real bad, and you just die. Like, it's so annoying to deal with, honestly. The worst thing.
Sorry, mama. I done goofed. This is the last message you shall hear from me before I goof away. As John, we're at the end of our series here. Last game before we send one of these teams to top 4 and another to the lower bracket. We get to see Brand power slide into the mid lane. That's always my favorite part of watching the spectate happen. But same matchup topside. This time, Araki Zoro early flash taken away.
Yeah, they're going to back the Jarvan into this matchup. I mean, they changed up to bring a Graves, a massive burst potential of damage there in that jungle position. They've got as well the Nami on side for beginnings, which means that, which is something that has been banned fairly consistently, it has to be said, against the Sentinels. So, needs to pop off here.
Oh, no. This invade going south is huge.
Big flash.
The fact that they're not able to get that, oh my god, that's got to be back-breaking for the jungle now, because, I mean, Yikes is now going to have to restart the camp, restart their blue buff, and this entire time, Sheesh is just taking jungle camps from this top quadrant and can now triple jungle onto Immortals and make it so difficult for Xin Zhao to get a foothold in this game.
Didn't finish that Raptor camp as well on the top side. Didn't take the red buff either. So maybe
that's just a visual thing.
Jungle. Okay,
it is
fair enough.
taken. It is just a visual thing, so you're good.
Okay, that was my bad. I'll try and remember what they have taken there. Mid lane pressure as well. The triple jungle trying to come through from Sheesh, and this is the carry jungler, right? That we have known and have seen so much today from. Put him on a Graves. That is a carry jungler if I ever did see. You might not be on that Camille. You know, you might not be on that Lee Sin, but this guy can pop off.
This feels so strange to me though, John, because like I look at Sentinel's draft, and if I were to like take nameplates off, I would have thought this was the first majors from the first circuit, and this is a Cloud9 draft. You have Graves, no one else is playing Graves but them. And now we see Sheesh being one to pick it up. Like you said, it is a carry jungler. And with someone like Nami behind you, the amount of movement speed you get from her spells, the slows you can apply, is definitely really awesome, especially with Senna in your back pocket. This bot lane is built to support others, and we're going to have to see it. Can they actually connect onto that and turn that into their team composition, or do they get lost in the sauce with Immortals trying to just fight them?
It's tricky, and it's down to the wire. It's all in Last Chance Saloon right now as well, because it's 1-1 in the series. A ticket to the NA Regionals on the cards. Whoever wins this game on this draft. But I have to say, I feel like I'm backing the brand. I'm sticking to my prediction of Sentinels right now, having seen this draft, having seen the games that we've seen just now. Are you gonna back the prediction earlier, or are you gonna swap sides?
Yeah,
are
of
you gonna
course.
Go Immortals?
What we never, what is it? We don't change our predictions afterwards. I'm not taking the coward's way out. I don't think Immortals' quality of gameplay so far has really shown me that, they're able to take this. MTS just have to blow the flash after using the flag and drag. So good punish from IMT, but I think the quality of play, to be fair, we've seen now two different series from Sentinels, so we have more data to work with, but I've been more impressed on average by Sentinels so far.
I feel like they've been tighter, they've been cleaner. In that last game, It felt like Immortals got some more kills and did the bigger number, better person strategy. Potentially trying to roll down those fights. Which, I mean, it works, so you can't argue with the results really. But in the long run,
results-based analysis is good.
Exactly. I mean, in the long run, you might struggle there. Nice stun being landed,
dead.
and that's so much damage. Flash burnt from Hoon.
Oh,
And there's the final blow. Excellent ult coming through from Sheesh, and that is a really well-coordinated pressure. And that's what we're talking about, right? With the solo potential. I mean, I know there was another guy, but that's the solo potential of the brand. CC for days. Graves just pops in, and that's a carry jungler as well.
If Hoon got that ultimate off, I think that would have been a 1-for-1 trade, but alas, Sentinels, they make out like thieves. And they're going to get the Rift Herald here. Kind of a change of pace, where Immortals have really started to focus for these Rift Heralds. I think it's very important when you look at Sentinels that they're able to get this gold and turn it into something tangible. Usually it's just a topside turret, but I think when you look at Sentinels and how they've played with Rift Heralds, they've been waiting and saving it to make it useful for a potential another objective play so far.
The wave clear from Brand really strong, able to keep those shoved. Try and challenge on that Drake. I mean, sure, Immortals were able to pick that up. But still, a great presence so far across the map with that triple jungle as well. You're leaving Yikes a little bit further behind. Sheesh now maybe a little bit equalized on, though.
Looks like they're just making plays. Michael Udall recognizes, hey, probably not going to do anything. Needs to be careful on this bot lane. When you look at this dragon lane, they're pushing up really, really far. And while they do have a ward on them, could be very dangerous. You see the pings coming out. They know. They say, hey, we're going to get dived. So let's just back up. It's not worth dying for. The wave is not that. It's not worth a kill and some more experience, potentially a plate going down. So good for them. And Sheesh is just constantly counter jungling. Has 1,000 gold in the jungle. Michael Udall flashes a shockwave.
Nicely found. The center from the bot lane trying to have global presence, but Sheesh pops into another dimension and borrows all the damage of an Eldritch Horror by the looks of things. I have no idea how he found that. There's the tidal wave, and Rest starts to chunk on in, but a trade comes through. Meanwhile, from the top side of the map, that's going to be another shutdown. And MTS rolls on through. The Herald dropped in mid under pressure.
That's 3 kills instantly for Sentinels. 2 turret plates, and they're making the dive now. They want this turret.
They are keeping on going, keeping on trucking. Yikes tries to zone them away. The turret stays alive and no kills found. So actually, all things considered, a good result for Immortals. But they've still gone down across the overall macro trade.
They've lost out on gold. Their bot lane dying there. And, I mean, Sheesh is doing so much damage. All right, we're going to get a replay of that. I just want to see Yikes disappear off my screen. Like, I know we don't have Twisted Fate this time, and typically we associate them with the Magician, but just look at Yikes' health bar during all this. Good flash from Michael, but, I mean, you blink and
Where
he's
did it
gone.
go? I mean, Michael Udell must have helped there. There's no way that just a Bloodthirster on a Graves can do that. It can't be. That's got to be illegal, if it is.
It might have been a crit.
Maybe. But he was quite far away. I don't know. I'd have to look at that back in slow-mo, but goodness me, that is a lot of pop damage being felt in this mid.
Usually if that happens to me, that's just we just say that's a jungle diff. It's just what's going to happen, right? Like, I have a Graves who's 2-0-1, picking up a Zeal item. They're looking strong, but Dragon spawning in the next minute and a half here. We got to see how Immortals will respond. They're still in this game, and they still have a lot of avenues to play for. Remember, we're looking for those big team fights with Kai'Sa, with this Orianna, and for how Charm interacts with Yikes. If they can get this rolling, they still have a chance, and they can still take a game victory here.
Looking at who they're getting rolling on, though, the Graves. Such a snowball heavy champion in this mid game, right? Maybe struggles a little bit towards the super late game, but such a heavy hitter. If you can get that brand, that center alive, that's where you're going to really have problems for Immortals.
We'll have to see it. I want to see it from Sentinels. They've played some good late game series, specifically up against Immortals, but we need to see them turn it into wins. Yes, we see that you can hang with some of the best, but unless you can turn those into victories, it's basically a meaningless stat for all that matters. So, Immortals now giving up some pressure. Hoon did just reset, and that means flashes are going to be traded. They have priority onto this Drake, but take a look where certain members are. MTS will not get here in time compared to Araki Zoro, and they're all leaning onto the bot side. When Hoon gets here, this is a completely different fight for Immortals.
But Sheesh has so much damage. You've got Michael Udell. Look at that, hiding in the brush. There's no vision. Needs to get to the back line. Gets the stun. Gets the Pyroclasm off as well. But the shockwave to trade. And in comes the damage. Sheesh, look at her keep on picking up. Michael Udell flashes away. Stays safe. The root is there. Onto the Renekton. And Araki Zoro is going to fall as well. Sheesh stays alive. He's controlling 3 players on the enemy team. And it is devastation again. Sentinels pick up more and more every fight.
Oh no, it's just heartbreaking for Araki Zoro. He's sitting in that back line. He wanted to do a little bit of an MTS cosplay where he's in the middle of 3 members, he's fighting, and he finds kills. He's an unkillable crocodile. But MTS, I mean, does a little bit of a better job this time on the Jarvan. We're going to get a replay of this Dragon, and both teams are heading back out onto this. So we'll have a little bit of time as most of these teams are redeploying. Take a look at how they trade, and honestly, how long Sheesh lives in this fight. The shockwave doesn't land until much later. And I mean, we're talking about brand damage, but just a Pyroclasm lit up this backline.
Now it looks like we're going to get another fight right off the bat, and the Nami falls very, very quickly. Sentinels losing their support, losing that tidal wave pressure as well. Looking for the root. It looks like they're going to find it. The orb to get a little bit of shielding onto Hoon. The mid lane pressure now. Drake's still on the cards, and it looks like that's what Immortals want.
Good luck to Sentinels getting back into this. They don't have any vision, and you're fighting Orianna for choke control. This is a super dangerous game as Araki Zoro goes in.
Brand trying to chunk out the damage, but teammates falling, and a great engage from Immortals on the backline.
They're
MTS
just dead.
trying to find a kill, trying to find a trade. We'll be able to get it, and actually the redemption keeps Sheesh alive yet again. So no shutdown gold, but with that, Immortals back into the gold lead. They are turning things around.
Sentinels being a little dizzy there. They don't need to fight that. I don't know if they recognize that, hey, we don't really have access to this. I understand that they want to get vision, but with Beggs going down there, take control of the side lane, take control of top lane, make sure that you're getting mid priority, and make Immortals sweat for it. If they're going to get the dragon, you don't want to go for it at that point. You're kind of just walking into how they want to go for it, and we've got the replay of that, but I mean, this is just like, Immortals playing very, very well and playing exactly to their team composition and what they want.
You spoke about how this is trying to play into an Orianna with choke control. Immediately, Arakizoro just turns around and goes, dinner? And then just eats sentinels. It's brutal, right? And it is a misstep there by sentinels.
Anything you can do, I can do better. You got two top laners who are willing to play Renekton and kind of be massive carries for their team. And end of the day, we'll see who's the better Renekton, right? Sentinels may have gotten the better of them in game 1, but Arakizoro wanting to make their stamp here in game 2, or in game 3.
And what a time to do it as well. With NA regionals on the line. You don't want to be hanging about. You don't want to be leaving anything to chance. Now's the time to make your mark. Lane pressure now becomes the focus.
And looking at this, Beg's got to be careful. We've already seen it. And look at how dangerous this is. I mean, we talked about this combo. The mid jungle is huge. And when you're playing around Yikes, this is a composition built for him to succeed.
Flash being burnt from Michael Udell. Rest tries to keep everyone alive and will be able to do it for now. Zoning away, Rakizora on the sidelines, and Sheesh needs to be careful. Backing it up, the top lane turret. There's no way you save that Baron turret. There's just no way. So
yeah, and this is the dangerous spot. They need to be able to cut it in half. They get Hoon.
Okay, they managed to get him in that Cataclysm. Hoon gets away from it, flashing back.
Yeah, he actually just dodged all of their skill shots. Hoon with the fancy feet. This is a guy who's been coming from other esports, has been top challenger, and is an upcoming streamer. Hoon is an interesting character, definitely a celebrity. And if you watched their introduction video to getting Hoon, it was I think Immortals did a very good job content-wise with how they introduced him. So Hoon is superstar in their own right in the mobile esports scene, and glad to see that. I mean, still, it's got the movements, making it look pretty easy for him to dodge all of it.
Just can't touch him. He's ethereal. Very difficult to
crypto?
deal with a player like that.
Right.
Sorry. No, that's.
I don't think we're allowed.
That's an not
that's
an owl.
Yes.
Let's see where the confusion
It's close
is.
enough.
Certainly is. Beginnings. Oh, gets caught. Has to flash away. Goes down. And the wild growth means that Yikes can just run away. Great pickup. No tidal wave yet again. And Beginnings gets caught.
Michael's
once
dead.
more. Speaking of getting caught, Michael Udell stays alive against all the odds. Yikes goes low. Moon as well, actually taking quite a chunk of damage. Maybe meaning that Baron isn't quite on the cards, especially if Arakizoro gets chunked out. Contestation potential
That has
there.
to just be Baron, no? Like,
I feel like that
this is
a little bit too low.
Maybe, but it looks like they're just going to go for a redeploy. So they're going to back, maybe pick up, finish some items here and get ready for an Ocean Drake that's spawning in over 30 seconds. But now Sentinels find themselves in a pretty dire straits now in this game. You're in game 3, you're down 6,000 gold, and you're constantly getting out-team fought, out-rotated, just outplayed thanks to how the composition is built by Immortals. And you need to find something. Sheesh had an early advantage, but it is all just evaporating in front of their eyes as Sentinels maybe going down to the losers bracket, and Immortals in major history keeping it a 3-0 for them.
I mean, Sheesh still is 3-0-2, hasn't died yet. A lot of gold on this Graves. Still being caught up to by a lot of the enemy team. I feel like a lot of fights. This has been Beginnings getting caught at the start on this Nami. I think it was 2 fights that they played without Tidal Wave, and around these objectives it's so important as a tool.
Beginnings going down every single time before these fights is not what you want to see from the support of Sentinels. Obviously, it's important to not only have the Tidal Wave, but just to have that 5th member who can heal, provide shielding. I say that Beginnings getting engaged upon is down immediately.
Yet again, no Tidal Wave into the fight, but some damage can start to go through. A nice route onto 2 might pin them in place for some damage, but no, they turn around, and it's Sheesh kebabbed on the menu again. Immortals going to be able to find 2 kills and move their way over to Baron.
That's it. I think that's just the nail in the coffin here for Sentinels. They can't find a team fight victory. They're not able to stand tall against Immortals. And after a pretty good early game, Immortals make a defense. They find themselves a Baron and now are going to balloon their lead past the 10,000 mark.
So hard to deal with. Once you break that barrier, it's almost insurmountable. But if they can find a good fight with the tidal wave, I mean, it can all change on a good fight here. You can pop Hoon, you can pop Gume, but then you've got the wild growth to eat through as well. There's so much shielding with the Orianna, with the Lulu. It's very, very hard to make this work.
Sadly, unlike in PC, there is no shield Serpent's Fang item. So there's no ability to cut shielding in half. You only have your Grievous Wounds items. And right now, you're seeing it only Sheesh has it. But with all the shielding that's going on top of Yikes, it's going to get more and more difficult. I mean, Charm is going to pick up more items. Now has the Zeke's Convergence, which was just recently patched on this patch, and it's pretty good. The item is looking pretty sick. It's finally an item that I think a lot of supports can build, and Charm being one of them, taking it up for themselves. You're going to see it. Sentinels just slowly getting bled out of this one.
Ooh,
a good find and a good escape, but yeah.
Not going to hit anything with the shockwave there. The waves just crashing and keeping the pressure up. All 3 waves Baron buffed up, and Iraqi... Goodness me. Iraqi Zoro just standing in the front of 3 players and being like, yeah, and what? What are you going to do about it?
Oh my god, Brand.
Okay,
Yikes just
dies. And this is Immortals dealing the final blow, right? You said you wanted to see them just throw hands, and I feel like that's what you're getting right now. Immortals punching down a weight class by the looks of this game. Sentinel's last-ditch fight to try and find something. The shockwave onto the backline, onto 3. Sheesh finds 1, traded off, but Beginnings is going down, and he's running away from the Nexus. There is no solace there, my friend. The Sentinels will fall, and the Immortals will outlast 2-1, the reverse sweep, as Sentinels book their ticket to the lower bracket. We will find Immortals going all the way to the NA Regionals.
Awesome. So we have our second team, and that means tomorrow our upper finals has Immortals versus Cloud9, a matchup that I know we have seen before, but now 3-0. We were kind of hyping this up to potentially be a rivalry, but rivalries don't exist when it's one-sided. So Sentinels going to have to take their lower bout. I hope the guys can try to, still find it in them, stay mentally resilient. A lot of these guys are old veterans in other games. MTS, especially, so much time spent in Korea and being one of the best players on the server. And now you see it here. I mean, these guys, all of these players have titles to their names when you look at Sentinels, except for maybe Sheesh. And it's, the veterancy is there, but they need to turn those into wins. They need to turn them into tangible rewards. It's just not there for them. They get a reverse sweep, whereas Immortals, the favorites for the whole tournament, they looked a little dicey from game 1, but are still just what feels like leagues ahead of some others. I
tell you what I feel about that game is the Renekton was just so dominant against all of it. We're going to bring back Charmer in to discuss this one, but my, what a way to close things out for the Immortals to be able to take it 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that stood out to me was, if I'm being entirely honest, the mental game of Immortals throughout the series, because Alk hit it on the head. They looked shaky in that first game. Sentinels came out swinging. They looked organized. They had clearly put in some practice, and you could tell they wanted that series. And so you fall behind a game early. Game 2, you go back to your game plan, you get the victory, but then when you come into this match point scenario, and you fall behind early again as Immortals. They were down like 5-1 in kills at one point. They kind of lose that weird exchange where Sheesh gets out after that skirmish near the bottom, and then you stick with it, right? And you set up perfectly right around that 10-minute mark, that fight by Dragon, where they bait them in. They know that there's no vision. They set it up so that not only do you have Orianna in the choke point, but they also just kind of let Renekton walk up to Sentinels for some reason. And it was a crocodile dinner after that point. But that was the point where they really just kind of took control of the game. So they hung in there. They stayed strong. That was very impressive to me personally. And so I'm happy to see Immortals moving on. I'm also really excited that this is a double elimination bracket, because Sentinels, I think, showed me a lot. Even with a loss, I think they looked better now than they have in the past. So I think there's still plenty of room to grow, but we will be seeing them a little bit later, again, because it's a double elimination bracket. And this is my last time on the desk with you two for the day. So Do we have any final thoughts, gentlemen? Because it's been a blast up until this point.
I mean, Iraqi Zoro best for Nectar NA. The guy carried those two games,
Okay.
I think.
All right. You know, I respect that. No, thank you guys, and I'm excited to see the rest of the tournament. I'll be back tomorrow, but Rafa and Smacks are going to be taking it over, and you guys have a lot of great games today, and excited to see who our final team is here for the regional championships.
All right. Well, goodbye, gentlemen. We're going to be taking a short break, but the broadcast is not over. When we come back, we're going to be Joe2 is Cuter taking on Grilled Cheese. That's going to be the start of our lower bracket rounds for the broadcast, so don't go anywhere. We're taking a break. Hello and welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I am still your host, Charmer, but I am now joined on the desk by two new faces. We get the amazing Rafa and the spectacular Smacks. I'm going to start with you, Rafa. How are you feeling today?
Dude, I'm super pumped, and I've got a few tricks just to show for this third major up my sleeve, but we're going to save the fireworks for later. I'm just excited to not only be joining Smacks, but also we're sharing one adjective each. So no favorites here. I feel the equal love all around from Charmer this time around.
All right, well, spectacular Smacks, how are you feeling today with your one adjective self?
I'm good. I'm ready. I am so glad that we're here for the third and final major. It feels like it was just yesterday where we started this entire Summoner series off, but we're getting down to it. We already have half of our teams qualifying for the regional championships in October.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's take a look at today's bracket because we can cover those who have qualified a bit as well. The upper bracket has seen Immortals and Cloud9 move on to the upper finals, and that also means that they are two of the four teams from this major that will be qualified for the North American Regional Championships. The other two teams, if you have not caught the other majors, are Tribe and NME, but we're going to have some more games, right? This is a double elimination event, so there is a lower bracket. The teams are still duking it out. We're going to be seeing Grilled Cheese take on Joe2 is Cuter in just a moment, but we can also see Sentinels and Chunk Chortle still in the running as well. And much like the previous two matches, we are in some play to get into the event scenarios here, right? If you win, you are in. And so Grilled Cheese and Joe2 is Cuter, there's a lot on the line here. Rafa, I want to ask you about this particular matchup. What is it that we should be looking out for between these two teams?
It's got to be about the solo laners here, Charmer. I mean, between Steezy and Joe2 and Tekshi and Suki, these two matchups are going to be the most dynamite because this is where a lot of not only the playmaking is actually coming from, but also some of the individual just mechanics are really starting to shine. I think there's like a little bit of a honorable mention to the junglers, but between the solo laners, this is where, and I think Smacks can really expand on this as well, where a lot of the champion pool kind of diversifies apart from what we've normally seen. We're not just looking at the Gragas's, the Darius's, the Malphites. We're starting to see things like the Yasuo if you're looking at Joe2, you're looking at the Riven or the Aurelia if you're looking at the Baron laners in particular.
Yeah, and I think we're also getting some fun Singed picks in the previous major circuit.
True!
Specifically from Tekshi. I remember the meme in the Twitch chat was, the cheese is looking less grilled and more singed because of Melon for him. And I don't think we've actually gotten to see it in any of the games today, but I would be pretty excited to see if he actually pulls out that spicy pick once more for us.
Well, speaking of grilling and singeing, one of the things that's been interesting to see today is that hot barbecue action from Brand in the mid lane. He has looked very strong, even though we just saw a loss on the side of Sentinels when they were playing Brand. Brand was still making an impact. And with the focus on the two mid laners here, Joe2, who is apparently Cuter, and Steezy, Rafa, do you think that either one of them is going to be picking up Brand or looking to, kind of pull out that champion in this match?
I think if you're not practiced on the Brand, you shouldn't just force pick it because it is, bonkers. I mean, it deals insane damage, and if you protect and play around the Brand and you form a composition around it, then the Brand can be super powerful, but it is shorter range than another AP monster team fighter such as Ziggs, right? Whereas if a lot of the compositions that we've seen that form around Ziggs, you have a lot of long range dive, you have a lot of long range engage. Ziggs can just sit in the back, chuck the Mega Inferno Bomb and be 2 screens away, and, no problem. But Brand, you got to get up close and personal. So it puts Brand at a little bit more threat while rivaling, if not out-damaging Ziggs. So it just really comes down to what the rest of the support pieces are in that composition.
Yeah, and I think for a player like Steezy, this is one of the only players who is playing a champion that is pretty similar in temperature, but also in gameplay to the Brand, and that's Annie.
You don't have a lot of movement on the Annie. You don't have a lot of range on Annie, but what you do pack is a punch. I think if Steezy can put that same champion, a skill that he has on a more unique mid laner like the Annie to the test, then perhaps he's going to be the one to really make this champion work for him. Or more likely, in my opinion, we just see it banned in all the games because it's really strong.
Yeah, when it's not banned, as I said before earlier, we saw the likes of Sentinel. They were bringing Brand out, and I felt like they had a great game plan because they were playing a lot of characters that had roots, right? They were going with the Lux, the Varus, and they were trying to kind of force bad choke points. It was very reminiscent of Orianna, but in a different way. And so I'm curious to see if other teams bring it, but it's entirely possible that it is just banned as well. And so real quick, I got to get your predictions for this one. Rafa, who do you think is going to take it?
I'm a fan of Yasuo gameplay, so I'm going to go with Johto as cuter. I think if Johto busts that out at least once, then the series is definitely in their favor.
I'm gonna go the other way. I'm feeling the grilled cheese. It's one of my favorite foods, and these are some of my favorite players as well. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can pull it through and qualify for the championships.
All right. Well, that is, I think, the first time the desk has been split. So you guys are already changing it up, but it sounds like the draft is ready, and so you guys are going to take it away from me. Enjoy some games, and I can't wait to see how this one turns out.
Bye, Charmer.
The same thing. That's so boring.
That's how we spice things up. You know how else we can spice things up, Smacks? Because this is the third major. Majority of the time, I've been sitting down, but it's time that we rise to the occasion.
Whoa.
Because we got to go up for this. Yeah, we got to stand up and we got to get right in the heart of the action for this one, baby. Because this is going to be electrifying. Grilled Cheese and Johto is cuter. They're still fighting to compete for one of the last 2 spots to qualify automatically for the NA Regional Championships next month. When you think about it, it's actually going to be in less than 3 weeks from now, Smacks. It's so soon.
No, I'm still flabbergasted by your standing transition. That was crazy. I cannot do that.
Next purchase, Max, get an electric desk. It is so OP. This is like, this feels more liberating and more freeing, especially casting. So I just got to be careful that like I don't accidentally just like trip over a wire, because if I showed you the other side of my desk, I have not cleaned up all the wires yet. It's still kind of messy under there. It looks like, you know those kids that just like shove all the garbage under their beds and they never pick it up, and the mom comes in, it's like, wow, your room is so tidy. And then the kid's like, they don't know Pepe left. And then she looks under the bed, you're like, oh my God. And then there's like a 6-month-old McDonald's wrapper in there from like the food that he's just shoved under the,
like 13 Doritos.
Yeah, just random Taco Bell bags in there. That's a true gamer bed right there. Oh my God. Yeah.
Now,
thankfully, there's no food under here. It's just wires.
I don't have any food under here either. I gotta hide my wires well so that Patcat doesn't chew on those. But to get into this draft, we don't see the brand has been banned away. In fact, none of the big pocket picks for grilled cheese have been banned away either, the Singed or the Annie that we mentioned before. So they still have some flavors available. And as you said, Yasuo is still on the board for Johto.
Now, Johto are going to start laying down some standard flavor support pieces. You have a strong marksman, as the Enzio has put down, thanks to one of his YouTuber videos back, I think about late August. Varus, one of the best premier marksmen.
He said the best.
Yeah, just the best, straight up. Sparkle on the Lee Sin as well. We've had quite the junglers in NA trying to vie for the #1 Lee Sin spot. But if you want to see some top tier Lee Sin gameplay, go watch C Champs and go watch I think it's Len from Divine Esports, man. Dude, Vietnamese junglers just hit different. But
yeah, he's the second best in the world. The first best, of course, is none other than Rafa, the best Lee Sin ever. I was seeing your practice tool gameplay earlier.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I might have to teach Tybin T-Tigers a thing or two about the Lee Sin on wildrift. Well, so far, Smacks, no brand has been picked, but Ziggs will be locked in. And look how Grilled Cheese has set it up. they have their backliners who can participate in fights a screen away, whether it's the Mega Inferno Bomb or the Mystic Shots and the True Shot Barrage, and the rest of the team comp is all about dive. Camille's going to initiate with Hextech Ultimatum, Gragas is going to be the main body slammer, and then if things get too hairy, you can try to peel enemies off with the Tidal Wave, or you can assist and support in the long-range engage, especially in choke points, or actually I should say, the fights around dragons and objective controls for Grilled Cheese is going to be so favored, whereas for Jotu's Cuter, they have opted in to mainly just trying to get a lead in the early game, using the strength of laners like Renekton, like Varus, and then using the Lee Sin to empower those lanes, maybe go for some dives. If I see Sparkle starting to dive lanes before 3 minutes, I think that is going to be the key for Jotu's Cuter.
Now, something we have to mention as we load up into the game is that for Jotu's Cuter, Suki is the one who plays Orianna. It's not Jotu who's picking this champion. We've seen this in the past. They typically will put him on this because he's a little bit more practiced on it. And Jotu, very adept when it comes to the melee champions, will just take whatever top laner they decide to lock in. So we are seeing that role swap come through. Suki, we'll see what we can show for us in this mid lane against Steezy, who, as you mentioned before, is playing this long-ranged Ziggs poke champion. And he'll need to make sure he's not taking some bad trades there and get some Orianna shockwaves through.
Now, Jotu is Cuter. Look how Sparkle is changing up his path already. Normally, you see a lot of junglers these days go for Red into Raptors and then either look to cross or just go mid lane and get priority for Crab, but because Sparkle's spotted out, he's actually wanting to play towards the top side of the map, as we talked about before. Renekton can potentially get the push in, can at least push Gragas to the limit, and then Sparkle just needs to get aggressive early. Now, not actually going to be looking top lane. He's shifting mid, but Stove is already here, making that 3-man push super hard for Suki and Sparkle to contest.
Just going to be pushed in right away, and that's going to give a lot of Scuttle Crab over to whichever one Grilled Cheese wants to go for. It is going to be the bot side Scuttle, as they're here very early, just even before it has spawned, setting that one up. And you can see that with the extra double range bot laners for Grilled Cheese, they can keep that wave pushed in all the time. Honestly, pretty surprising that they got a window to do this, even still, because Isdra is playing this Varus, who has just amazing wave clear, but you can see that Stove and Nimble are playing this quite well. They have a really nice trade advantage with the way they keep pushing this in, and they're getting it pushed again. This is very impressive.
Right now, Grilled Cheese is enjoying how the game is going right now, because if you think about their win condition, they want to ride past the first few minutes of the game, where Sparkle could really just like turn the tides of battle. And a lot of the times when you see Lee Sins from the eastern regions, as we've just been watching a lot of Seed Champs over the past week, they will like start getting into people's faces as early as before even the crab spawns. And and Jotu's Cuter has just not been able to find a window with that yet for Sparkle's Lee Sin. Now there's still time to make a play now that Sparkle is level 5. You have Dragon's Rage. You can make plays, but you really want to do it sooner than later, because as long as the scoreboard is 0-0, Grilled Cheese is winning the game.
Mm-hmm. And for Jotu's Cuter, they need to get the ball rolling pretty fast. As to quote one of our favorite analyst friends of ours, if you are jungling and you're just taking camps the whole game, then you are helping one person. But if you're ganking, then you're helping 2 people. And if you gank bot lane or dragon lane, then you're helping 3 people. So just simple math there tells you that you want to be ganking as soon as possible. And I think for Lee Sin, that's really going to be the name of the game, as we're getting a gank attempt in the Baron lane. Oh,
okay, well, Sparkle wanted to go for the play, gets the Dragon's Rage out, but the turret shot goes down, and Tekshi wins out on the dive, gets first blood. But you saw I don't know if there was hesitation or if the Dragon's Rage didn't originally come through, because they had the CC combo from Jotu's Ruthless Predator, but he didn't get it off in time. Tekshi turning that around, and now Jotu is locked under this X-Tech ultimatum. A couple more turret shots is going to deter them from further diving. Steez even comes in with the Mega Inferno Bomb. I mean, Jotu will live, but still, Grilled Cheese, very happy with what just happened.
Barrier and Dominus is too much resilience to handle when it comes to the Renekton, but you know, we were saying the Sparkle should start ganking. And it would help more people if he did, but not if you're ganking Tekshi and he's way too good. Then you are helping only the enemy team, and that's not going to end up being very solid, as I believe we're going to get another look at that one for just how good Tekshi played this. Avoiding the movement from the Lee Sin is the name of the game when it comes to getting ganked by Lee Sin and trying to outplay it. And you can see,
stun?
even with this stun, he doesn't have the kick. Doesn't come through. He greeds it out, tries to get more damage before, and Tekshi, with a well-timed flash and a barrel back underneath the turret, gets to survive.
Unfortunate stuff for Joe 2 is cuter. Grilled cheese, though. Tekshi being able to make the best out of a situation there from Joe 2 is cuter. Grilled cheese now, even though they're still slightly behind in gold, got to think about long-term win con for this team. As long as they are keeping even or maintaining the gold lead under, I want to say 2,000, 3,000. As long as they are not that far behind, then by the time they get to the 10-minute mark and they have 1-2 items on Ziggs Ezreal, this backline's popping.
Oh boy.
And the return gang on the top side.
Another Hextech ultimatum onto Joe2, but again, he's so resilient on this Renekton, you just get to walk away. And Osiris helping him out secures it as well. Grilled cheese really trying to put this Gator down, but it's just not working out as well as they would hope. And it does mean that Suki gets a pretty gigantic lead now on Orianna as they are attempting to take this entire turret. They get it.
Okay. I like this move from Joe 2 is cuter. They haven't been able to find kills, but they do snowball the pressure that they have from these champions that are designed to win the early part of the map. Also a great rotation, capitalizing on the fact that 3 members were dedicated towards Joe 2 in that Baron lane. They get the first brick. They start pulling up ahead in the gold leads. This is going to allow them to hit first items in Gage, Ludens, and Black Cleaver and Muramana. So almost all of Joe 2's cuters pretty much online. They can start fighting in these chokeholds.
Yeah, check out the gold lead between Suki and Steezy right now. It's pretty gargantuan. And hold on, Chains of Corruption.
Nice bubbles.
Spreading. I mean, anything else there? Is this your boy? Swiftly avoids the Mega Inferno Bomb. Nice attempt from Steezy.
TSJ actually looking for another engage there, but just getting poked with Tactical Sweep. Rest of Joe 2 is cuter. Looks like they're going to retreat for now, get some resets off, knowing Osiris would like to complete their first item sometime soon, but rush the Locket, giving them a little bit of extra shield. I actually like that, because a lot of these engages, there is going to be a stipe amount of burst at the beginning. Trying to minimize and negate that upfront burst from Grilled Cheese might help Joe 2 win these mid-game skirmishes that they want to force in their favor. That's a nice barrel, though.
Really difficult to kill that Renekton, as we said before, and maybe
No
difficult
way.
to survive the Renekton. Oh my god, they're both at 1 HP. Sparkle's in the area, though, flashing forward. A body slam denies the resonating strike, but still enough damage from Sparkle, and he gets to hit another turret in the outer lanes.
I had deja vu there, Smacks, just from a few minutes ago, where I was like, oh no, please don't tell me Tekshi outplays Sparkle again. But this time, Tekshi is way too low, doesn't have the summoners after Joche had already burned them. But this is a nice capitalization from CSJ, knowing that Sparkle was already dedicated on the top side of the map. They're going to push the Rift Herald into the mid wave. Suki is here, though, has Shockwave available, so they can't push any further.
Here we get to see that Locket putting in a ton of work from Osiris. Unfortunately, didn't communicate with Isherboa that he was safe from the bomb, as the Locket came through at the same time as Barrier. So that summoner spell is gone. Nimble gets hit by the Sonic Wave.
Nice tidal wave bubble. Ooh!
Unfortunate.
Steezy low-key kind of helping Sparkle out there. It wasn't intentional, it's just an unfortunate error there.
Got to try to get all that crowd control down to deny the Lee Sin movement. I like the idea, but yeah, as you said, the Nami bubble was going to connect, and then some technical difficulties there for Steezy's side. Knocks him out of that.
Yeah. You know, it's that moment where, like, everyone's trying to, like, Lee Sin, Lee Sin, Lee Sin, and everyone just throws everything out there, but then it's just like, wait! That actually backfired. You're supposed to throw the satchel after I do the bubble, but it's okay. I mean, that's so hard to communicate in the moment. But, you know, not the end of the world. Joe 2 has pulled ahead now, solid 4,000 gold. This is where Grilled Cheese need to start stopping and stemming the bleeding a little bit. the first dragon had gone Johtu's way. Johtu are now trying to push the pace. This is the prime time to do it because Grilled Cheese, they're not quite online yet, but it is approaching soon.
See, the Grilled Cheese are getting jittery around this dragon. Sparkle soloing it at the moment, and there isn't really a whole lot that Grilled Cheese want to do about this, or more accurately, can do about this. They're just grouping up in the mid lane, trying to get some priority, but unfortunately, Sparkle stayed there the entire time. And that is going to be a second Drake for Johtu is Cuter. This is where lead like Suki has for himself is going to start ballooning into something even larger.
Oh, nice bubble on a Suki.
Oh, no.
Might stop it, but that's a three-man shockwave from Suki, a Baron laner, by the way, but knows how to play the Orianna for the 3k elo plays. Johtu is Cuter, pick up 2.
Oh, and they're not done yet. That's a great assassination from Sparkle. We were waiting to see if he could get the kick angles through. The first one kind of flubbed, but this one finds its mark so well. Johtu is Cuter with the role swapping shenanigans find amazing shockwaves from Suki, and we're starting to see why this role swap's actually happening.
And this is what Johtu is Cuter was waiting for. The early game, I know I wasn't necessarily a big fan. There was a little bit of a stumble on that Baron lane dive, but Johtu is Cuter. They explode in the mid game here, Smacks.
Johtu's just playing diversion, showing the rest of his team that this team is looking quite skittish. As there just another tidbit, Osiris weaving in the tornado to knock someone up and then walking past to get the ultimate knockback as well. Really slick movement from Osiris. The Janna mechanics, while it is an Enchanter champion, you have to be very clean with those, as Steezy getting kicked.
That's an unfortunate casualty there, getting caught out. Sparkle does not have Dragon's Rage anymore, so cannot help people away from Johtu, but Johtu's fine. He's got Osiris providing the shields. Isdurbo is currently pushing down the mid lane. Tekshi not necessarily in a position where he can bamboozle Isdurbo and catapult him into the wave. Not going to be that resourceful. But look at how Johtu is Cuter is set up. Because they took down Steezy into the Baron lane, they pulled 3 members over there. Sure, 2 were defending mid, but then no one's defending bot lane. So now Suki is able to unlock one more turret off the rift, and Johtu is Cuter is slowly but surely making the correct moves to start closing out this game. And now suddenly the gold lead has ballooned to 10k.
This is what I was expecting to happen after seeing that Suki was staying in his own lane while Steezy was roaming to try to help out the Baron lane. No kills coming to fruition there in the early game from Steezy means that you're just giving up a whole lot to gain nothing. Now Suki has 3 damage items on this Orianna. Gigantic lead coming out of just a single player. You do not want to get hit by that shockwave that's going to be coming up very, very shortly. It actually is available right now, but waiting for that next fight to be played probably on Johtu is Cuter's terms, as they have a great lead and they're extending their tendrils of success into the enemy jungle. Oh boy.
Run, Steezy. Oh, you don't actually want to chase that. Okay.
Yeah, no.
I was like, you're a little bold, buddy. That Johtu is 2k more gold on you, 2.5k more gold on you. So that's a very scary crocodile. Coming up on this dragon, those smacks. Oh. Okay, we won't look at that. New target, Osiris is the lucky member receiving the Hextech ultimatum, but just pushes back CSJ with that Monsoon. Meanwhile, Steezy got sniped out by Isdurbo. That's another member down from Grilled Cheese, which means it's going to make their defense of this next turret even more difficult, and the dragon is spawning. There's no way that they can contest.
And Tekchi was so close with the body slam flash, but just barely came up short, and it gave Isdurbo enough time to flash out of the ultimate. You can see this damage even underneath the turret as the aftermath for Johtu is Cuter. You can't step anywhere near Suki. And this is only 3 items. There's still 2 more slots that he can fill later on. So they get some more damage from the Infernal Drake. Johtu is Cuter can steal away this blue buff. And this is just a complete takeover of the entire Rift at this point, Rafa.
Johtu is Cuter soundly in command and in the lead. Almost 13,000 gold ahead at this point. Grilled Cheese their only hope at this point, Smacks, now that the death cap has been completed by Steezy, is if they can somehow stall until the Elder, steal the Elder, and then you just have Soul and Elder, and then maybe, just maybe. I mean, Steezy on the Ziggs is a champion infamous for being able to stall out games. But in order to do that, you can't push past your turret. You can't push past the safety zone. And right now, that's not very far.
No. You can see that 6 turrets have been taken by Joe 2 is cute. Joe 2 is cuter, rather. All the outer ones, all the inner ones. Waiting to approach the inhibitor turrets, but they don't really have to wait in fear, so they're going for another kick. Ooh.
Oh, but nice arcane shift from Nimble.
Oh!
He's going to escape the Dragon's Rage. Okay, nice flank from CSJ. They've caught out Isdraboa. Now can they turn this around? Osiris almost blinking HP bars from the rest of the members of Grilled Cheese. Still on the forefront. Sparkle trying to keep Nimble back. Suki's able to follow up with a nice command, attack, and dissonance. Sparkles comes back up with a woohoo GA and clips Steezy in the midair with a sonic wave into the resonating strike. Suki's still on the chase. They've taken down 4 members, and Tech Shi, only member alive. He's not going to be able to stop them from this Baron.
Suki does so much damage on this Orianna, Rafa. This is so gross. And Joe 2 is cuter, even though they didn't have their namesake player, Joe 2, pushing out in the Dragon lane. Didn't end up mattering at all. Take a huge fight once more. That's going to be a Baron buff on all of their members. Push back. Oh, man.
What? He just half-health him.
Yep. Do you see those items, man? You can't get away. No prisoners.
Oh, man. Suki saying, all right, guys, what do you got now? You got to ban out my Baron lane champions, and you got to ban out my mid lane champion pool. Can't ban me out, man. Only 3 bans. When are we going to get to the point when Wild Rift can ban more than 3 champions? How many champions do we need total?
I think it's like 100, probably. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe less than that. But
I think we're at. How many champions do we have in Wild Rift?
It's like 50. Yeah. I think we will probably need to see it doubled about then. But I don't know. Maybe I don't really know where I got that number. In honesty, it's just about when it happened for PC League. So.
Yeah, no, that makes sense in my head. For Joe 2 is cuter. 16,000 gold ahead. Surely, there's no way that Joe 2 is cuter can throw this game away. Osiris, getting caught out potentially. Nice explosive cast follow-up, make an Inferno Bomb. That's goodbye to the support of Joe 2 is cuter. CSJ diving further into the backline. Sparkle trying to one-man in, or I should say Joe 2. Joe 2 just takes out Stove. He's diving past the turret looking for Steezy. He's trying to do his best to try and defend the rest of the back line. But CSJ is going to fall, and Joe 2 doesn't even die. Xerx's Gauge, so OP, man.
And that's going to be the first game of this series, Rafa. Joe 2 is cuter, only 1 Nexus away now from qualifying for the NA Regional Championships in October. Great way to open this series.
Feeling pretty good about my prediction right now, Smacks. How about you?
Maybe there's a reason that they were all aligned for all of those. Maybe I should have just listened to my playback.
Oh, it's okay. There's always a game 2, and then the beautiful thing about series overall is that adaptation can occur, right? Grilled Cheese can look at this game and think, okay, we went too hard on the scaling late game. We did not have enough tools in the mid game to really combat Joe 2's just capability of just picking and forcing fights. I mean, the other thing too is, as you pointed out early on in the game, there's a lot of roams from Steezy trying to salvage the Baron lane that, had they gotten those kills, maybe you can look back and say, oh yeah, those were worth it, right? But the goal of this composition is to scale up.
Yeah.
And be selfish with the farm. You don't gotta roam. So, the fact that Tech Shi was outplaying a lot of the dives from Sparkle early on, had you just, if they continue putting pressure into the Baron lane, we might be looking at a different game where Steezy is not behind in gold. But then it's Suki
and
that
experience.
Yeah.
Steezy was down 3 levels. Like this is not a small lead that you're giving up for this SIG. So yeah, fully agree with you. I think for for the preparation for grilled cheese, they put in some strong power into their comp. I think the Gragas Camille combo is really strong if you can play to that and gank it a lot. But the problem is that they were mostly forced to play reactively. The first time worked pretty well, as we saw Tekshi was able to survive that first gank, and I thought that it was going to be able to work out pretty well for them. But this duo is really strong in the 2v2, which means you usually don't really need to bring a third person, because you don't want to just avoid all of your duties as a mid laner where you're just farming up a lot.
Yeah. I mean, if this is a Twisted Fate or a Galio, by all means.
Yeah.
Go and support your Baron laner, right? But, just not really understanding that, as our colleague Joshi would say, you don't, this is a fight you don't need to take. This is a unnecessary structure to defend. You'd rather give away small leads when a composition like yours is going to scale up and be able to out-damage there.
Right here.
Yeah,
my word.
Yeah, Suki's just absolutely
And he does it to
insane.
Stove also. Like, yeah. There's nothing you can really do at that point if you're Stove. Just a rampaging clockwork lady coming at you. Just
The ball
throwing all
is
this stuff.
angry.
That was pretty good. Did you was that like a voice filter, or is that just your...
No, I just made it very airy. Just like that. So,
That was nice. Well
thanks,
done.
man. Thank you. More voice lines coming your way. We're not throwing to a break, don't worry. We're just getting ready for game 2. Now, just thoughts about into this second draft. I'm not sure if grilled cheese is going to be going red side next game, or if they're maintaining position on blue. But if let's just say, for example, they stick on blue side, right? They maintain the Nami priority. Nami's nice. Nami's a good champion, man. Opting into the full-on scaling late game for the Ezreal and Ziggs, either you need more like disengage tools or more defensive tools from the jungle. Gragas is pretty damn good because you can body slam threats away. You can, use explosive casks. It's a versatile tool. You can use it for engage or disengage, right? So yeah, I think. Other than that, I don't know if I would actually change up the draft too much here, Smacks.
I think you can make this draft work if you change up your playstyle, but with the way that we saw Steezy play the Ziggs, it almost feels to me like they should consider just locking in a Twisted Fate or a Galio there. Because like you said, he was playing very supportively.
Yeah.
And I think for a player like that, you can't just change the champion instead of the playstyle, A lot of the time it's easier to do that. Like if your one trick in the game is like Leona, it's gonna be a lot easier for you to switch over to like a Alistar if it's banned compared to something like a Lulu, because you're gonna know what your champion's positioning goals are. You're gonna know what items work really well, that sort of thing. And I'm not saying that Steezy isn't versatile enough to like change up the playstyle, but based on what we saw there and what that strategy was, and also just the innate synergy that has that Twisted Fate or Galio has with a champion like Camille, we're just locking someone down and then Hero's Entrancing on top of a Hextech Ultimatum or something of the sort. I think that makes a lot more sense in my head, and it's not like you're lacking damage either. Ezreal's going to do a whole lot if it does go to late game, which unfortunately it did.
Yeah, and I want to build upon your point about, we're not trying to comment on a player's versatility or ability to like play different styles. I think when it comes down to the heat of the moment, sometimes, even if you've been practicing different compositions, there's natural tendencies, right? And I think the natural tendency that we saw from Steezy is, like you said, he's being supportive, he wants to roam, he wants to look for kills or assists in other lanes. It's hard to get out of that habit when you're already in the game unless you are able to mentally put a lot of work into telling yourself, remember, I'm not looking for roams, I'm looking to farm, I'm looking to be selfish, I'm looking to scale, and then we fight around these items. And whether, you need someone to constantly tell you in-game, hey, these are your cons, remember that? Or if you can't, whether it's by yourself or another player on your team, then just play to what's comfortable. Play to your natural tendencies, because then it's a lot easier and it's less communication required to band-aid a playstyle that you're more comfortable with, right?
It's an adjustment that grilled cheese are going to have to consider one way or the other, I think. Like, do you still pick the Ziggs and then just play very selfishly if you're Steezy, or do you go for the more selfless style? I think it's something to consider. For the rest of the squad, though, I think like Nami's a perfect first pick. I think that champion's very, very strong.
Yeah.
You are, however, giving over a lot of power based on what we saw the response was for this Varus and this Lee Sin, you know? These are the premier champions in their role as well. And yes, I would consider Nami to be the premier support. If you're giving over, like, you're trading 1 for 2, and then, you're getting, like, one of the good junglers and Camille, like, Lee Sin in some ways is just a better version of that. So I think this is another thing to consider when it comes down to the draft. Like, maybe you don't have to ban all of these champions away from Johto. Maybe you don't have to ban the Akali and the Diana and get more pressure on that mid.
Let's find out. Grilled Cheese chose to maintain blue side. Nothing wrong with that. If we see any changes in bans, I would imagine that maybe it's I don't even know. I don't think you necessarily need to change up bans, because, like you said, Smax, it wasn't necessarily a champion diff that exposed Grilled Cheese. It was just they misplayed and didn't play to what their composition wanted. Yeah, so
you gotta know how to give resources to your team the most efficiently, I think. And you can do that while upping the tempo of the game, but I think Grilled Cheese skipped the step of getting all the resources and then upping the tempo when you hit your item power spikes, because a Ziggs is going to spike a lot later than another mage potentially would, or like a Twisted Fate. So
yeah,
we'll see if they want to do that again.
Something that can also happen in teams, something that I've experienced firsthand as well, is, let's say you understand your team has like a certain win condition that need to be met, right? You go for an early play that's not supposed to work, and you're not mad if it doesn't work out, and the opponent makes a misplay, which is what happened in this past game. Sparkle tried to dive Tekshi, didn't respect the Dragon Rage timer quick, and gave a first blood to Tekshi, right? Sometimes you get hypey. You're like, oh my god, these guys are playing like you know, we can win this game, and then they forget how they're supposed to play the game because they get complacent, right? And so, if your opponent misplays, don't disrespect them for the rest of the game. Continue playing your game. Play to how your composition is supposed to be played, and let your opponents continue making mistakes, and then punish when necessary. But it doesn't mean you can just start, going off the rails. Yeah. As I think between me and Smax, we've seen that so many times, not just in Wild Rift, but in other esports as well, where and we'll talk to the players afterwards, like, yeah, we just got complacent. So, like, okay. CSJ says, no more Lee Sin for Sparkle. It's my time.
They banned the Nami too, so they've denied that champion from Johto as Huter, but something that Johto has done in response is drop their own Senna ban. So that's going to be a champion that they now have access to alongside the Varus for Izraboa. And Senna is one of those champions where if you have a lot of practice on it on your squad, this champion can just look like the most broken thing to ever exist in any video game ever. Because you just run around and apply so much pressure every single place. And I think that's something that Johto's Cuter is now going to have to show us. Like, is Osiris going to have that skill on this champion? Because this has been a player who's been very quick to pick up some of the new strategies. He's one of our premier Thresh players in the entire Summoner series. And Senna, while she isn't very similar to Thresh in a lot of mechanical ways, you can provide a lot of the same utility to your team that a Thresh otherwise would.
Well, during that time, Smax, we have gotten quite the explosion of picks coming in and out of the way. And, I think Johto is Cuter also picked up on the fact that, hey, Steezy has played the Ziggs like he wanted to play a Twisted Fate. And they banned that right away, and they didn't want him to have it. And they got the Senna in return, but Steezy is going to another roaming pick, and it's going to be the Ahri. Now, surprisingly enough, Smacks, I know that between you, me, and Alk, we have our rather distaste of Ahri, but last night on Sea Champs, we actually saw Coyote play the best Ahri I've ever seen, and actually made it look like a strong pick. So, if Steezy can reach down and play to the strength of trying to instantly clear the wave, look for roams, play off of vision, use the charm to great success, you can find great picks in this mid game with CSJ on the Lee Sin.
And that is what we're getting from Steezy. It's always so fun to see when players just completely turn something on their head, you know, like if you figure out one way that a champion is very powerful, or just some matchup that you can like completely explode by doing one thing differently. I think it's always a really cool thing. So maybe we've been completely wrong about R this entire time, and we have just not seen the full untapped potential of the pick. It's up to Steezy now to show us that, and show us if we are wrong. Up against Johtu's Diana, though, this is not the matchup that I would really enjoy playing a lot, I'd say. Johtu, one of our most skilled Diana players, has been banned away from him a lot, but we'll be picking it in this one.
Even the way Grilled Cheese played out their level 1 was completely different than game 1. All 5 members or all 4 members are from CSJ. Dedicated to that level 1 push. They got a lot of vision denial in the bottom side jungle, and now CSJ is here. They might look for first blood, and this is the Lee Sin gameplay. The explosive, high early game damage, nice charm as well. Sparkle trying to fight it out to the death, looking for one more auto attack, but the turret shot plus the red buff is going to make sure that Sparkle not only gets a kill, but also stays alive.
Sparkle's baiting it out quite nicely, but as you said before, the RE damage with Ignite and Charm is very strong in the early game in CSJ in that traditional NA style mid lane 2v2 with mid and jungle. It's that first blood of the game onto the signature Diana pick of Johtu, so already doing wonders to shut down this pick, who was very strong in that last game. Johtu, well, the mid laner of Johtu is cuter, I should say, as it was Suki on Orianna last game. Got a tremendous lead against Steezy, but not this time.
Johtu is cuter, also working hand in hand to not only get the top crab for Sparkle, but also dedicating the mid and the Dragon Lane duo to deny the other crab away from CSJ, as his time off the Rift being dead was a nice opportunity for Johtu is cuter to deny resources that could have been picked up by him. Gonna have to look into his own blue quadrant jungle to pick up some resources, trying to accelerate his spike towards level 5, looking for Dragon's Rage, as Sparkle is already at that point, has Cataclysm available, I imagine. We look towards... You know, I was about to say mid lane, but Steezy still has Spirit Rush, so it's... It's still a hard lane to gank for Jarvan. You want to look elsewhere.
I would imagine you're more looking at the neutral objective fight in about a minute's time rather than anything else, which is a pretty nice timer for Sparkle. You won't have your Cataclysm available if you go for a gank with it right now, so you want to wait for that one, I would imagine. And you're already level 6, which is pretty astounding for a jungler at this pace, I will say. Second.
Spirit Rush into Charm, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, first the kick, and then the execute damage from the second part of Resonating Strike.
Well played from Steezy and CSJ again in this mid lane duo. Pretty nuts stuff coming out. The charm accuracy has been amazing. The Lisa mechanics are there. These guys are making this work very well. In Johtu, you don't have your summoner spells anymore. You have to be very careful when it comes to this next Drake fight. And without Flash, oftentimes Diana will need to save Moonfall for a disengage option. You don't actually have nearly as much agency when it comes to that ability anymore. So Johtu has been somewhat crippled when it comes to this next fight.
Johtu is cuter, though. Noticing that Dragon's Range and Spirit Rush were burned. We're going to try to start up this Dragon, as you noted. Sparkle taking away the Blast Cone as well, denying any way for Grilled Cheese to look to steal. Mega Inferno Bomb was thrown as a last resort, but Johtu is cuter to secure the first Dragon of the game. CSJ is going to get the Rift Herald and potentially look Baron lane for some extra plates trying to snowball a little bit and accelerate Tekshi.
CSJ already has this Youmuu's Ghostblade, so we'll be zooming around the rift, especially once those boots come in too. So I'm looking forward to that one. The lethality Lee Sin build has been very fun to watch. You get extra burst. It's a different playstyle than like the tank stuff that we're used to seeing from Lee Sin's. I'd say historically speaking for this champion, we've seen like a lot of Black Cleaver. I'd say has been his most popular item, but it's just a fun time. You get to do way more damage with your Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, and I know you've been really enjoying playing the lethality Lee Sin, especially on
dive,
PC too.
dive. The wave only has
comes.
one more cannon minion, but it's going to be enough. Looking for the flash, but Osiris flashing preemptively, trying to escape what could have been a deadly setup from Grilled Cheese. Now Johto looking for the collapse, but Steezy is there to match it, giving safe passage for the rest of his homies.
Good flashes there from the bot lane duo of Johto is Cuter. They can stay in this lane and keep pushing, as Ferris tends to do, although Mr. Bo is more focused on going for trades right now. Will get to stay alive, and with this extra range, you don't have the flash anymore for Isherboa and Osiris, so gotta be more careful. Oh,
nicely played from Johto, but might not have enough damage. Barrier was popped. The Ignite was ticking. Johto will go down, but Suki and Sparkle are able to turn around. CSJ will fall at the hands of Suki. Now the rest of the members of Johto is Cuter, all roaming in response to Stove, who is trying to turn the tides of battle, trying to look for some revenge. CSJ does drop for Johto.
Stove playing this game quite well from the support Gragas standpoint. You're seeing him just move around and connect on plays with CSJ, not necessarily in the very early stages, because as we mentioned before, if you have a lot of power in your 2v2, you can just stay in 2v2. You don't actually need to bring a lot of extra members, otherwise you're giving up resources on the map. So the fact that CSJ and Steezy are able to make all these plays by themselves is a really big deal, but now that we're into the late game, might as well bring your Gragas.
And look at this. Look how more comfortable Steezy and CSJ look, both on basically mobile playmakers, mobile assassins that you can call it, as now whenever Spirit Rush is available, technically he didn't even need it because it wasn't on cooldown, but charming over the wall, CSJ gets in position for Dragon's Rage onto both marksmen who didn't have flash from the dive before. Rift Trail is going to be spawning now, and this is a great play from Grilled Cheese, making the kills, translating it into objectives.
Such a nice look from these two, and we mentioned, oh my goodness.
Take it, Smacks.
They're
my
even
goodness.
done.
You didn't even... I was ready
Take
to toss it to you. Take what? My surprise at just how fast Johto popped?
Oh man, these guys are popping off. And we talked before about how Steezy looked pretty uncomfortable on the Ziggs, didn't quite know where he wanted to be on the Rift. At some moments, he's roaming around when he probably shouldn't be. Ziggs is a very selfish champion. Steezy can be selfish by going and taking kills from everybody else. You just go land that charm and your Ignite and just run in, steal the enemy champion, and then walk back mid to go back to clearing. This is a much better look from this player, and I'm really glad that they have made this adjustment when it comes down to this game, because as a reminder, if you win this series, you are in NA championships. You don't have to play in that last chance qualifier.
The regional championships is what both of these teams are playing for. Being able to advance into the next round guarantees you as one of the third or fourth extra seed going into the final showdown for the North American title in this Wild Rift Summoner Series. And the rest of Grilled Cheese, they're the ones that are on the front now. They're the ones that are putting Johto against the wall. But Johto, despite being down 3,000, 4,000 gold, they have strong engage tools.
The charm lands onto the Jarvan. They've got some more poke with Ziggs too. Stove tosses ultimate onto Suki, but just knocks him against the wall instead. Another charm connects.
Oh man.
He's throwing everything into the tank though. Sparkle looks for an engage.
Sparkle is forcing it. Suki follows up. Moonfall connects onto the backline, but Steezy's able to kite away thanks to Spirit Rush. Johto has nothing left. Has to force the flash over the wall. Looks like his Boa was able to snipe out Tekshi, and the rest of Johto is Cuter. They're not able to find the dragon either. They live with all their members, though, and they get a kill down. That's not all for nothing, and they have a little bit of time to potentially go for this mid lane turret, but Nimble is here to pick it up.
Solid bombs over the wall, make sure that they can't keep their minion wave alive. His Jerboa is still in the area, but again, wave clear is huge for Nimble. Pushes the members of Joe2 Scooter off, and as you said, Rafa, they get the Drake on the side of Grilled Cheese there, more out of combat movement speed. CSJ is going to be running around doing laps. Insta stone plate pop from Sprock. You can see the respect coming, but that was only the beginning for CSJ as he remains trying to go for these invades on the camps.
Go2 might be a little too far forward. Remember, he doesn't have flash from before. CSJ connected this resonating strike. Is going to go for it, get some more damage down. Dragon's Rage, but a nice... Is that Locket from Osiris?
I believe it was. Lots of shielding there from the squad.
Okay.
Long range snipes from Nimble. A little too slow.
If I was Joe2 right there, my pants would be slightly more brown after that. Just saying.
It's TMI.
Moving into the 11-minute marks, Max. 4,000 gold ahead for Grilled Cheese. Just gotta say it how it is sometimes, you know, Max. Gotta let the people know. Being honest.
Do you have to let the people know? People, do you want to know? Be honest.
I think it was family friendly, considering our quarrels during the qualifier earlier this week about how far I was pushing it. You know, it was a limit test. But right now, Joe2 is cuter. They need to start limit testing because, remember, despite being down in gold, they have strong engage tools. They have the mouth. Oh my gosh, but look at CSJ with the plays on the Lee Sin, falling forward on the flash as well. Gets the Dragon's Rage right into the Baron pit where the rest of Grilled Cheese was waiting. And now Joe2 is cuter. They have one less member to engage on. Mega Inferno Bomb kind of goes wide. Suki lands a nice knock up into the back line. Takes out Stove. Steezy still on the run, trying to deal with... I don't even know where Steezy went. Steezy, sub 200 HP. I'm not gonna lie, Smacks. I was kind of tracking towards the fight on the Baron side of the map where Jerboa was fighting against Tekshi. And I just lost it.
Out.
Yeah, it just fizzled out. I was just like, where the hell did everyone go? But Joe2's cuter, lost out on the fight. Grilled Cheese was able to push their advantage even further, unlocking the rift.
Grilled Cheese, they have to be careful, though. You know, they're going for these crazy plays. CSJ, what a kick right there. That was absolutely filthy. But you have to be careful when it comes to Lee Sin and Ahri. You use your both ultimates to find one member. You might run out of steam when it comes to the next fight. Yes, you do have Nimble, who's scaling up on the Ziggs and almost has a full hat for himself. But the rest of this squad is mostly just built to pick out that one person. You have to be very, very wary of what happens after that pick actually comes through. And that means that you likely will need to play the rest of the team fight with the same amount of finesse that we're seeing from the initial picks, because Grilled Cheese, they don't have a lot of objective damage either. They really focus on bursting one person. So they need to play these fights very well, and they need to use that timer to take these objectives.
Yeah, so much damage from Steezy off the charm into Orb of Deception. Sparkle looking to turn it around after locking him down into Cataclysm. Nice re-engage from Stove with the explosive cast. CSJ is here to follow up with the damage, but Joe2, that was a massive moonfall. Mega Inferno Bomb, can it turn it around? CSJ will go down and Joe2 will survive! And Sparkle will be able to walk him out safely as well. That could be a turning point for Joe2's cuter as they stem the bleeding and minimize the gold lead from Grilled Cheese.
Yeah, feels like it. Grilled Cheese, that may have been that moment where they ran out of steam. They didn't have all of their members there for the fight, so once those ultimates were used from Steezy and CSJ, rest of the members had to just play catch-up. They don't have the same amount of mobility as something like an Ahri Spirit Rush. Now, Nimble is being very annoying in this pit, but Joe2's cuter still locking the Drake at the end of the day. I believe we're going to get another look at what just happened there to Grilled Cheese.
I mean, we're starting to get to the point where Sparkle, Suki, and Joe2 are far more... Yeah, they're far more durable than what Grilled Cheese is giving them credit for. And then off of the re-engage, where Joe2 wasn't the primary focus of the pick, it's the front line that was trying to be picked by Steezy and CSJ. And this is where he's able to come in. But Grilled Cheese, immediately off of the back of that recall, get Baron. And now this is a great tool to start closing out the game, because they recognize that, hey, you know what? we went for the wrong targets there, and they're getting to the point where Suki is about to hit his actual second item. He's got it now. He's going to be working towards the third soon.
Listen, a wicked timer for Grilled Cheese to secure that one without even a fight beforehand. But well played to them. As Johto is in position onto Steezy. Wants to just blow Spirit Rush, does do it.
Oh,
wow.
I don't know. I don't know about that one, man.
I love the patience from CSJ there, waiting for the flash from Isdrabo, and then it's changing targets on a dime.
Okay. But
Ultimate
Suki
from
with
Suki.
knock him up. CSJ goes down despite the GA. Texi and Nimble is still alive. Steezy is pushing on the bottom side of the map. They are... Yo, Texi, relax, man.
Dude, Texi is like a sea bird, like diving 6 feet into the ocean and then coming out with a snack from a fish. That was brutal. The game's just over, also.
Yeah, Steezy and Nimble is just pelting away at the Nexus. Sparkle and Suki, I mean, they're a strong front line, but they have no damage to really threaten the members of Grilled Cheese who were knocking on the Nexus doors. Grilled Cheese, they turn around. Wow, Smacks. You know, when we said that sometimes it's easier just to switch your champion to the playstyle that you were going for in the first game, rather than actually like have someone remind you what the win con is, look how seamless of a transition of a just difference it makes for Grilled Cheese in this game too. It's completely different than what game 1 looked like.
I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction after that.
All right, shut the up, buddy. Relax. We got a game 3 coming soon. Okay, things can still change. Johto, like we said before, after game 1, you can have your adaptation where Grilled Cheese take a step back and say, you know what? Okay, this is what we got to do. Now Johto's cuter. They're the ones humbled after the loss. They're the ones that get to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to change up in the draft going into game 3.
This has been the first game where I've seen an Ahri playstyle, and I've, after it, been like, I want to see that again. I want to see this team play Ahri more. And specifically with this Lee Sin, because I think for Ahri, the thing that teams have been missing was just the pace that you have to play the early game.
Yeah.
As soon as you hit level 5, boom, snap your fingers. It's go time. We are roaming around. We are killing one person. I'm landing Charm. Trust me, I'm landing Charm. You're going to hit your Sonic Wave, right? Yeah, you are. We're going to kill somebody. Let's go. Get in. And that's exactly what they do. They just drive around killing anyone they see. As long as those cooldowns are up, they don't even necessarily need the ultimates either. Charm into Sonic Wave Resonating Strike is usually enough damage. We saw it was harder late game when the members of Johto's Scooter started building tank items, but all it really took was the early game, get the snowball rolling, and when you've got some other scaling on your squad too, like this Ziggs, I think that works really well. I'm impressed by the way that they put this composition together, and I'm really impressed by the way that Steezy just adapted very well to this new champion.
Yeah, the other thing that I just really love to see is how well the Lee Sin and the Ahri work for each other, because they both match each other on mobility. They both match each other on being able to set up for one another, whether it's kick into Charm or Charm into Sonic Wave into the rest of the whole shebang. But I guarantee that either one of those champions is not going through for Grilled Cheese, or Johto's Cuter is just going to snipe it away. We will find out when we come back after this break. Oh, I forgot we don't get Charmer quite back yet. I was ready to be joined
Man,
by my favorite host.
producer Joseph even said coming back to 2 cam.
I
Rafa.
know.
The number
I know.
2.
We were in conversation with Charmer in the green room, and we were having a good time, and I was just ready to chat it up about the game. You know what? We need to share with the class the notes that Charmer's taken, because we need to appreciate Charmer more. Check this out.
I love appreciating Charmer.
Minus the one greedy dive early, CSJ has looked good this game, and looked good in the loss in the previous game as well. Tekshi is just being a distraction and doing it perfectly in these team fights. You know what? These are solid notes. I agree. I mean, CSJ definitely the standout performance alongside Steezy, because even in the loss on the Camille, there's something that also Charmer noted, that he dodged out on a Varus ulti from Isdraboa with the Hextech ultimatum, also being able to sidestep, I believe it was a Janna tornado as well in that team fight. It was the one fight where Grilled Cheese looked like they were starting to pull it back in the mid game, right? Mm-hmm. They still lost because Jotu is cuter was just absolutely ginormous by the time they exploded in the mid game, and they were pushing the 10k gold lead at that point. But yeah, CSJ definitely on the radar here, and Steezy with the Ahri, complete swap of performance here.
Charmer's a smart guy. It must be something about Michigan men that just increases brain power or something.
Yeah, I think you live like 20 minutes away from Charmer, no?
Yeah, we do. So we'll have to hang out one of these days.
Well,
yeah.
I will tell you, Smacks, the first change going into this game 3 and the first adaptation is Jotu is saying, we want blue side. Potentially to snag the Lee Sin for Sparkle, or to set up for a different first pick priority.
I am pretty pumped to see what they actually decide is the first pick priority. As you mentioned, could be that Lee Sin. That was the first pick from Grilled Cheese, but now the Grilled Cheese are on the red side. They have a bigger priority on banning away the champions they think are OP enough to pick first. Wukong still remains the same ban as before for Jotu is cuter. They've been banning that one and the Rakan away from Stove, and they just made an adjustment to take away the Twisted Fate for Steezy in the last game. But I think you can adjust even further and maybe just ban away the Ahri instead, or maybe both, honestly, because both of them do fill that same niche.
Both teams taking their time with these bans here, and if we compare to the previous draft, it is already... Well, no, okay, I'm jumping the gun here. They changed, I guess, the order of the bans, but so far Jotu's Cuter remaining the same with their bans of Wukong and Twisted Fate. Rakan would be the third one if they want to opt into still denying Stove. Grilled Cheese, making sure that Akali is not also left on the table for Jotu's Cuter.
I like the Twisted Fate ban first if it is Ahri also. I think that makes a ton of sense. Ooh, okay, so they attack the other part of that duo instead. The Lee Sin off the board for CSJ. Let's think about what champions they could actually pair up with Ahri that would make the same amount of sense. I think
Kha'Zix.
I think Xinjiao's been banned. Kha'Zix is a really good one. Rengar, you have to jump out of a bush to do it. Actually, you know what? Rengar was just nerfed pretty hard. As we are playing on 2.4C, he was cut down by 6 whole attack damage. That's a lot.
Yeah, that also really hurts his Trinity Force builds, because Trinity Force spikes off his base AD. You can still make lethality Rengar work because the bonus AD and the bonus AD scaling is absolutely nuts, but attacking the tankier bruiser builds of Rengar is what they were going for. Also, if you try to pair that up with Ahri, it's really ult dependent. I like Graves, though. I like Graves.
Not the same level of burst, I'd say, but it does provide more damage from CSJ, who seems to be on a hot streak with the momentum of the last game. So I think that part of it makes a ton of sense. And without the Lee Sin available anymore, they don't really think about taking away some of like the other like really mobile dive threatening junglers either. And this might tell us that they're thinking about going for the Ziggs for Nimble once more. It's Rengar even still, though. Wow.
Sparkle says, I mean, 6 AD, psh, I'm still going to blow up a squishy on the other side of grilled cheese. Nice thing for CSJ, though, when it comes to this matchup, because of True Grit, you are able to stack up a lot of armor. So, and in long, extended team fights, Sparkle can never necessarily threaten to one-shot CSJ if they are still going for a stronger burst build with, like, a Duskblade Rush or Yumu's Rush, but... members like Tekshi, or not Tekshi, Stove on the Nami is very susceptible to getting burst, and depending on what Steezy selects as their mid lane champion, can still be a target. But Johto is gonna go with the Orianna for themselves in the mid lane, and Max, it's the Annie.
I think this is probably going to be Suki's Orianna again. From there, though, we have to figure out. Okay, yeah,
right.
Johto is playing the Camille, so Johto's sending that one up top. We do get Steezy's Annie, though. This is super exciting. I have loved the look from this. It's so unique from Grilled Cheese, and, I mean, literally nobody else is playing this champion. This is the only player that has pulled this out even a single time in the last, 2 months of gameplay?
Yeah.
So... This is such a cool one for Grilled Cheese. It's not a very mobile champion, and you sometimes end up being pretty susceptible to these dive threats like the Rengar and the Camille. However, if you get something like a Stasis and you just drop Tibbers, then you still get to deal a ton of damage while surviving all the burst.
Based on what Grilled Cheese have selected, I would not actually be mad if Sparkle still went for a Bruiser build or even a tankier build for this Rengar, because if you look at the rest of Johto's cuter, your methods of engage are reliant on Johto landing a Hextech Ultimatum for a pick, or Isdraboa landing a Chain of Corruption and just spreading in a team fight. But if you send Sparkle on a dive mission with the ball on top, that's a stealth shockwave ready to happen when Grilled Cheese is all grouped up, ready to fight over an objective or if they're caught in a choke point. Now, you got to make sure that Sparkle is able to live long enough so that he can get in position right on top of everyone so that Suki can either, if he's trying to be outside of range, to not give away the move, or get in range to pop the shockwave. And honestly, you should have a lot of damage coming out from Suki and Isdraboa anyway, if you want to play for the later parts of the game, because Grilled Cheese, they're definitely opting in for it with this comp, as we're going to get a skirmish here in the mid lane, Max.
Really hard to do a whole lot as Sparkle there. He does get a jump off because of the movement from Grilled Cheese members getting closer. We're seeing the ward dropped in that brush after the sweeper was already popped. Dragon lane, though, this is a lot of damage and crowd control.
Senanami,
oh, wow.
Powerful CC combo, but Sparkle has walked on over. Nimble has nowhere else to go, but Steezy's able to salvage the situation, picking up first blood before Nimble does go down. Sparkle still on the run, taking a lot of damage, both from the poke of Stove. A flash bubble will clip Sparkle even in midair, going for the jump, trying to dodge it, cannot escape the power of Stove's Nami. Steezy still putting out the damage on the Osiris. Is not going to take him down, but they have made a statement within the first 2 minutes of the game.
Crazy plays from Stove. Bubbles landing back-to-back, getting these kills picked up for Grilled Cheese. And it's Steezy who gets first blood as well. We were worried that Isdraboa was going to get out scot-free, just hanging out in the Drake Prit, but no such luck for himself. Meanwhile, in Baron lane.
Oh no! CSJ missed the end of the line. It hit the turret. That was a really good setup on the dive, too, but unfortunately, dadgum turret got in the way of my shotgun, Smacks.
Duel. It's high noon. Those are my two southern words, or old western ones, anyway.
You just got to spend some time in a southern state, and then you'll pick up on some stuff.
Yeah, my you know what that's a quote from? My favorite unnamed cowboy guy from Overwatch.
Yeah, I got that. I've played some of that. Good old McCree, but Grilled Cheese.
No, that's not his name. He doesn't have a name.
Moving on. We're about to head into the point of the game where Rift Herald and Dragon will spawn in just under 30 seconds. Grilled Cheese despite the extra kill, still are just dead even in gold. So the game hasn't quite exploded into any team's favor yet. No one has, well, just as I say that, Steezy finishes the first item of the game. Luden's fully unlocked, and Sparkle is here waiting for a little bit of a bean boozle, but Dragon Lane Duo has already recalled, and now the objectives are about to spawn, and CSJ is already in position for this Rift Herald.
If that's the trade that's going to be made by Joe2, or if we see a Thrill of the Hunt popped by Sparkle, he's in the area.
Tidal Wave comes out, looking for the collapse onto Suki, but the flash comes out before the smoke screen connects. Grilled Cheese, I'm going to take that one with the bank. This will allot some pressure, but no Tidal Wave. But they look for the follow-up because Steezy flash forward for the Tibbers stun, and Grilled Cheese make that pick available.
Man, the patience from Grilled Cheese there was phenomenal. Suki flashing out, but before any real ultimates were used. Now, I'm not trying to say Nami ultimate isn't real, but Tabor's ultimate is a little bit more valuable when it comes to single target burst than that Nami ulti, so lots of power still there. And looks like Grilled Cheese have enough power to keep going afterward, too. They don't have their jungler here, though. Likely will still be Sparkle picking this one up with the backup.
Looked a little dicey, but it was just because Joe2 wasn't in position yet to help stabilize for the Baron. Wow, CSJ ulting backwards just to be able to get a range onto Istroboa, but doesn't have enough damage to back up that play. This is a Bloodthirster rush, so you don't have that much damage quite yet. You'll have a lot of sustain for the team fights. Once you hit that second item, though, you'll be able to do a lot of damage over time. It's a lot different versus if you go for an earlier spiking build like a Yumu's. As Tidal Wave does go wide, but the Rift Herald's still pushing in this Baron lane, Smacks.
It's a really difficult Renekton to take down. The ultimate already popped for Tekshi and uses the barrier also. Flashing onto him, it's eventually going to be a kill, but it's traded because of that resilience from Renekton. So I'm not really sure if that was worth it in the end for the members of Joe2 is Cuter. This is going to be a Rift Herald taken by CSJ as well. And Renekton is just so tanky without actually buying any tank items.
Good ol' Dominus and just the ability to sustain through Call of the Meek. Grilled Cheese. Don't lose on that second Baron tier turret yet. Joe2, you can tell how hard they are trying to push for a gold lead coming into this mid game, because this is where majority of the champions will spike. Suki can still do damage in the late game, but Steezy with the two-man tuber stun. Suki is going to get locked down by that last embrace. Osiris is trying to buy a lot of time thanks to the Monsoon and the Howling Gale. Grilled Cheese will not be able to find kills, but it does burn multiple summoners, multiple ultimates.
Oh man, movement from the Rocket Belt underneath this turret for Suki. Got to run away. Santa ultimate weaving through the members of Joe2 is Cuter. They've got to back up. Members of Grilled Cheese sticking around, but they don't have a minion wave to get the final nail in the coffin for the mid lane turret. So Istroboa gets a Chain of Corruption down after taking a second turret for Joe2 is Cuter, heavily contributing to that gold lead that they now have.
Solid 2,000 now. Joe2 is looking to make the plays, though. Helk shot over the wall into Hextech. Ultimatum Stove has nowhere else to go. Nice bubble. Might buy some time. Nimble, though, has been left to the dust, flashing away. Does get out of the range of that leap from Sparkle, even in the bush. Meanwhile, Suki is trying to survive this dive under the Baron lane turret. Tekshi and CSJ not going to be able to find the kill on the Suki. Suki burned both summoners. Tekshi maintaining his barrier. They're going to find this turret as... what?
You do end up losing turrets after a while, because the turrets get more resilient when minions aren't there. Also, Joe2 is dead, as I believe we're going to get another look at that one, but pretty funny execution for CSJ against the turret. Can't be 2v1'd, as long as there are no minions.
Okay, let's calm down, guys. Relax. I know this game's got a lot of stakes on it. It is for the regional championships, but to get there, you got to make sure you play like you deserve to be there. And wow.
This Annie champion looks kind of good when Steezy's playing it. I don't know. I know this isn't news to everybody, but
oh my,
yep. Another victim slain by Tibbers.
Tibbers! This dragon's about to come up in 8 seconds. Israel is not going to be there, so grilled cheese have prime.
Tibbers can tank it.
Oh my god, genius.
Broken.
Yeah, between Protobelt and Flash, I mean, this is such a commanding position and such a scary thing to deal with for Johtu's Cuter, because Steezy, his life is just for finding one person or any group of people and just stunning them out, as Johtu's going to try to find a fight here. Sparkle following up with the throw on the hunt, but they don't manage to burst down Nimble before the shockwave connects from Suki. Johtu's Cuter now on the retreat. Osiris burning the Monsoon, having to flash away, but Isdraboa follows up, finds the snipe on the backhand of that one, and grilled cheese, despite having powerful tools, Steezy and Tekshi didn't have Tibbers available, now does. There's the two-man stun, but doesn't follow up on the damage because Tekshi's too low to follow up with the slice and dice.
The Tibbers not being available for that team fight was a really big deal, as grilled cheese don't have the same impact in a 5v5 setting without it. And afterwards, as you said, the follow-up just isn't quite there, as you can see this right here. A really cool flank from Sparkle and Johtu to land everything onto Nimble. They barely get him, and then thanks to the shockwave, up to 4 members from Suki again. He's just so strong on this champion that you just have to roll swap him to mid lane just so he can play it for the team. I just think this is such a cool quirk for Johtu's Cuter as a squad. The fact that this guy, as a Baron laner, can just play champions in other roles so well. And again, we're getting proof of that.
I mean, we saw earlier from Sentinels, Rest has a bottom lane Orianna.
That's true.
That's cool. Steezy finding another pick. Oh, good night, Osiris. Didn't even get a chance to pop the Monsoon. Sparkle's here for the re-engage. Where's Suki, though? Suki's not here to really follow up on the shockwave combo, and Sparkle just gives his life for nothing because they still take the turret anyway. 2
dead now for Johtu's Cuter. Johtu himself is trying to advance further, but can't really find an impactful engage now that 2 of his members are dead. Osiris is spawning relatively soon, and they got to get into this pit against grilled cheese. Johtu, you got to run, though. You got bubbled up. Stove. So deadly accurate with that. Now Suki dashing away, trying to kite with the damage from the commands on the ball. Some more in, and they've pushed grilled cheese out of the fight, but no kills in trade quite yet. Johtu flashing out of the piercing arrow will survive, and still the result is the same.
CSJ and the rest of grilled cheese were looking for the Baron. No one fell, and despite Johtu's Cuter not being able to capitalize on any kills with the shockwave, it's enough to deter them from taking the Baron. Oh! You know,
I think I know what just happened.
Yeah. You see Tibbers, you see a dead Janna, you put 2 and 2 together.
Doesn't leave a whole lot up for imagination there.
Watch for the re-engage, though. Sparkle on a one-man mission, though, onto 2 people into marksman that deal a lot of damage. You got to be more careful about that. Suki connects on the shockwave that Johtu found on his flank, and Steezy doesn't have Tibbers anymore, but it just might not matter because you still have to deal with this Graves, who's just pelting shotgun after shotgun throw. Tekshi coming out of nowhere with the flash, locks him down. One more Ruthless Predator for the stun can lead into the kill. Doesn't even need it. It's the Call of the Meek for that double. Grilled cheese looking to now find an opportunity to take this Baron.
All Osiris can do is watch them with the spooky ghosts, sending them off as his teammates are also spooky ghosts after this team fight. Sparkle, though, has just spawned, waiting on the ultimate, will have it available. Can he actually get here in time? Baron's going to deal a lot of damage. It's at 4,000 HP. Got some vision on it thanks to Osiris. Sparkle's coming. You got to do this fast.
1k, 300 HP. Even though Smite was not available, they didn't need it, as Sparkle could not get there in time.
No.
And Steezy just
no!
rode about forward. Wait. You missed the stun. Suki's gonna get out alive. Monsoon is great. Sparkle now on the re-engage, might pop out Steezy, but he gives up his own life. Johtu's on the flank, has found Tekshi, But you want to go for a squishy backliner. Hextech ultimatum comes down. Tekshi burns the dominance, and CSJ has now been routed off by the rest of the members of Jotu's Cuter. Despite them having the Baron, they're starting to drop members like flies, though. Grilled Cheese, you got to maintain this buff. Nice bubble onto Osiris. Last Embrace will connect the flash away, throwing out a Howling Gale, trying to keep the opposition at bay. Jotu still looking on the forward, looking for the aggression. Little re-engage, hook shot lands, and Tekshi goes down. And now Jotu's Cuter suddenly, they're the ones on the front. They're the ones in the aggressive move. Grilled Cheese getting pushed back.
Jotu is doing so much work on this Camille, even though he ends up dead in the end. This guy on the flank is immaculate from the Baron lane, roll swapped up there. Beautiful punish for Jotu's Cuter after seeing that Steezy didn't have the ultimate anymore. But he does now! Oh my word, insta double kill for Steezy. He's pushing forward. Can he steal away the dragon? No, he can't. But he might have stolen away all these kills. Woo! CSJ trying to get over the wall.
Oh
Can't get on to Sparkle, but a triple kill for Steezy. What?
Dude, look at Sparkle's items. He's got a... This is a Kmart thrift shop build right now, because he wants the components. Got the Sheen, he's got the Dirk, but the only completed item was that Solari Charge Blade, and despite all that, he has so much ability haste, he's able to use the correct abilities on rotation to keep himself alive after securing the dragon. But a lot of members down from Jotu's Cuter means that Grilled Cheese still have a Baron member on the one person that didn't die, which was Stove. They used that advantage to unlock the first turret of the base, but now on the retreat, because Jotu's Cuter wants to look for the re-engage. Sparkle hops in, not going to go for it.
So hard to break apart the members of that 4-player chunk. Jotu can't find a great ultimate angle, and Sparkle left into stealth trying to find a member to jump upon. Jotu's Cuter, they lose out on the mid lane. Yeah, he's going crit, man. We're seeing a Rengar that does not care about 6 AD being gone, because he's going to deal 230% damage with his jump anyway.
I mean, to be fair, he did not go the bruiser build.
No, he did not.
Screw durability, screw damage. And while we're not necessarily seeing the Rengar Shockwave combo, he doesn't need the Orianna damage, because he's trying to upfront all the burst in just that empowered savagery proc, and Jotu's Cuter might be caught out here.
Jotu on the run, flash forward from Tekshi. Follow-up snare from Nimble doesn't connect. I think Jotu can walk away from this one. Baron up in 10 seconds. Needs to remain alive. Can't get picked off so easily. Isjerboa is going to have to run also. Oh no.
Good night, Isjerboa. There's no one that can escape the wrath of Steezy's Annie when the Tibbers bomb comes down. No marksman means it's going to be even more difficult for the rest of Jotu's Cuter to face check this. Suki's trying to walk around this Baron pit on the right side. Jotu comes in, 4-man tactical sweep, but you got to get follow-up on there. Sparkle chooses his target onto Tekshi. Osiris trying to split up the fight with the Monsoon, but Tekshi is so damn durable by himself. He's able to handle practically 3 members, and Grilled Cheese are not even phased. They return to the Baron.
Crit Rengar is not the champion to be playing when you're trying to kill through a Renekton, but that's a great shockwave. Suki being the hero for the squad, a double kill. He's still alive, and look at Sparkle. He's in a 1v1 with Steezy. Can he actually survive this? He has the empowered heal for himself. We're going to look at that in a moment as CSJ surviving in this 1v2. He has... Wait, oh my god. The crit's not enough! Steezy!
Yeah, but Sparkle's just keeping Steezy there for now because Suki might be able to get their redemption. Comes in, stalls out the recall, and Steezy has nowhere else to run. Even though Sparkle couldn't finish the job by himself, it's all about teamwork because it's not about an individual smacks that goes to the regional championships. It's about a team, and this game has been so back and forth. They're going to go for the Baron now this time.
Can they do this? They don't have the strongest health bars. Baron does so much damage. They're shockwaving it just for damage. I think they do it in the end.
They're jumping it well.
That was scary. That was very scary.
That deserves a clap right there.
Oh my god! Wait, do they lose?
No. They don't lose.
The Winions! Okay.
They gave up a lot. They put a
my
lot
God.
on the line, but this is now in time for Elder to come up. Suki is going to be waiting on Shockwave about 30 more seconds, maybe 20. Sparkle will not have Throw on the hunt available for another 40 as well. Elder Dragon by Grilled Cheese. If they secure that, that is surely lights out. Not even Johto is cuter could survive the extra ability power and damage coming in as long as the true damage burn. But Johto is cuter trying to dissuade Grilled Cheese from entering because they're dealing with the minion wave right now. Steezy finds the kick.
Suki survives through it, though, thanks to the extra shielding, and there's a shockwave onto Steezy, who also survives. Both mid laners have lost their burst tools, and they don't come up with anything for it. A recall comes through from Suki. He's going to be back on the Rift. I don't think he has teleport. He's going to have to run. Hey, Rafa. We'll see if anyone gets another jump off. Is your boy, you're going a little too far right now. I'm getting nervous for you, man.
Easy doesn't have flash, but Protobell should be coming up soon. Grilled Cheese have fought for mid control. They're going to be the ones into the Dragon Pit, but they necessarily know that they cannot start it quite a ways. It is going to be a slow tug of war as Tekshi might be routed out by Johto. Tekshi going back over the wall. Grilled Cheese, can they do something with this while members are distracted on the Baron side of the map? Tekshi popping Dominus, flashing over Slight.
Ooh.
Tekshi!
He's playing peekaboo with him.
Man is literally...
He has inside track in this fight, too. He's coming. There's a teleport from the Camille, though. Everyone's in the Senna stealth. They're all grouped up, but Johto's jumping in. Sparkle's jumping in. They've got the Senna shielding onto everybody. Can Johto escape? CSJ flashing over the wall with the hook shots enough to save it. But look at Steezy with a burst onto all these members. It's Grilled Cheese who find two, thanks to a great engage from the Tibbers. Johto is at 1 HP. Can they throw a single spell over the wall? No. He gets the recall off. This is looking like an Elder secure for Grilled Cheese, and we've seen just how powerful this buff is, Rafa. This likely means that Grilled Cheese are about to win.
And that could be it, Smacks. And I just have to commend Steezy's decision-making there. He had an opportunity to go for the Tibbers either onto the backline or even on the Johto when it was available, but he waited patiently specifically for Sparkle because he's the only one that has the smite, the one that could potentially threaten a steal over the wall. And he chooses his target correctly. Grilled Cheese are able to not only stall out the engage that Johto and Sparkle was looking for off the back, that beautiful tidal wave, but they just are able to group around their backline so freaking well. And despite the gold deficiency, it's 21 minutes. We are in the end game now. So at this point, Grilled Cheese don't care.
We're going to need to see an insane shockwave from Suki to steal this game right back into the hands of Johto is cuter, because they still have that gold lead. But what's made up for that is that huge damage bonus from the Elder. Steezy's on vision, but he's flat. Oh no, he does it again!
No! Death timers are 50 seconds, Smacks. Tekshi is still on the bottom side of the map, but it's a 4-on-3 in the mid lane as an advantage, and they are going to try to take this opportunity while they can, but Sparkle still gets bursted out by Nimble. And Grilled Cheese, despite losing out on Steezy, they're still able to fight back a 3v4. Their marksman backline is just so damn strong.
Nimble's trying to get into the range here. There's no shockwave quite yet, but Suki's stalling for it really well. Knows that it's coming up very, very soon. Trying to get some vision in. He has it now. Pushing forward. Can they find the damage? They've got the slows through with the Serelda's Grudge from Izurboa. Steezy's coming up in 7 seconds, though. They have to do this fast, or they have to not do it at all.
Oh, look at the tidal wave. Look at the tidal wave. Suki doesn't see it. Gets knocked up. Tekshi launching forward with that slice and dice. Johto trying to run, but the range on Nimble. It has been 22 minutes. You know he's been building up the souls, and he's got the extra range where he can hit you from a screen away.
The burn damage as well for Grilled Cheese is enough to win out on that fight again. They're bringing everybody to the Baron, Rafa. The room where it happens is in the top side pit. Sparkle has ultimate. He's activating it. Can he get into this team fight? He's got all these crits. Can he steal this?
Sparkle
He's
going in. CSJ secures the Baron. Baron. Spare. No life from Grilled Cheese. Sparkle trying his best to save the game. But at this point, Grilled Cheese with the Elder Infernal Soul on their side. They have so much. They have so much burst. Steezy just annihilates his Jerboa. And congratulations to Grilled Cheese, who have locked in their spot going into the regional championships next month.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We gotta get Charmer in here, man. What a series. What a way to close it out. That was so tense. Johto is cuter. We're so close. Grilled Cheese, man. They lock it in. Oh. And they do it without the gold lead either. Look at this. It's all blue. Johto is cuter had it the whole game. Tell it to his Charmer.
I'm so glad that you guys were reading off my notes before, because I took a lot of notes watching this one. And my very first one, before it even began, I said, this is going to be a banger because both teams are very well-rounded. You've got engage and disengage. You've got some crowd control, some range, and some poke. Everything was setting this up to be an outstanding matchup. And then once we got into it, it was just a beautiful back and forth. For much of the game, it really felt like the momentum was on the side of Grilled Cheese because they had a kill lead and they had a dragon lead. But every time I'd look at the scoreboard, it was actually Johto who had the gold lead. So they were staying right in it. And that's why we had so many great fights. And whether it was great Tibbers coming down, or I kept saying over and over in the notes that Tekshi is just so good at being that annoying thorn in your side. He's walking around your back line. He's taking on 3 people at once. He's stunning people. He's in, he's out. And there was even one great exchange where he was doing just that, and then Johto decided to disengage and then come back and just say, okay, we're going to ignore the crocodile. And that went really well for them. But just overall, I felt like that was a great one to end on as far as that series goes. Have to congratulate Grilled Cheese as well, because they are officially going to be part of the top 4, which means they are going to qualify for that North American Regional Championship. But yes, I'm excited. I had so much that I was wanting to say about that, and so much that I was enjoying. So with that being said, we still have one more round on the evening, one more team that we're going to be crowning in just a bit. But here we can see this is another one of those fights where the Tibbers was coming up big. Steezy, every time that bear came down, I was making jokes about how unbearable it seemed.
Oh my god.
Very clever.
The death
That's my pun laugh right there. But it really was.
That's your appeasing my dad jokes laugh. But yes, so as I was alluding to before the replay, we've got one more game left for today's broadcast, and we will be finding out who that 4th and final team will be that qualifies for the North American Regional Championship. We're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we are going to see Sentinels taking on Chunk Chortle. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom, and Nerd Street. I am still your host, Charmer, once again blessed, graced by the presence of Rafa and Smax, and we have a final game for today's broadcast just in front of us, but before we start covering that, we have to cover what has happened on the broadcast, right? So let's take a look at the brackets and see how things have played out up till this point. We've got Immortals and Cloud9 currently in the upper finals. They are 2 of the 4 teams that will have qualified for the North American Regional Championship. And in the lower bracket, we just saw a big win from Grilled Cheese as well. And we are waiting to see who's going to move on to face them. We are going to be seeing Sentinels taking on Chonk Chortle, which is such a fun name to say, I have to say. Every time I say Chonk Chortle, it makes me chortle a little bit myself. But with that in mind, I cannot wait to talk to you two gentlemen about this head-to-head matchup, because Sentinels, even though we're in the lower bracket, I felt looked really good in their matchup against Immortals. They've been showing a lot of promise, and Chonk Chortle has been mentioned as a bit of a dark horse. So Rafa, tell me, who has the edge here?
Oh, it is so hard. Honestly, when I look at these two teams, I first of all, I want to give credit to Sentinels, because they have surprised both me and Smax when we were watching the series when John and AlkBattery were casting the earlier ones today. And Sentinels have come in with a stronger sense of game plans. They have the Orianna Flex for rest in the bottom lane. They're coming up with better game plans and executing them well in the mid game. And they almost took the series off of Immortals. It was super close. That being said, I know Chonk Chortle is a huge dark horse in this tournament, and if you ask a lot of the players who have already qualified for the regional championships from Tribe and Enemy, there's a lot of hype around this roster, Specs.
I have a lot of hype around this roster as well. This is the team that Rafa and I got to cast when it came down to the most recent qualifier for this major, and this team is getting hyped up for good reason. Now, I think a lot of people weren't exactly sure what to expect when it came to the new roster for Cloud9. You know, they had a new player joining. They had a role swap where Jackie went to support. And I think a lot of people, because of that, expected Chonk Chortle to win that matchup and push forward in the tournament from there. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. Unfortunately for Chonk Chortle, that didn't happen. They are now in that lower bracket and against another team where I think both of these teams would make a solid case for being favorites in this matchup. For Chonk Chortle, though, I think a good chunk of that actually does come from their support, Hestia, as you can see on the screen. Hestia, one of the strongest enchanter players that we have in the entire Wild Rift Summoner series. She has really been pushing that meta specifically, and I think the Nami Lucian combination that Hestia and Nori have shown us in many games has been absolutely phenomenal with the way that they play the lane in the early, and then they leave Nori on that island so that Hestia can roam around and be that walking ambulance on the Nami or any other enchanter that she's playing.
Yeah, I know I'm personally happy that you mentioned Hestia, because I'm a big fan of hers and the way she navigates Nami and Janna. I'm a support player at heart, very solid with the stuns and the disengages as well. But Rafa, who else can we talk about besides just the support players? Because I know at home folks like the people that really get in and mix it up. So who else should we be talking about in this matchup?
I mean, you and Smax are both support mains, so it's understandable that we bring up Hestia in beginnings. But for me, as the jungle main, I gotta talk about the junglers, man. 80s and sheesh, both dynamic and very flashy junglers for the most part. I wouldn't say the consistency is near the likes of T-Tigers and Tybe, obviously, but these are still some of the most powerful junglers that we have within the whole Summoner series, and for good reason. 80s on this team has really kind of taken to his own explosive style and has really opened up with strong mid-game champions and then prioritizing a lot of team fighting. Also, one of the few junglers, apart from Yikes, who is actually picking up the Pantheon, which is a huge flavor over in Europe, and no one else has done it in the Summoner series so far.
I think for Sheesh on the Sentinel side of things, this is This is one of the players that makes this team feel so well-rounded as well. I mean, we saw the game on stream earlier today where they built a composition around him being the carry on Olaf. This is not something that a lot of players or a lot of teams are really doing. And I think Sheesh, like exemplifying that for us earlier today, shows that they really can carry through all of their carry players. It's not just the laners. Sheesh can get in on that one, and we can see some crazy performances from him on that, and others as well. He may not be playing the Pantheon, as you're saying, for 80s is a big pick there, but it's a lot of flexibility, and maybe he does play Pantheon. Maybe we just haven't seen it quite yet. Maybe he even plays Nunu. Please, I want to see some Nunu. I love this champion so much.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, Smacks. I don't want to cut you off, Charmer, but Nunu, you can't do Nunu right now.
Yeah, well, the good news is you're going to find out right now. The draft is ready, gentlemen. So you cut me off, but I'm just going to turn around and cut you off and then give the entire broadcast to you. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Well, this is me taking that broadcast. Hold still, chat. I got you. Rafa's got you. Bam. We have been given the broadcast. And now!
It's a very warm embrace. I'm loving this.
Thanks, man. My hands are a bit sweaty at the moment because it's been so hype after the last series, but, you know, I appreciate that.
The only way this HUD could get even better is if you bring in that Snorlax that you've got. Oh no, what did I do? There he is! The big boy himself!
It's my spirit animal. All right. You gotta stop baiting me into distractions, Max. Here we go. Sentinels Chonk Chortle. The winner of this series will be the other team that automatically qualifies for the North American Regional Championship next month, where Tribe, Enemy, and now joining them, Grilled Cheese alongside Immortals and Cloud9 will already have qualified for. There's only one more spot. And then it's just going to come down to the last chance qualifier that we'll have at the beginning of October.
Something I find really interesting about the way the Sentinels have been playing all through today is their priority on this Ashe pick. And for them, they feel like it's important enough to ban away, even if they're not the ones playing it. Now, I don't actually know if a lot of the other teams have this level of priority on this pick. It looks like it is mostly just Rest pulling it out. But the fact the Sentinels are doing this just shows how broken they actually think this champion is. And I think that's really cool. Like, just the risk of Chonk Chortle potentially picking it, Sentinels knows how good this pick is.
Yo.
However, by doing so, they have left up the Nami Lucian. And I think this is a much bigger deal when it comes to Chonk Chortle and how they play out through the Dragon Lane.
We saw how Chonk Chortle single-handedly turn around both their semifinals and grand final series in the qualifier earlier this week when Nori went from playing, I think it was Avaris, and did not look comfortable on it whatsoever.
Yeah.
But then you give him the Lucian, oh man, completely 180. It's really in the same wheelhouse as we just saw what happened with Steezy going from Ziggs to roamers like Ahri and Annie. And speaking of Ahri, Michael is locking in the Firefox this time around.
This is a champion that we've already seen put to good use today. And it's not the same Lee Sin combination that we typically see with it, or at least I say typically just because I feel like it's such a commonplace thing after we watched it once. But it is Olaf still, and this is a lot of burst through that champion at the same time. This is really interesting. Michael actually leashing the Raptors for his jungler, getting Sheesh off to a very rampant start on Olaf.
Something we didn't mention either, Chonk Chortle's 80s has a special jungle pick, and he's locked in game one. It's the Darius jungle. No other jungler in the world, as far as I know, has played this champion in the jungle role. It has specifically always been a Baron lane pick, and 80s showed us it in the qualifier earlier this week.
Really cool stuff, just providing another bruiser threat to this team for Chonk Chortle. And they already have like enough backline damage. You don't really need anything other than that one. So just more resilient front line is all that they are looking to do. As Luan, yeah, he's going to need to be more resilient than that as well. That's a barrier popped in just the 1v1. Nice pressure from MTS.
Now this has a solid summoner advantage for the next couple of minutes. Variant Flash available. However, 80s is on the top side of the map, so MTS can't really push that lead unless he can for sure burst out before 80s can get and collapse in time. But Sheesh is currently counter jungling on the other side of the map. Michael trying to stall out this counter jungling attempt. Luan still has Flash, could set up for a slice and dice Flash Ruthless Predator, but Michael already is respecting that potential. Burns his own Flash.
Just a lot of pressure in this early game. This is one of the cool things about Darius is that you don't have the same level of movement as something like a Camille or a Lee Sin or something, but if you do get in range with your Ghost, perhaps as AD is rocking for us today, then you have all the damage that you could possibly need. You get the Apprehend hook on in, you get all the bleed stacks. You have to be very careful around this pick, so I'm really liking this look from 80s as he's going back to clearing. He wants to hit level 5, which he does just now do, and will need to counter gank this as Sheesh is in the area.
80s wraps up Sheesh, and she says, okay, you want to pull me towards? I'm just going to assassinate your Nami. Gets first blood for Sentinels, but Chongchoro able to fire back, literally as Nori pours out an entire clip with that calling, able to answer back onto Rest, able to escape sheer danger before able to heal back up with Honey Fruit. The Sentinels were able to answer on another one on the backside.
Nori lived with a sliver of HP there. Could have potentially been another kill for Sentinels, but not quite connecting on that. Michael Udall did pump the ultimate and that summoner spell in, but didn't have perhaps another auto attack or anything, as we do get to watch this replay. As you said, the Apprehend hook in onto Sheesh sort of just brings him exactly where he wants to be to kill Hestia.
Pull me in? Okay, let's go. There's no more tools from 80s that can really stop me. And then sometimes I love it when players will react and try to like kind of up the ante in terms of starting a fight. Chongchoro open up with like, you know, $50. That's the opening bet. And then she just says, okay, I'll raise you 100. Boom. What happens now? And then Hestia's like, wait. I'm not ready to all in quite yet. Please get me out. I'm just a fish.
And then Hestia folds. That's the conclusion of the poker reference. Although, I feel like Sheesh playing this Olaf, that's like the name of the game for Olaf. It's just always up the ante, always go further in. And there's really nowhere that isn't too far for Olaf as long as you do have that ultimate available. So you can see he's going for the Death Stance. So this is a build that Sheesh typically does provide for us, and you get a bunch of sustain, and it does help you keep going in. As long as you're getting those kills, you're getting the healing off of that. This is a very beneficial first item to go for in the early game. And if you are playing the full carry Olaf, as they do have Beg on Lulu again.
Yeah, if you're not playing Olaf like a psychopath, you're doing it wrong. Straight up. Otherwise, you should be playing a different champion. And thankfully, Sheesh does fit the profile. Not as a person, just, as a player.
Nice save.
Sentinels. Yeah. Don't worry. Now, this is the psychopathic tendencies, though. You just dive a turret, and you force Chongchortle into trying to limit test you. And Sentinels, they're packing more damage, they're packing more upfront burst, and they're able to sustain through it because, as you called out, Death Stance just allows you to push that limit even further thanks to the bleed passive, mitigating all of the damage taken over time.
She's just cut me off like, no, Rafa's right. Just let me go do my thing, man. And nicely done for Sentinels. They have a gigantic lead all of a sudden. They can potentially use this Rift Herald for something else as well. They already got first brick without popping it, so another outer turret perhaps is in the cards for the Sentinel squad. Looking potentially at this mid lane, you can see the duo has already rotated on over there. Not a very safe place to be if you are Nori and Hestia. And I think something that's really neat about this is that Nori and Hestia, they're really good at getting advantages in their own lane, The real power does come from when Hestia is able to rotate out and leave Nori on an island, but that's just not something that they're doing quite yet, and it's mitigating one of the really big power points that we like to see from Nori and Hestia typically.
Gold lead starting to slowly build up to Sentinels thanks to all the early pressure that Sheesh has been able to build up through those dives onto the bottom side of the map. The first objective, though, was secured by Chonk Chortle in that dragon. Rift Herald being traded over to Sheesh. He hasn't plopped it down quite yet for some plates. Hasn't found an opportunity, and with double duos in the mid lane, might be the target towards that Baron lane for the Rift Herald. Would be the easiest.
Certainly would be the most simple gank to happen, as we are already seeing MTS get a nice trade onto Luan just on that mini-map there. Forcing the honey fruits again, and maybe a reset, as Luan is definitely thinking about getting out of this. Does not want to deal with the Camille anymore. See, there's a pretty gigantic lead in the terms of the gold there, just about a minion wave and a half over the opponent. It's probably just because of the global gold from first turret, but the laning has been going really well for MTS all the same. And while Sheesh is still deciding where the Rift Herald is going to go, the lanes are working out even without it for Sentinels, as they are still making that gold lead increase over time.
First item power spikes as well have been completed for a majority of these members, save for 80s' Darius. Have some scrapping in the mid lane, Rest taking a little bit of the culling, but Michael forcing the flash out of Hestia. Coming over the wall with that Spirit Rush, looking for the Charm pick. Doesn't quite find it, but a Summoner Spell is something to punish. And now, look at how they're setting up for this Dragon. Sending the Rift Herald, it has to take Chonk Chortle's attention, and I imagine Sentinels are just looking to burn down the Dragon immediately.
Nice use of that objective. It likely won't get a charge this way, but they value the Ocean Dragon more than the immediate gold. And I think with the lead that they have, that makes a lot of sense. They do lock it in.
Whoa!
Oh, no.
Okay, well, you know what? Package is still a decent engage. Tidal Wave will follow up as well. They take down Sheesh. The rest of the fight is starting to go Chonk Chortle's way. They have already... They actually don't find a second kill quite yet. They're looking for the re-engage. Luan is here. Rift Herald is still hitting the mid-turret, by the way. It got a charge off. It finally dies. But for Chonk Chortle, they are not able to find any more kills off of that engage. It just ends up being a 1-for-1.
The sadness that I'm sure ensued into 80's entire body as that apprehend goes slightly to the right. Not going to feel good in this very tense situation. You can see MTS ushering the cannon minion underneath the turret. As you mentioned, Rafa, the Rift Herald did in fact get a charge off Chonk Chortle. We're trying to go for a fight. And with that sort of half measure, they end up killing Sheesh at least once in this game, but not a whole lot else to come away from. And Chonk Chortle, they are getting the resources to their members as best as they possibly can, but they're not dividing it in the same way that we're used to seeing from them. Nori is the most fed member on the squad, but hasn't gotten that much alone time to just push down turrets, and I think a lot of that is because Sentinels aren't really allowing him to do that.
Chonk Chortle still trying to find ways to restabilize themselves. They still have a solid late game off of this marksman backline. You have Corki, who's going to be pelting out tons of magic damage thanks to the passive, and then Nori will still keep you on the physical damage load side, making sure that the damage profile is evenly mixed in between the two backliners. So it's not like Chonk Chortle is completely down and out, but they are behind in pacing right now. 5,000, almost 5,000 gold.
Hestia is going to be chunking too, so don't count out Nami, okay? You remember that one ranked game where I built a death cap on Nami?
Yo, if Hestia built a decap after this Rod of Ages, I'll believe it too, man.
I think that was just a me choice, probably.
Well, the me choice is not really in Nori's choice at all, because he just gets ran down by Sheesh and Rest and Beginnings. You have a man advantage. Molly and 80s come over to try and defend this turret, but Sheesh just doesn't care. He pops the Ragnarok, he advances forward and pushes Chonk Chortle away, but the follow-up from Rest and Michael will leave Chonk Chortle running away Health bars low on Molly and 80s. Going to force both of their recalls. Hestia might try to join up to Luan, but Luan already has the signal. He already knows that the rest of Sentinels are on their way.
And speaking of the rest of Sentinels, he is dealing so much damage on the Kaisa, man. This is really insane. All of these spells being upgraded and all the auto attacks coming through on all these members. Rest is really hurting. I take it back. The Nami's not going to hurt nearly as much as some of these other champions. And look at this. Rest already has a full inventory. He is not messing around with these two first items and components galore.
So far, Sentinels looking at now as their gold lead has extended to just under 7K. Not at the point of no return yet, but for Chonk Chortle, they're starting to get antsy about their position in this game. Nice package. MTS getting locked up, has the flash away before the rest of the chain CC follow-up was there from Chonk Chortle. The rest of Sentinels,
oh boy.
You see Michael approaching with the Spirit Rush, misses out on the charm, but now the rest of the members of Chonk Chortle are collapsed here. Beautiful patience from MTS with the stasis, re-engages, and Chonk Chortle are dropping like flies. Luan is only the last member remaining, but he may not be long for this world because look at the damage from Rest. Kites him down. That's a full ace for Sentinels.
And Luan just ends up leading them right down the path of Baron. What a perfect position to end that fight on for Sentinels. I loved the way that the Rest played this again. He is really impressing me on this Kaisa as we're going to get another look at what he's able to do on this pick. And like you said, the package to flank MTS is really solid, but he's so tanky on this Camille. He gets to take the honey fruit, and then the real flank begins. Watch the way that Rest is able to just move around the front line. He's getting engaged on by Luan, and then just dashes right on out of there as a disengage with the ultimate. Really nicely done.
Sheesh even gave up his life for the cause because he got into the thick of the backline.
Oh, man.
And now we wouldn't even get a chance to recap the last bit of the fight because we got another one right now. Molly having the Valkyrie over the wall, but MTS still on the chase. Rest finds the assassination with that killer instinct, takes down Molly. Chonk Chortle now down 2 members. Going to be up to Hestia, Luan, and Norn to try and defend the remains of this mid turret, but with the Baron on their side and Michael splitting up their attention through the Dragon Lane, the rest of these structures are not going to be long for this world as Chonk Chortle now facing a potential defeat in the game 1 of this series that could determine whether they can advance to the regional championships or not.
Sentinels are taking every single thing at the same time. Mid lane turret, bot lane turret, and the Drake here for Sheesh. Clean sweep for Sentinels. If we're going back to the poker references, I believe that's called a full house. You could do a bunch of different terms, probably.
You can say a flush. You can say a straight. I like flush.
Just a good
flushing
hand.
and sweep. Yeah. They come out with the better hand. We'll have to storyboard that one a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure, you know what? If we call up Joshi, who's currently doing Proving Grounds right now, maybe we can figure out what would be like the appropriate term, because he's really damn good at poker. For now...
Oh, is he? I thought he was just a chess guy.
Nah, dude.
Good at all the games.
Whenever it comes to tabletop, Joshi's kind of a beast, dude. No cap. Now, Chonk Chortle, unfortunately, there's no cap coming in for Hestia. He's gotta opt into the Ardent Sensor. I'm just kidding, by the way. Like, I don't actually want Hestia to build a decap. That would be fun.
Ability power, go!
Well, I don't think ability power is going to save Chonk Chortle at this point. You got to keep up the heals, and you got to buff up the marksmen who are supposed to be the ones dealing the damage right now. But Sheesh pops the Righteous Glory and already forces 80's hand to back away. No more Proto Belt for the next next couple of waves, I want to say.
Another wave happening in the Baron lane right now, trying to take out the third and final turret of the inhibitor variety. The final turret of the game as well, potentially for Sentinels. They keep this pushing in. Another fight on the other side of the map, though. Sheesh doesn't even use the ultimate, but he draws the attention of 2 members of Chonk Chortle. Another wave crashes in, and Sentinels just wait and bide their time for the next objective to spawn. You can even wait in the enemy team's jungle, so they get some resets off. There's a Corki package, though. That's a pretty big bonus.
Despite being down 15,000 gold smacks, Chong Chortle have completed 3 items, tres, on both their marksman dealers. Now, if they are able to catch out Rest, that's their main damage dealer down. Oh, but you can't be the ones getting caught out.
Reverse.
Oh. That's one marksman done from Chong Chortle, and it's just going to be easy pickings for Sentinels to just run through the enemy backline. Molly's able to find one back on to Sheesh, but Michael is still running them down through Spirit Rush, but Molly might be turning this around, but a beautiful charm from Michael, despite going down, will be able to trade with MTS and Beginnings. It's a 2-on-1, a Baron laner support versus support. Hestia really wishing that maybe she had a death cap right now to clear out the minion waves, but I don't even think a death cap would have saved the game at this point, because MTS, he doesn't care, and he's going to take game 1 for Sentinels in this series.
Well done, Sentinels. This is looking like a well-oiled machine at this point. I am continuously impressed with the way that they've elevated their game coming into this tournament, and yes, they did take the unfortunate loss to Immortals, but what do you think about it? Immortals are one of the favorites to win the entire thing. So I think this is the level of gameplay that we should really be expecting from these guys. They are the most stable roster that this major has to offer. Outside of the first two, they already qualify for the championships in Tribe and NME. These guys have been together through thick and thin. I mean, they've got the matching names, for goodness sake. They all got Sen in their squad names. And while Sheesh could probably capitalize his and make it look more aesthetically pleasing, he did capitalize on this Olaf once more in another astounding performance.
This team has been together since they were 30K, before they even got picked up by Sentinels. They were one of the first teams that qualified to the first major that we had back in July, where wildrift Summoner Series, it seems so long ago. It's only been 2 months, but literally, I feel like so much has changed since that last week in July, because, gosh, holy crap, Smacks. I'm not trying to get emotional right now, but wildrift Summoner Series has just been such a fun journey, and just looking back on like how long we have been doing this so far, despite it only being like not even 2 months quite yet, it still just blows my mind that we have witnessed so much change, so much adaptation, so much roster swaps, role swaps, so many new players coming in and out of the Wild Rift scene, and Sentinels being one of the few constants that we actually have. And their development and their growth over this entire 2 months, has actually been quite extraordinary, because they have gone from a team that was signaled as a favorite, and then we're struggling on the bottom half of the top 10 teams that we probably have within the circuit, but now they are showing up and potentially going to end up at this rate. They could challenge Cloud9 or Immortals for the top 2 spots in the grand finals.
I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do that, as I believe we have another look at one of their winning fights in this game. Some really fun stuff from Sentinels, and like I was saying before, the way that they have so many people on this squad that can carry. Unfortunately, Beg is playing Lulu, so he's not one of them in this game, but everyone else just is able to deal so much damage. And they know what they need to be doing to deal the maximum amount. Because Rest, he just dives in with reckless abandon here. I want to focus on what he's doing, just cutting off that back line, diving over the Corki package to do it, just making sure Hestia can't be in this fight at all, can't provide the extra healing. It's so valuable for Sentinels members to have this done, because then you get to win the fight, and even though it looks a little silly to just dive over the Corki package and take all this damage and die with a huge shutdown gold's not going to mean anything. The game's about to end.
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool for Sentinels.
Yeah, and for Chong Chortles, I know I just gave this speech about Sentinels as if they won the series. It's not over yet. It's just nice to kind of remark about one team's journey. Whereas for Chong Chortles, this was a team that was put together literally right before the second qualifier. I don't even think they were on the on the roster for the first qualifier of this third major upcoming. They just formed as like, you know what? I like this team. You want to play on it? Cool. Let's grab you. Let's grab you. Let's grab you. Boom. Bada bing. And they steamrolled it.
Yep.
They ended up being the first seed of that qualifier. Because it was the last one, it's only the 7th seed. But, you know, Chonk Turtles, even down 15,000 gold, Molly on the Corki was putting out some damage, was doing some hero miracle work. And, I mean, 15,000 gold is very hard to overcome in that moment, but making it look almost that close is kind of makes you think, okay, well, what happens in the next game if Sentinels don't have that monstrous lead through those dives in the Dragon Lane?
That's why we got the last chance qualifier for whoever ends up losing out on this series, because it's looking very competitive. I think, like I said, before we even started this series, both of these teams were in my expected top 4. I thought both of them would have made it through. Unfortunately, with the way that the bracket panned out, that's impossible to happen at this point.
Right.
But I think for Chonk Chortle, even down in this series, I think they can expect to be competitive in this next game, and even if they do lose out on the series, they can expect to be very competitive in the last chance qualifier if they do end up over there, as we are on the precipice of getting our 6th team locked in for NA championships. While that I'm leaning more towards Sentinels at this point, just based on how dominant that performance was, and I do want to see them keep moving forward. I'm feeling like both of these guys are going to end up there in the end in October.
I mean, if we look at the previous series between Grilled Cheese and Joe2 is Cuter, Joe2 had a very dominant game 1, and we both, came out of the post game saying, yeah, Joe2 is looking pretty good right here to take the series. And then Grilled Cheese made one adaptation in their gameplay, and then boom, just like a switch, completely flipped. And then it led,
My
of
prediction
course,
was right, by the way.
Yes, Max, I know. That's I acknowledge that. Damn
I'm
you.
acknowledging it too. And now everyone else is acknowledging it.
Okay.
My big brain.
All right. Now that you've gotten your subtle W aside, the same thing could potentially happen here, right? Like, Chonk Chortle could make one small adaptation where they say, remember, Molly is a player that can play and mostly thrives on assassins. There was no Katarina ban from Sentinels, but in stakes where even there's tons of crowd control available, when worst comes to worst and the backs are against the wall, Molly will just pull out the Katarina and be like, all right, it's time to go to work. It's time to put the Death Lotus, the Beyblade of Pain to work. And maybe that's the route they go for, because if you think about it, there's a kind of a similar aspect to what was plaguing Grilled Cheese. I mean, Steezy, wanted to go for roaming playmakers, right? Whereas this time around, Molly played the scaling part well, but the game exploded before he even got a chance to really make and put his mark on the Rift. This time, if it's the Katarina or if it's another assassin, then that can throw a wrench into Sentinel's game plan going into game 2.
I think the biggest thing for Chonk Chortle, as they are now on blue side, is they need to find a way to set the pace of the game on their terms. So I think that's the thing that got away from them in game 1. Where for Chonk Chortle, if Molly and 80s are snowballing their side of the map, then it lets Hestia roam around and help them. And it lets Nori stay on this island, and Sentinels, or whoever their opponents may be, have to respond to that side, rather than trying to dedicate resources to Nori. And if Chonk Chortle can replicate something like that, then I feel like it's more agency going over to them. And I think this team works very well with agency. It was their main strength when it came to that qualifier, where, as you said, they swept through the entire thing. So that's something that isn't really something you can adjust based on the champions you're playing as easily as you can just execution when it comes down to the game. So it's harder to make that adjustment between games, but it's something that we've seen Chonk Chortle do in the past, and it's going to have to be something that we see them do now.
Just a reminder for the game in the draft last time, we had Varus, Senna, and Orianna banned by Chonk Chortle. But they're on blue side. They don't now. Normally, you don't have the ban Varus blue side, but because Nori doesn't prefer to play it and looks a lot stronger on things like the Lucian, yeah, it might be another Varus ban, unless Sentinels have done the research and know that, like, yeah, these guys don't really opt into Varus, so they don't really have to change any bans. The first adaptation, though, is taking Sheesh off of the Olaf. I mean, he was the main instrument for orchestrating those dives, but Sentinels banned the Varus. Now, unless they, Chonk Chortle's been getting some Varus scrims in for Nori, Chonk Chortles are very happy with that because they're like,
yeah,
sick, free ban.
I think for Chonk Chortle as well, their premier first pick that they're looking for is Nami.
Yeah.
I think that's been the most consistent thing for them, is just getting Hestia on that champion. She can play others, obviously, but if they can get that first pick online, then I think that's something that they're looking to do. And I really like the Chonk Chortle are removing Ashe as well. As like I said, Rest has very heavily preferred this champion enough to where they're banning it if they don't feel like they're in a good enough spot to pick it. So I think that's really smart. From here, though, Sentinels, they can either ban that Nami, like I was saying, or they can ban the very OP Senna that we've also seen Chonk Chortle have some pretty good success on. Or just neither, as it seems.
Well, the twist of fate was Molly's main supportive champion and playmaker outside of the Assassins, where he is able to unlock 80s, Luan, or even Nori on multiple sides of the map. Senna is available as a first pick, but if Nami is a priority for Hestia, that can be the case. It's really just, I imagine, Chonk Chortle are just deciding, do they want Senna more or do they want Nami more? Sentinels are going to be able to grab the other on the flip side.
I think this is the wise choice for Chonk Chortle to take Senna. They've only shown us Senna and Nasus as a combination, so I think that's something that Sentinels can expect, but it's not like you're taking away Nasus without Senna. This is not a champion that you can realistically pick outside of the scope of that duo. Unless you're in solo queue, then you can bop people over the head with like a Trinity Force Nasus, but I don't think that's something that Sentinels are looking to do, and they don't either. There's locking in these two bruisers for themselves likely means that Sheesh is going to be the one on Camille off of this.
It would be neat to see like a mid lane Renekton. If you check out we've been watching C Champs, and there hasn't been a mid lane Renekton, if my memory serves correctly, but there's been things like mid lane Jarvan a ton of times. And so if Michael has been taking inspiration, we might see a bruiser in the mid lane. It's still up in the air. Chonk Chortle, though, say, all right, it is time to go Fiora, and it's also time to go Pantheon. So, changing up the whole things, and already, Smacks, this is what I'm looking for, Chonk Chortle, because they have Senna in the backline. You're starting to build a bunch of fighters, a bunch of brawlers, meatballs that get in front of the Senna, and Sentinels are going to have to find a way to be able to cut down these people to size. Kai'Sa, Lulu is their answer.
Not only are these meatballs who play in the front line, but they are ones that have a lot of stall as well, with both Pantheon and Fiora having a lot of damage reduction. And who are they stalling for, you may ask? Well, it's Molly's Katarina. What else would it possibly be? Of course, he's going to pull this out on Chonk Chortle's last leg. Of course, he's going to make this champion look amazing in North American Wild Rift scene. And of course, Sentinels are going to pick in the ever so powerful brand that we've seen tear through, or should I say sear through, the competition today.
It's quite a crispy pun that you just made there, Smacks.
Thank you.
You set me ablaze with that one. Now, Sentinels. I love the response, though, of slamming the brand as a response, because if you look at Chonk Chortle, outside of Katarina and Pantheon, there's no easy access into getting onto brand. Because ADs can always hit the Grand Starfall, and Molly will just do Katarina things, but it is going to be... If it gets to the later parts of the game, there's so many meatballs that are all melee range outside of Senna that is going to clump together And that's going to make for easy pyroclasms for Michael to just get off and just get a ton of damage. And then because of the passive max HP damage that just stacks through Brand's overall kit, that makes it super easy for then Rest on the Kaisa, who has execute damage in her passive. See how this works, Max? Beautiful. Really solid composition idea from both teams.
It's pretty cool. However, the thing that you mentioned that worries me for Sentinels is Molly doing Katarina things.
Indeed.
I think that is probably something the Sentinels want to avoid at all costs. Molly's Katarina things are very, very scary. So they will need to keep a very close watch on what this champion's going to do. And some of that is coming from this mid lane skirmish that we're seeing. Just a push battle, as usually happens, but for Sentinels, they've brought some extra backup. Beg is here because they were able to push in against the Sentinels. Makes a lot of sense that they had that wherewithal, as Sentinels don't have a lot of wave clear, and they don't certainly have a lot of range. So you can see that Rest is able to just stay in this lane all by his lonesome, which is actually something that Nori was wanting to do before on the Lucian. But now it's completely flipped around, where Beg is able to roam around and Rest is not really under any kill threat of any sort.
Now, some people might think, damn, Michael just really yoinked MTS's farm like that? That's crazy. But clearing out the minion wave to make sure that the 3-man dive doesn't come through for the rest of Chonk Chortle. However, Molly might be looking at this Brand who's super low on HP. Barrier comes up. Ignite is ticking down, but Michael will not die. First blood will be evaded as Luan might go for something cheeky here, but MTS with a flank on the 80s pops the flash. One more slice and dice. Molly's going to push him back. MTS will be able to run toward the turret and get out safely.
Yes, just hits level 5. If he had that from before, maybe it would have been a different story on the kill threat that he has. Doesn't manage it, though. So we're seeing that even though Rest is playing outside of kill range, he doesn't really feel great about staying around in the turret. They do lose a plate there. Nice chunk of gold for Chonk Chortle, and looks like eventually Rest will succumb to the poke war and take a recall, but not before he gets this bot wave. Luan, though, is kind of struggling in this matchup. I'm surprised by the Fiora pick into Renekton specifically, because it's really difficult to actually land your riposte against the stun specifically for Renekton, because it is just so instant on the auto attack, and you can play around it with the Ruthless Predator whenever you see the riposte used. So I think MTS has a pretty nice matchup into Fiora in this top lane.
Yeah, it's such a huge guessing game, and
yeah,
as long as a Renekton player, you don't do the same trade pattern every single time when you go in, then you will always keep the Fiora on your toes, because the easiest trade pattern is just slice and dice, Ruthless Predator and Nicole the Meek, then slice and dice out. But if you slice and dice in, then they're going to be waiting to riposte that. So you can just start going in for a couple of auto attacks, maybe throw out your Cole the Meek. At that point, Fiora's just panicking because it's like, when do I riposte? When do I riposte? And so you're just taking all these auto attacks from Renekton. It's like, okay, I need to riposte, and then you've activated my trap card. And then the stun comes in, and it's like, yeah, it's so difficult as long as the Renekton is constantly thinking about that and turning it into a prediction game for the Fiora.
One of the closest things that we have in League of Legends and Wild Rift to a fighting game, where you're trying to block your opponent's attacks and you're trying to predict it like that. Which makes me very excited for the League of Legends based, or the Runeterra based fighting game that's coming.
True!
Fiora's going to be one of the... I feel like Fiora's going to be one of the most toxic characters in that game if she gets something resembling riposte, but we'll see.
Both Sentinels and Chonk Chortle have opted in to a first brick race, but despite that, Chonk Chortle, they picked up Rift Herald, but Sentinels already had the push and were the first ones to the turret, and Chonk Chortle didn't want to have to necessarily use their Rift Herald because either they assumed that they were going to get it beforehand, or they didn't want to waste the Rift Herald just to secure first brick when they want to use it for another turret taking place. Sentinels still being ahead on so many things despite the Rift Herald. They got the first dragon. First brick is available for them as well. They're not necessarily ahead in gold, but they are surviving the early onslaught and ensuring that Molly isn't snowballing on this Katarina.
You're going to need to ensure that throughout the rest of the game, though. This is not a champion that has a small window to punish, nor has a flash.
Hextech ultimatum from Sheesh follows Nori all the way through the flash, and Sentinels at 5 minutes and 45 seconds pick up first blood.
Pretty late into the game, all things considered, but they're going to be feeling pretty good about it as they get to force the flash, too, and we're seeing the strength of the pick threat from Sheesh, and now Molly has to run away also. You do not win this 1v1 against Camille with the Trinity Force. Sheesh, they're coming online a lot slower than usual. Or not than usual, but than we've seen last game. But that's to be expected. This is not an Olaf anymore. You do really want to get that first item for Sheesh to actually go for these ganks. And now that he has it, it's time to hit people with your moves.
Well, Luan's current move is stealing away this red buff, being a cheeky son of a gun. As Sheesh comes over the wall and says, "What, bro, where's my red buff? Huh?"
I'm imagining that one as Michael Udall getting jumped on by Molly. That's the first reset of the game for this Katarina.
Remember when we talked about how the only way you can reach Michael is through Pantheon and Katarina? We didn't mention how you could also just be quite overextended in a side lane. And, yeah. Strong Turtle gonna take that kill with grace. Notice how they didn't even use Grand Starfall. Hades just walked up because now he uses it onto the Baron lane in this turret push. Nori is in hot pursuit. Molly isn't here quite yet, but is going to be there soon. I think MTS just has to give his life for the greater cause, but everyone is still trying to get out. Flash comes out from rest as they were trying to get as much damage as they could before finally reaching their limits. Chonk Chort will find another kill in that pursuit.
Chonk Chortle have decided that the team fight phase of the game starts now, and they start it on their terms. This is something that I've been looking for them to do throughout this series, and this feels like the first time that it actually is happening. They now get to finally pop that Rift Herald and bonk Sheesh into the turret while dealing a chunk there, but they don't actually break apart the structure yet. Get to wait and go back to base. And like I was saying, Rafa, they actually do engage something themselves. This is a thing that 80s has a lot of agency to do on Pantheon with that Grand Starfall and with the point-click just jump stun that he's got at this champion. And he's already using it very well. I'm looking forward to seeing how he uses it for the rest of the game, like potentially this.
Yeah, Beginnings doesn't even have a chance to get out. It burned the Flash after the previous pursuit and rundown in that Baron lane just a couple minutes ago. Sentinels, they're going to see if they can still try to regroup for this dragon, and Michael almost 100-0ing Luan before Sheesh comes in with that Hextech ultimatum, locks him down. Molly, using the Death Lotus, will spin and just shred down Sheesh. Sentinels now 3 on 4. Hestia popping the Nasus, looking for D-Kane, takes out MTS, and Chonk Turtle will have a numbers advantage to look for the second dragon.
The fights are just so hard now for Sentinels, especially because one of their main tools of stopping the Katarina died in the pick before. Beg. Oh, man. Well, that's what I was talking about. Exactly. Thank you, Beg. Great work. Case in point.
I gotta...
Lulu's pretty good against assassins, and
yeah, that's just good
by
timing,
picking the Lulu before, you get to avoid what just happened to Molly after the fact.
Polymorph is a pretty damn good tool. Luan, just trying to take out the wave, but the rest of the Sentinels don't care. They knock it down with ease. Currently, MTS is pushing out the Dragon lane. Next objective is Baron, but neither team wants to take it quite just yet. Sentinel still got to build up another item, Power Spike, before they'll feel comfortable about starting it up. And as you've noted before, Baron is not the easiest objective to take, especially when all other 5 members of the enemy team are ready to threaten to take you off of it. You also got to give time to rest because he just finished the Blade of the Ruined King. I was waiting on it, but now the Solari Charge Blade will come in next.
Rest getting powerful. We saw what that looked like in game 1 for this player on the same champion. Paired up with Lulu, too. Beg, playing this one again in a row. I like the look on a different enchanter where... Oh, boy. Well, this doesn't look great. Gotta flash out. Yeah. Lots of defensive maneuvers being popped there. And we're seeing 80s gets to come in and find Beg. You really just have to be more careful if you are this enchanter. Because as I was saying, your goal is to just shut down Katarina and buff up whoever's in your front line getting jumped on by these players. And if you're the person getting jumped on, then you have to use all these on yourself, and it just doesn't look as good because Lulu is not a carry herself.
Lulu is meant to empower those around them, not necessarily themselves. Unless, you know, you go for like Rod of Ages and Deathcap Lichbane, you know, Chad Lulu build, you know. But not on a support
I thought
budget.
you were going to say like Blade of the Ring King Wit's End.
Oh, God, we're not that cursed. Yeah. We
Which,
can try.
Speaking of, is a great build for Kennen. Please try it out. I'm begging you. It's very good. I'm spreading the word once more.
Smack's trying to spread the Church of Thresh, now the Church of AD Kennen, as right now Luan is in the Church of please, whatever god can help me get out alive, and must have chose the right one because he gets out only burning 2 summoners.
Yeah, gets to escape that one. And for Michael Udall, we're seeing the brand tech of bouncing the Pyroclasm between yourself and your opponent in a 1v1. It's really nice. Hestia can't flash out, but might survive with the exhaust. WoW does so.
80's flank as well.
Wild Growth, yeah.
Rest. Still kiting backwards beautifully. Wild Growth will keep themselves alive. Sheesh still kiting out with the tactical sweep. They've already taken down 80's. Might look for another re-engage. Michael is here. Pyroclasm isn't available, but could still throw out a Searing Charge after using a Pillar of Flame for a stun combo. Flagration is also available. Luan trying to parry what could have been a potential stun from Michael. The rest of Sentinels using this time that they have priority in the mid lane, and all 4 members on their screen from Chonk Chortle to get some vision down in the Barren River.
I really like that you're just throwing out all the brand ability names there. You did, however, get one wrong. You said that it was Searing Charge. It is much less cool than that. It is just called Seer.
Oh,
So.
I was thinking of Ornn. Damn it.
Yeah. That is an
Man.
orange one. Yeah, similarly, other champions just get cooler ability names, you know, like Olaf's ability is called Undertow, and then the new champion Pike, his ability is called Phantom Undertow, just the cooler Undertow.
So what you're saying is some champions get mobility crept, other champions just get name crept on their abilities.
Yep. Well, it's even funnier because both of the newer ones are, in fact, mobility creep, as they are both dashes with the cooler name. So, it's both. The Drake is being taken by Luan in his lonesome. Doesn't really look like Sentinels know this is going on, but doesn't take it very quickly, so they'll find out very soon. We'll see if Sentinels can steal this one away.
MTS on the bottom side of the flank. Because Chonk Chortle dedicated all 5 members, MTS can't engage, but he's done his job. He made sure that Chonk Chortle could not just sit on the lower lip of that Dragon Pit and re-engage. Sentinels are able to bully their way into that second objective, and they get the rotation because they have the inner track side to the mid turret.
Sentinels just running around the rifts at this point. Can just push Chonk Chortle out. And we're seeing the agency and the pressure that Chonk Chortle had before is not very consistent. They do rely on getting a surprise round for 80s to get a jump off for this Pantheon, and then you can follow it up with resets from Molly's Katarina, but it's not something that you can get done every single time unless you are hugely snowballing, but that's just not true anymore for Chonk Chortle. They have lost that gold lead. They're losing a lot of structures on the map, and I think Nori's about to lose a huge chunk of HP. Yeah, you gotta flash out.
Rest just showing that Kaisa, despite being a marksman, can also be an assassin, thanks to the invisibility you get once your E is evolved. Sneaks in, forces Nori's flash out, which means now, for the rest of Sentinels, hey, sheesh, the next time you see a Senna caught out by the Lonesome, flash ult, baby. That Senna ain't going nowhere.
Shee.
Gotta wait for the right time to bust it out. I've been holding
Felt
on
like
it.
the right time.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll have to keep my eyes peeled now as Sentinels. It's not the largest gold lead, but when we think back to what this composition wants to do, they wanted to bypass the early part of the game where 80s could snowball and just cause chaos with Molly on the Rift. Molly is still farming up and is reaching item breakpoints that still makes Katarina scary, but Sentinels is becoming more well-equipped to deal with those threats.
As long as Sentinels can stop Molly from spinning and resetting, the time of the game doesn't really matter, which is a good thing really for both teams, I feel, because Chunk Chortle, it means that they have a lot of chances, but it also means that you get burned to a crisp pretty quick on the other members.
Well, 80s does survive with his life. Did not have to burn any summoners on that one. Michael burned Pyroclasm and burned him pretty well. 4 KHP, 2 KHP. The Baron is burned down by Sentinels. I gotta stop using burned because it's starting to become too common in my vocabulary here. As MTS gets out alive thanks to Redemption, and the rest of Sentinels are able to regroup with the Baron buff on their side.
I think it fits for this game. There's a brand there. There was an Annie earlier, so I think people are, in fact, burning. As Michael Udall might be meeting a similar fate. Nice stasis. There's a Pantheon ultimate over top of the members of Sentinels. A good flash. Can't get away from the stun, and now Wild Growth is the last defense for Michael Udall. Now it's actually going to be Chunk Chortle on the defense as Rest arrives to this fight. So much damage onto every single member. Sentinels don't even lose anybody. Sheesh now in a 1v1. He's very low, but can survive with the Guardian Angel. Rest with a triple kill. Very quietly getting that one up for himself. And I don't know if he can get the Penta, but they likely will just win the game.
I mean, Sheesh was split pushing and was able to deal with Luan while just brute forcing down that turret with the Baron buff on their side. Sentinels get the teleport in from, I believe it was, I don't even know who it was. It looked like Beginnings. Beginnings bought a teleport, and wouldn't you know it, Sentinels off of a very clean 2-0 series. Not only sweep Chunk Chortle, but buy the last ticket into the North American Regional Championships next month.
Looking crispy on the brand, Michael. You may have taken an L on the champion against Immortals, but not going to have the same fate happen again. Sentinels, just as you said, Rafa, they keep their tournament hopes alive. They break into that top 4, and they have just qualified as our 6th team locked in for regional champs. We only have 2 more spots left, and for this tournament, we only have seeding and the prize pool divvied up left to go over, and that'll happen tomorrow as we wind down the stream here, give more praise to Sentinels, and talk with Charmer, our good friend.
You're going to talk with me now? We get to talk about all of the fun things at the end of the day, at the end of the broadcast. Well, I appreciate it. Sentinels looked really good there. As I said earlier in the broadcast, I feel like they've much improved in this major compared to previous ones, and they are the 4th team to qualify from today's event for the North American Regional Championship. So we're going to take a look at the bracket. We're going to do a little bit of a recap here in just a moment, kind of showcase how all of the teams played today, how everything has played out, and it looks like that's popping up now. So our upper bracket finals that'll be coming tomorrow, Immortals taking on Cloud9. Again, both of those teams have found a spot in the North American Regional Championship. The lower bracket we now know is Sentinels and Grilled Cheese. They are the other 2 teams that have qualified for the North American Regional Championship. And if you were not watching, how dare you, if you were not watching the previous majors, then you would not know that it is NME and Tribe that have qualified as well. So those are your 6 teams that already have spots in the North American Regional Championship. Now, there is 2 spots still up for grabs. Again, there's going to be a last chance qualifier. So if your favorite team was eliminated today, don't worry. There is still 2 teams that will be added to that regional championship in another event coming soon at the beginning of August, actually. October, not August, October.
You gotta wait 11 months.
That it's the end of the broadcast. I can tell that it's the end of the broadcast and I am tired and fatigued. But I am not tired of spending time with you, Rafa, and you, Smax. You guys have been fantastic today.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks.
It's
I
been
mean, just great.
dude. I just want to say, it takes a lot to stand up to Molly's Katarina. I think he has an insane win rate on that, and for Michael to just be like, "No, I got the brand. I'm not dying in lane," and only give up. I think it was 1 death in the side lane, and the rest of the Sentinels. I mean, sheesh, they look
There it
damn
is.
good, and I'm honestly super excited for a Sentinels lower bracket like Cinderella run through.
Yeah,
honestly,
they may have been last, but they're certainly not least. I think they've got a good shot to turn some heads in the rest of this bracket. They looked competitive all throughout, and I can't wait for tomorrow, man.
All right. Well, production was kind enough to entrust me with a script for closing, and they said, "Hey, you can read this word for word if you want, or you can freestyle." Which might have been a really poor choice of words by them, because freestyle is exactly what we're going to do. So,
Give him a beat, Rafa.
4 teams have qualified. We already know this. Yet tomorrow's broadcast, you won't want to miss. 5K goes to first. That's a pretty big bag. Show starts at 3 Eastern without any lag. Yo, this has been a blast. Casters make it look easy. All right, I have to stop here. This is getting pretty cheesy. But seriously, tomorrow's going to be a blast. $5,000 to first. You don't want to miss it. 3 p.m. Eastern. Adjust your own time zones accordingly. It's been a blessing. We will see you tomorrow.
Mic drop. Bam.